Section 15 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 3, Franklin's Family Relations. His letters to her bear all the tokens of conjugal love and of a deep, tranquil domestic spirit. At times he addresses her as my dear Debbie, and once as my dear love, but habitually as my dear child. This was the form of address in the first of his published letters to her, dated December 27, 1755, and in his last, dated July 22, 1774. I am, dear girl, your loving husband. I am, my dear Debbie, your ever-loving husband, are among the forms of expression with which he concludes. The topics of his letters are almost wholly personal or domestic. They illustrate very strikingly how little dependent upon intellectual congeniality married happiness is, provided that there is a mutual sense of duty, mutual respect, and a real community of domestic interests. In one of his London letters he informs her that another French translation of his book had just been published, with a print of himself prefixed, which, though a copy of that by Chamberlain, had so French a countenance that she would take him for one of that lively nation. I think you do not mind such things, he added, or I would send you one. To politics he rarely refers, except to reassure her when uneasiness had been created in her mind by one of the reckless partisan accusations which husbands in public life soon learn to rate at their real value, but their wives never do. I'm concerned that so much trouble should be given you by idle reports concerning me, he says on one occasion. Be satisfied, my dear, that while I have my senses and God vouchsafes me this protection, I shall do nothing unworthy the character of an honest man and one that loves his family. As a rule, his letters to Deborah have little to say about the larger world in which he moved when he was in England. If he refers to the royal family, it is only to mention that the Queen had just been delivered of another prince, the eighth child, and that there were now 6 princes and 2 princesses, all lovely children. After the repeal of the Stamp Act lifted the embargo laid by patriotic Americans on importations of clothing from England, he wrote to Deborah that he was willing that she should have a new gown, and that he had sent her 14 yards of pompadour satin. He had told Parliament, he stated, that before the old clothes of the Americans were worn out, they might have new ones of their own making. And indeed, he added, if they had all as many old clothes as your old man has, that would not be very unlikely, for I think you and George reckoned, when I was last at home, at least 20 pair of old breeches. To his own fame and the social attentions which he received from distinguished men abroad, he makes only the most meagre allusion. The agreeable conversation I meet with among men of learning, and the notice taken of me by persons of distinction, are the principal things that soothe me for the present under this painful absence from my family and friends. Yet those would not keep me here another week, if I had not other inducements, duty to my country, and hopes of being able to do it service. Then he wrote to his wife about 4 months after he arrived in England in 1757. A few weeks later he said, I begin to think I shall hardly be able to return before this time 12 months. I'm for doing effectually what I came about, and I find it requires both time and patience. You may think perhaps that I can find many amusements here to pass the time agreeable. 'Tis true the regard and friendship I meet with from persons of worth, and the conversation of ingenious men, give me no small pleasure. But at this time of life, domestic comforts afford the most solid satisfaction, and my uneasiness at being absent from my family, and longing desire to be with them, make me often sigh in the midst of cheerful company. The real interest of Franklin's correspondence with his wife consists in the insight that he gives us into his private as contrasted with his public relations. His genius, high as it rose into the upper air of human endeavor, rested upon a solid substructure of ordinary stone and cement, firmly planted in the earth, and this is manifest in his family history as in everything else. The topics with which he deals in his letters to Deborah are the usual topics with which a kind, sensible, practical husband and householder, without any elevated aspirations of any kind, deals in his letters to his wife. There was no lack of common ground on which she and he could meet in correspondence after the last fond words addressed by him to her just before he left New York for England in 1757 had been spoken. God preserve, guard, and guide you. First of all, there was his daughter Sally, to whom he was lovingly attached. In a letter to his wife shortly before he used the valedictory words just quoted, he said, "I leave home and undertake this long voyage more cheerfully as I can rely on your prudence in the management of my affairs and education of my dear child, and yet I cannot forbear once more recommending her to you with a father's tenderest concern." From this time on, during his 2 absences in England, Sally seems to have ever been in his thoughts. There are several references to her in one of his earliest letters to Deborah after he reached England in 1757. "I should have read Sally's French letter with more pleasure," he said, "but that I thought the French rather too good to be all her own composing. I send her a French Pamela. I hear," he further said, "there has a miniature painter gone over to Philadelphia, a relation to John Reynolds. If Sally's picture is not done to your mind by the young man, and the other gentleman is a good hand and follows the business, suppose you get Sally's done by him, and send it to me with your small picture, that I may here get all our little family drawn in one conversation piece." This idea was not carried out because, among other reasons, as he subsequently informed Deborah, he found that family pieces were no longer in fashion. In the same letter there is a gentle caress for Sally. "Had I been well," he said, "I intended to have gone round among the shops and bought some pretty things for you and my dear good Sally, whose little hands you say eased your headache, to send by this ship, but I must now defer it to the next, having only got a crimson satin cloak for you, the newest fashion, and the black silk for Sally. But Billy, William Franklin, sends her a scarlet feather muff and tippet, and a box of fashionable linen for her dress." In other letters there are repeated indications of the doting persistency with which his mind dwelt upon his daughter, but the softest touch of all is at the end of one of them. After speaking of the kindness with which Mrs. Stevenson, Polly Stevenson's mother, had looked after his physical welfare, he adds, "But yet I have 1,000 times wished you with me, and my little Sally, with her ready hands and feet to do and go and come and get what I wanted." All these allusions to Sally are found in his letters to Deborah during his first mission to England, but little Sally was growing apace, and when he returned to England on his second mission in 1764, there was soon to be another person with an equal, if not a superior, claim upon her helpful offices. We have already quoted from his letter to Deborah, warning her against an expensive feasting wedding. In this letter he says of Sally's fiancé, Richard Batch, "I know very little of the gentleman or his character, nor can I at this distance. I hope his expectations are not great of any fortune to be had with our daughter before our death. I can only say that if he proves a good husband to her and a good son to me, he shall find me as good a father as I can be. But at present I suppose you would agree with me that we cannot do more than fit her out handsomely in clothes and furniture, not exceeding in the whole £500 of value. For the rest they must depend, as you and I did, on their own industry and care, as what remains in our hands will be barely sufficient for our support, and not enough for them when it comes to be divided at our decease." Hardly, however, had the betrothal occurred before it was clouded by business reverses which had overtaken the prospective son-in-law. These led to a suggestion from the father that may or may not have been prompted by the thought that a temporary separation might bring about the termination of an engagement marked by gloomy auspices. "In your last letters," he wrote to Deborah, "you say nothing concerning Mr. Batch. The misfortune that has lately happened to his affairs, though it may not lessen his character as an honest or a prudent man, will probably induce him to forbear entering hastily into a state that must require a great addition to his expense, when he will be less able to supply it. If you think that in the meantime it will be some amusement to Sally to visit her friends here in London and return with me, I should have no objection to her coming over with Captain Faulkner, provided Mrs. Faulkner comes at the same time as is talked of. I think, too, it might be some improvement to her." Poor Richard had incurred considerable risks when he selected his own mate, and all things considered, he acquiesced gracefully enough in the betrothal of his daughter to a man of whom he knew practically nothing, except circumstances that were calculated to bring to his memory many pat proverbs about the folly of imprudent marriages. If therefore his idea was to enlist the chilling aid of absence in an effort to bring the engagement to an end, fault can scarcely be found with him. We know from one of William Franklin's letters that the friends of the family had such misgivings about the union as to excite the anger of Deborah. The suggestion that Sally should be sent over to England did not find favor with her, and in a later letter Franklin writes to her, "I'm glad that you find so much reason to be satisfied with Mr. Batch. I hope all will prove for the best." And all did prove for the best, as the frequency with which Richard Batch's name occurs in Franklin's will, to say nothing more, sufficiently attests. When the marriage was solemnized, Franklin's strong family affection speedily crowned it with his full approval. In due season, the fact that the contract was a fruitful one is brought to our notice by a letter from him to his wife, in which he tells his dear child, then his wife for nearly 40 years, that he had written to Sally by Captain Faulkner, giving her St. John Pringle's opinion as to the probability of Sally's son having been rendered exempt from the smallpox by inoculation. Thenceforth there is scarcely a letter from the grandfather to the grandmother in which there is not some mention made of this grandson, Benjamin Franklin Batch, the rabid Jeffersonian and editor of after years, whose vituperative editorials in the Aurora recall Franklin's statement in the latter part of his life that the liberty of the press ought to be attended by the ancient liberty of the cudgel. "I'm glad your little grandson," says one letter, "recovered so soon of his illness, as I see you are quite in love with him, and your happiness wrapped up in his, since your whole long letter is made up of the history of his pretty actions." In a subsequent letter to Deborah, he passes to the boy's father, who had come over to England, where his mother and sisters resided, and was on the point of returning to Philadelphia. "Mr. Batch is about returning. His behavior here has been very agreeable to me. I've advised him to settle down to business in Philadelphia, where I hope he will meet with success. I mentioned to you before that I saw his mother and sisters at Preston, who are genteel people and extremely agreeable." In the same letter he tells Deborah that he has advised Batch to deal in the ready money way, though he should sell less. "He may keep his store," he said, "in your little north room for the present, and as he will be at no expense while the family continues with you, I think he may with industry and frugality get so forward as at the end of his term to pay his debts and be clear of the world, which I much wish to see. I've given him £200 sterling to add something to his cargo." It is not long before he is writing to Deborah about Sister Batch and her amiable daughters. Like the commerce of material gifts which his wife and himself kept up with each other when separated are the details about his godson, William Hewson, the son of his friend Polly, which he exchanges with Deborah for details about his grandson, who came to be known, it seems, as the little Kingbird and the young Hercules. "In return for your history of your grandson," he wrote to her on one occasion, "I must give you a little of the history of my godson. He is now 21 months old, very strong and healthy, begins to speak a little, and even to sing. He was with us a few days last week, grew fond of me, and would not be contented to sit down to breakfast without coming to call Pa, rejoicing when he had got me into my place. When seeing me one day crack one of the Filada biscuits into my tea with the nutcrackers, he took another and tried to do the same with the tea-tongs. It makes me long to be at home to play with Ben." Indeed, by this time Franklin had become such a fatuous grandfather that he ceases to call his grandson Ben, and speaks of him as Benny boy, when he does not speak of him as the dear boy. In the fullness of time, Richard and Sally Batch were destined to be the parents of numerous children. When Franklin returned from his mission to France, the youngest of them soon became as devoted to him as had been Billy Hewson, or the youthful son of John Jay, whose singular attachment to him is referred to in one of his letters to Jay. In the same description in which Manasseh Cutler speaks in such sour terms of the person of Mrs. Batch, he tells us that when he saw her at Franklin's home in Philadelphia, she had 3 of her children about her, over whom she seemed to have no kind of command, but who appeared to be excessively fond of their grandpapa. Indeed, all children who were brought into close companionship with Franklin loved him and instinctively turned to him for responsive love and sympathy. Men may be the best judges of the human intellect, but children are the best judges of the human heart. Francis Folger, the only legitimate child of Franklin, except Sally, is not mentioned in his correspondence with his wife. The colorless Frankie, who was not this child. Franklin's son was born a year after the marriage of Franklin and Deborah in 1730, and died when a little more than 4 years of age, and therefore long before the date of the earliest letter extant from Franklin to Deborah. Though warned but a few years previously by an epidemic of smallpox in Philadelphia, which had been accompanied by a high rate of mortality, Franklin could not make up his mind to subject the child to the hazards of inoculation. The consequence was that, when a second epidemic visited the city, Francis contracted the disease and died. Franklin, to use his own words to his sister Jane Meekham, long regretted him bitterly, and also regretted that he had not given him the disease by inoculation. All who have seen my grandson, he said in another letter to his sister, agree with you in their accounts of his being an uncommonly fine boy, which brings often afresh to my mind the idea of my son Frankie, though now dead 36 years, whom I have seldom since seen equalled in everything, and whom to this day I cannot think of without a sigh. But Sally and his grandson were far from being the only persons who furnished material for Franklin's letters to his wife. These letters also bring before us in many ways other persons connected with him and Deborah by ties of blood, service, or friendship. He repeatedly sends his duty to his mother-in-law, Mrs. Reed, and when he is informed of the death of our good mother, as he calls her, he observes, "'Tis, I am sure, a satisfaction to me that I cannot charge myself with having ever failed in one instance of duty and respect to her during the many years that she called me son. My love to brother John Reed and sister and cousin Debbie and young cousin Johnny Reed, and let them all know that I sympathize with them all affectionately," was his message to her relations in the same letter. Some of his letters conveyed much agreeable information to Deborah about his and her English relations. Of these we shall have something to say in another connection. Billy William Franklin is mentioned in his father's letters to Deborah on many other occasions than those already cited by us, for he was his father's intimate companion during the whole of the first mission to England. He appears to have truly loved his sister Sally, and is often mentioned in Franklin's letters to Deborah as sending Sally his love or timely gifts. If he really presented his duty to his mother half as often as Franklin reported, she had no cause to complain of his lack of attention. That her earlier feelings about him had undergone a decided change before he went to England with his father, we may infer from one of Franklin's letters in which, in response to her particular inquiry, he tells her that Billy is of the Middle Temple and will be called to the bar either this term or the next. Some 7 years later he tells her that it gave him pleasure to hear from Major Small that he had left her and Sally and our other children well also. Mention of Peter, his Negro servant, is also several times made in Franklin's letters to Deborah. In one letter written when he was convalescing after a severe attack of illness, he tells Deborah that not only had his good doctor, Dr. Fothergill, attended him very carefully and affectionately, and Mrs. Stevenson nursed him kindly, but that Billy was of great service to him, and Peter very diligent and attentive. But a later letter does not give quite so favorable a view of Peter, after the latter had inhaled a little longer the free air of England. "Peter continues with me," said Franklin, "and behaves as well as I can expect in a country where there are many occasions of spoiling servants, if they are ever so good. He has a few faults as most of them, and I see with only one eye, and hear only with one ear, so we rub on pretty comfortably." These words smack of the uxorious policy recommended to husbands by Poor Richard. The same letter gives us a glimpse of another Negro servant who was even more strongly disposed than Peter to act upon the statement in Cowper's Task that slaves cannot breathe in England. "King, that you inquire after, says Franklin, is not with us. He ran away from our house near 2 years ago, while we were absent in the country, but was soon found in Suffolk, where he had been taken in the service of a lady that was very fond of the merit of making him a Christian, and contributing to his education and improvement. As he was of little use and often in mischief, Billy consented to her keeping him while we stay in England. So the lady sent him to school, has taught him to read and write, to play on the violin and French horn, with some other accomplishments more useful in a servant. Whether she will finally be willing to part with him, or persuade Billy to sell him to her, I know not. In the meantime he is no expense to us." And that was certainly something worth noting about a servant who could play upon the French horn. But it is of Goody Smith, the servant in the Franklin household at Philadelphia, whose judgment was invoked upon the failure of Deborah to answer her husband's letter from Easton, that mention is most often made in the portions of Franklin's letters to his wife which relate to the servants. In a letter to Deborah from Easton, he expresses his obligations to Goody Smith for remembering him and sends his love to her. In another letter to Deborah, when he was on his way to Williamsburg in Virginia, he says, "My duty to mother, and love to Sally, Debbie, Gracie, etc., not forgetting the Goody." Subsequently, when in England, he tells Deborah, "I've ordered 2 large print common prayer books to be bound on purpose for you and Goody Smith, and that the largeness of the print may not make them too bulky, the christenings, matrimonies, and everything else that you and she have not immediate and constant occasion for, are to be omitted. So you will both of you be reprieved from the use of spectacles in church a little longer." In another letter from England, Franklin mentions that he sends Deborah a pair of garters knit by Polly Stevenson, who had also favored him with a pair. Goody Smith may, if she pleases, he adds, make such for me hereafter, and they will suit her own fat knees. My love to her, and love to her he sends again when he hears that she is recovering from an illness. Franklin likewise refers several times in his letters to Deborah to another servant, John, who accompanied him on his return to England in 1764, but the behavior of this servant seems to have been too unexceptionable for him to be a conspicuous figure in his master's letters. They were evidently a kind master and mistress, Franklin and Deborah. "I'm sorry for the death of your black boy," he wrote to her on one occasion from London, "as you seem to have had a regard for him. You must have suffered a good deal in the fatigue of nursing him in such a distemper." Over and over again in his letters to Deborah, Franklin approves himself a lover of his friends, like his friend Robert Grace. He sends his love to them individually, and he sends his love to them collectively. Even during a brief absence, as when he was off on his military expedition, his letters to Deborah are sprinkled with such messages as "Our compliments to Mrs. Masters and all inquiring friends. My love to Mr. Hall, his business partner. Give my hearty love to all friends. Love to all our friends and neighbors." During another brief absence in Virginia, he sends his respects to Mrs. Masters and all the officers, and in short to all Philadelphia. In a later letter to Deborah, written from Utrecht, the form of his concluding words on the private occasion is made still more comprehensive. "My love," he said, "to my dear Sally, and affectionate regards to all Pennsylvania." In one of his letters from England he wrote, "Pray remember me kindly to all that love us, and to all that we love." 'Tis endless to name names. And on still another occasion, in asking Deborah to thank all his friends for their favors, which contributed so much to the comfort of his voyage, he added, "I've not time to name names. You know whom I love and honor." He had such troops of friends that he might well shrink from the weariness of naming them all. Indeed, he scarcely writes a letter to Deborah that does not bear witness to the extent and warmth of his friendships. When he left Philadelphia for England in 1757, about a dozen of his friends accompanied him as far as Trenton, but in the letter to Deborah, which informs us of this fact, he does not give us the names of any of them. This letter was written from Trenton. Mrs. Grace and dear precious Mrs. Shule, Mrs. Masters, Mrs. Galloway, and Mrs. Redmond, Mrs. Graham, Mrs. Thompson, Mrs. Story, Mrs. Bartram, Mrs. Smith, and Mrs. Hilborn, all come in at one time, as well as other ladies whom he does not name, for his best respects in return for friendly wishes that they had transmitted to him through Deborah. In another letter he sends his love to our dear precious Polly Hunt and all our kind inquiring friends. Friends escorted him to Trenton when he was on his way to England in 1757. Friends bestowed all sorts of gifts on him to render his voyage comfortable, Mr. Thomas Wharton even lending him a woolen gown, which he found a comfortable companion in his winter passage. Friends did him the honor to drink his health in the unfinished kitchen of the new house built in his absence, and friends honored the dining room in his home with their company. When he heard of the convivial gathering in the unfinished kitchen, he wrote to Deborah, "I hope soon to drink with them in the parlor," but there is a tinge of dissatisfaction in his observations to Deborah on the gathering in the dining room. "It gives me pleasure," he said, "that so many of my friends honored our new dining room with their company. You tell me only of a fault they found with the house, that it was too little, and not a word of anything they liked in it, nor how the kitchen chimneys perform. So I suppose you spare me some mortification, which," he adds with a slight inflection of sarcasm, "is kind." His dear friend Mr. Rhodes, Mr. Ward, Mr. Roberts, Mr. and Mrs. Duffield, neighbor Thompson, Dr. and Mrs. Redmond, Mrs. Hopkinson, Mr. Duché, Dr. Morden, and Mr. Hopkinson are other friends mentioned in a later letter of his to Deborah. In the same letter he rejoices that his good old friend Mr. Coleman is got safe home and continues well. Coleman, as we shall see, was one of the two friends who had come to his aid in his early manhood, when he was sued and threatened with ruin by his creditors. The death of the dear, amiable Miss Ross, our friend Bond's heavy loss, the disorder that had befallen our friend Kinnersley, and other kindred facts awaken his ready sympathy. Presents of books, seeds, and the like, as well as messages of love and respect, remind his friends how freshly green his memory of them is. The letters have much to say, too, about the presence of Deborah and Sally, which were almost incessantly crossing the outflowing currents of apples and buckwheat meal from Philadelphia. These presents are far too numerous to be all specified by us, but some perhaps it may not be amiss to recall. In one letter he writes to Deborah that he is sending her a large case marked DF No. 1 and a small box marked DF No. 2, and that in the large case is another small box containing some English china, peas, melons, and leaves for a dessert, a fruit and cream, or the like, a bowl remarkable for the neatness of the figures made at Bow, near London, some coffee cups of the same make, and a Worcester bowl, ordinary. In the same box, to show the difference of workmanship, he said there was something from all the china works in England, and one old true china basin mended of an odd colour, 4 silver salt ladles, newest but ugliest fashion, a little instrument to core apples, another to make little turnips out of great ones, and 6 coarse diaper breakfast cloths. The latter, he stated, were to be spread on the tea-table, for nobody breakfasted in London on the naked table, but on the cloth set a large tea-board with the cups. In the large case were likewise some carpeting for a best room floor, and bordering to go along with it, also 2 large fine Flanders bed-ticks, 2 pair of large superfine fine blankets, 2 fine damask tablecloths and napkins, and 43 ells of Ghentish sheeting Holland, all of which Deborah had ordered of him, also 56 yards of cotton, printed curiously from copper plates, a new invention to make bed and window curtains, and 7 yards of chair bottoms printed in the same way, very neat. These were my fancy, Franklin remarks, but Mrs. Stevenson tells me I did wrong not to buy both of the same color. In the large case, too, were 7 yards of printed cotton, blue ground, to make Deborah a gown. I bought it by candlelight, and liked it then, the letter said, but not so well afterwards. If you do not fancy it, send it as a present for me to Sister Jenny. There is a better gown for you, of flowered tissue, 16 yards of Mrs. Stevenson's fancy, cost 9 guineas, and I think it a great beauty. There was no more of the sort, or you should have had enough for a negligee or suit. There is also snuffers, snuff-stand, and extinguisher of steel, which I send for the beauty of the work. The extinguisher is for spermaceti candles only, and is of a new contrivance to preserve the snuff upon the candle. Small box No. 2 contained cut table glass of several sorts. After stating its contents, Franklin adds, I am about buying a complete set of table china, 2 cases of silver-handled knives and forks, and 2 pairs of silver candlesticks, but these shall keep to use here till my return, as I am obliged sometimes to entertain polite company. But there is nothing in this letter equal in interest to the paragraph that brings to our mental eye the handsome, buxom figure of Deborah herself. I forgot to mention another of my fancyings, viz., a pair of silk blankets, very fine. They are of a new kind, were just taken in a French prize, and such were never seen in England before. They are called blankets, but I think will be very neat to cover a summer bed instead of a quilt or counterpane. I had no choice, so you will excuse soil on some of the folds. Your neighbor Foster can get it off. I also forgot among the china to mention a large fine jug for beer to stand in the cooler. I fell in love with it at first sight, for I thought it looked like a fat jolly dame, clean and tidy, with a neat blue and white calico gown on, good-natured and lovely, and put me in mind of somebody. It has the coffee cups in its belly, packed in best crystal salt, of a peculiar nice flavour, for the table, not to be powdered. The receipt of such a case and box as these was doubtless an event long remembered in the Franklin home at Philadelphia. In a subsequent letter from Franklin to Deborah, the following gifts to Sally are brought to our attention. By Captain Ludwig, I sent my dear girl a newest fashioned white hat and cloak, and sundry little things which I hope will get safe to hand. I now send her a pair of buckles made of French paste stones, which are next in lustre to diamonds. They cost 3 guineas, and are said to be cheap at that price. These were but a few of the many gifts that Deborah and Sally received from Franklin when he was in London. In their relations to their own households, philosophers are frequently not unlike the ancient one, who, when told by a messenger that his house was on fire, looked up for a minute from his task to say impatiently that his wife attended to all his domestic affairs. This is not true of Franklin, who was wholly free from the crass ignorance and maladroit touch which render many husbands as much out of place in their own houses as the officious ass in Aesop's fable was in his master's dining hall. Even the fences, the well, and the vegetable garden at times are mentioned in his letters to Deborah, and his mechanical skill stood him in good stead as a householder. He knew how the carpets should be laid down, what stuff should be purchased for curtains in the blue chamber, and by what kind of hooks they should be fastened to the curtain rails, and the number of curtains at each window that the London fashions required. In one letter he gives Deborah minute instructions as to how the blue room in his Philadelphia home was to be painted and papered. In a subsequent letter, after saying that he was glad to hear that certain pictures were safe arrived at Philadelphia, he adds, "You do not tell me who mounted the great one, nor where you have hung it up." In his relations to his home, at any rate, we can discern nothing of the lack of order with which he was so frank in reproaching himself. During the time that he was detained in New York by Lord Loudon, he several times had occasion to send a message to his wife about something that he had left behind in his house at Philadelphia or in his house at Woodbridge in New Jersey, and nothing could be more exact than his recollection as to just where each thing was. He writes for his best spectacles. He had left them on the table. He said, meaning at Woodbridge, in the right-hand little drawer under his desk in Philadelphia was some of the Indian lady's gut cambric. It was to be rolled up like a ribbon, wrapped in paper, and placed in the Indian sealskin hussif with the other things already in it, and the hussif was to be forwarded to him. It would be an acceptable present to a gimcrack great man in London that was his friend. In certain places on his bookshelves at Woodbridge, which he precisely locates where the Gardener's Dictionary by P. Miller and the treatise on cider making, they were to be delivered to Mr. Parker. End of section 15. Section 16 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 4, Franklin's Family Relations. Occasional shadows, of course, fall across the happy and honored life reflected in Franklin's letters to Deborah. We cannot have the evening, however soft and still, without its fading light, or as Franklin himself put it in one of these letters, we are not to expect it will be always sunshine. Strenuous and absorbing as were his public tasks during each of his missions to England, signalized as the latter were by the honors conferred on him by ancient seats of learning, and the attentions paid him by illustrious men, charming and refreshing as were his excursions for health and recreation about the British Islands and on the Continent, and his hours of social relaxation in the country houses of England, Scotland, and Ireland, supplied as he was at No. 7 Craven Street with every domestic comfort that the assiduous management of Mrs. Stevenson, who even took care that his shirts should be well aired, as Deborah directed, could provide. His thoughts now and then, as we have seen, tristfully reverted to his home on the other side of the Atlantic. Some 6 months after his arrival in England in 1757, he expressed the hope that, if he stayed another winter, it would be more agreeable than the greatest part of the time that he had spent in England. Some 2 months after his return to England in 1764, he writes to Deborah that he hopes that the few months slid into 10 years, will finish affairs in England to his wish, and bring him to that retirement and repose with his little family, so suitable to his years, and which he has so long set his heart upon. Some 4 years later he wrote to Deborah, "I feel stronger and more active, yet I would not have you think that I fancy I shall grow young again. I know that men of my bulk often fail suddenly. I know that according to the course of nature I cannot at most continue much longer, and that the living even of another day is uncertain. I therefore now form no schemes but such as are of immediate execution, indulging myself in no future prospect except one, that of returning to Philadelphia, there to spend the evening of life with my friends and family. There was a time when he loved England, and would perhaps have contentedly lived and died there, if his Larrys and Penates could have been enticed into taking up their abode there. With his broad, tolerant, jocund nature, he was, it must be confessed, not a little like a hare, which soon makes a form for itself wherever it happens to crouch. The homesickness which colours a few of his letters is to no little extent the legacy of illness, but much as he was absent from home, alchemist as he always was in transmuting all that is disagreeable in life into what is agreeable, or at least endurable, the family hearthside never ceased to have a bright, cheerful glow for his well-ordered, home-loving nature. Grave illness was more than once his lot during his mission to England. Shortly after his arrival in that country in 1757, he was seized with a violent attack of sickness accompanied by delirium, which left him in an invalid condition for quite a time. From the account that he gives of the cupping, vomiting, and purging that he underwent under the care of good Dr. Fothergill, there would seem to have been no lack of opportunity for the escape of the disease, which, judging by the amount of bark that he took in substance and infusion, was probably some form of malarial fever. This attack gives a decidedly valetudinary tone to one of his subsequent letters to Deborah. "I'm much more tender than I used to be," he said, "and sleep in a short calico bedgown, with close sleeves and flannel close-footed trousers. For without them I give no warmth at night. So it seems I grow older apace." Deborah's health, too, about this time was not over good, for a few months later he writes to her, "It gives me concern to receive such frequent accounts of your being indisposed. But we both of us grow in years, and must expect our constitutions, though tolerably good in themselves, will by degrees give way to the infirmities of age." Shortly after Franklin's arrival in England in 1764, he was seized with another attack of illness, but he was soon able to declare that, thanks to God, he was got perfectly well, his cough being quite gone, and his arms mending, so that he could dress and undress himself if he chose to endure a little pain. A few months later he says it rejoices him to learn that Deborah is freer than she used to be from the headache and the pain in her side. He himself, he said, was likewise in perfect health. Again he writes to Deborah in the succeeding year, "I congratulate you on the soon expected repeal of the Stamp Act, and on the great share of health we both enjoy, though now going in fourscore, that is, in the fourth score." He was not allowed, however, to indulge long the spirit of congratulation, for a few months later one of his letters to Deborah brings to our knowledge the fact that he had been very ill. After his recovery from this illness he does not seem to have been attacked by anything again while in England, beyond a fit or so of the gout, and in 1768 he readily assents to the statement of Deborah that they were both blessed with a great share of health, considering their years, then 63. A few years more, however, and Franklin's correspondence indicates plainly enough that this statement was no longer applicable to Deborah. In the letter last mentioned, her husband writes to her that he wonders to hear that his friends were backward in bringing her his letters when they arrived, and thinks it must be a mere imagination of hers, the effect of some melancholy humour she happened then to be in. And some 4 years afterwards he recommends to her a dietary for the preservation of her health and the improvement of her spirits. But both were then beyond repair, and 2 years later she was in the Elysian fields, where, despite what was reported, as we shall see, by Franklin to Madame Helvetius about his Eurydice and Monsieur Helvetius, it is impossible to believe that she, faithful, loving creature that she was, did anything but inconsolably await his coming. Of course, we are not wholly dependent upon Franklin's letters to Deborah for details relating to Sally and Richard Batch. A very readable letter of his is the one written by him to Sally from Reedy Island on his way to England in 1764. Its opening sentences bring home to us anew the multitude of his friends and the fervid enthusiasm of their friendship. "Our good friends Mr. Galloway, Mr. Warden, and Mr. James came with me in the ship from Chester to Newcastle, and went ashore there," he said. "It was kind to favour me with their good company as far as they could. The affectionate leave taken of me by so many friends at Chester was very endearing. God bless them and all Pennsylvania." Then, after observing that the natural prudence and goodness of heart with which God had blessed Sally made it less necessary for him to be particular in giving her advice, Franklin tells her that the more attentively dutiful and tender she was towards her good mamma, the more she would recommend herself to him, adding, "But why should I mention me, when you have so much higher a promise in the commandments, that such conduct will recommend you to the favor of God?" After this he warns her that her conduct should be all the more circumspect, that no advantage might be given to the malevolence of his political enemies, directs her to go constantly to church, and advises her in his absence to acquire those useful accomplishments, arithmetic and bookkeeping. In his next letter to Sally, he tells her that he has met her husband at Preston, where he had been kindly entertained for 2 or 3 days by her husband's mother and sisters, whom he liked much. The comfort that this assurance gave to a wife who had never met her husband's relatives can be readily appreciated. He had advised Batch, he said, to settle down to business in Philadelphia, where he would always be with her. Almost any profession a man has been educated in being preferable, in his opinion, to an office held at pleasure, as rendering him more independent, more a free man, and less subject to the caprices of superiors. This means, of course, that the Batches, too, were looking for a seat in the post-office carryall, in which room was found for so many of Franklin's relations and protégés. By industry and frugality, Franklin further said, you may get forward in the world, being both of you yet young. And then what we may leave you at our death may be a pretty addition, though of itself far from sufficient to maintain and bring up a family. It is of the more importance for you to think seriously of this, as you may have a number of children to educate. Till my return you need be at no expense for rent, etc., as you are all welcome to continue with your mother, and indeed it seems to be your duty to attend her, as she grows infirm, and takes much delight in your company and the child's. This saving will be a help in your progress, and for your encouragement I can assure you that there is scarce a merchant of opulence in your town whom I do not remember, a young beginner with as little to go on with and no better prospects than Mr. Batch. Ben, of course, is not overlooked. I am much pleased with the account I received from all hands of your dear little boy. I hope he will be continued a blessing to us all. It must have been a great gratification to him to learn that Betsy, William Franklin's wife, as well as Deborah, had stood as godmother for the child. In his next letter to Sally, acknowledging the receipt of a pleasing letter from her, he states that he is glad that she has undertaken the care of the housekeeping, as it would be an ease to her mother, especially if she could manage to her approbation. That, he commented significantly, may perhaps be at first a difficulty. It would be of use to her, he continued, if she would get a habit of keeping exact accounts, and it would be some satisfaction to him to see them, for she should remember, for her encouragement in good economy, that whatever a child saves of its parents' money will be its own another day. Study, the letter concludes, poor Richard a little, and you may find some benefit from his instructions. These letters were all written from London. The rest of Franklin's letters to Sally alone were written from Passy. In the first he says that if she knew how happy her letters made him, and considered how many of them miscarried, she would, he thought, write oftener. A daughter had then been added to the members of the Batch household, and that he had a word to pen about her goes almost without saying. He expresses the hope that Sally would again be out of the city during the hot months for the sake of this child's health. For I begin to love the dear little creature from your description of her, he said. This was the letter in which Sally was so pointedly scored for not living more simply and frugally. I was charmed, he declared, with the account you gave me of your industry, the tablecloths of your own spinning, etc., but the latter part of the paragraph, that you had sent for linen from France, because weaving and flax were grown dear, alas, that dissolved the charm. And you sending for long black pins and lace and feathers disgusted me as much as if you had put salt into my strawberries. The spinning, I see, is laid aside, and you are to be dressed for the ball. You seem not to know, my dear daughter, that of all dear things in this world, idleness is the dearest, except mischief. Then Ben, as usual, comes in for notice. As he intended him for a Presbyterian as well as a Republican, he had sent him to finish his education at Geneva, Franklin stated. He is much grown, he continues, in very good health, draws a little, as you will see by the enclosed, learns Latin, writing, arithmetic, and dancing, and speaks French better than English. He made a translation of your last letter to him, so that some of your works may now appear in a foreign language. A few sentences more with regard to her second son Will, and another topic, and there is a regurgitation of his disgust over Sally's extravagance. When I began, he said, to read your account of the high prices of goods, a pair of gloves, $7, a yard of common gauze, $24, and that it now required a fortune to maintain a family in a very plain way. I expected you would conclude with telling me that everybody as well as yourself was grown frugal and industrious, and I could scarce believe my eyes in reading forward that there never was so much pleasure and dressing going on, and that you yourself wanted black pins and feathers from France to appear, I suppose, in the mode. This leads me to imagine that it is perhaps not so much that the goods are grown dear as that the money has grown cheap, as everything else will do when excessively plenty, and that people are still as easy nearly in their circumstances as when a pair of gloves might be had for half a crown. The war indeed may in some degree raise the prices of goods, and the high taxes which are necessary to support the war may make our frugality necessary. And as I am always preaching that doctrine, I cannot in conscience or in decency encourage the contrary. By my example in furnishing my children with foolish modes and luxuries, I therefore send all the articles you desire, that are useful and necessary, and omit the rest. For as you say, you should have great pride in wearing anything I send, and showing it as your father's taste. I must avoid giving you an opportunity of doing that with either lace or feathers. If you wear your cambric ruffles as I do, and take care not to mend the holes, they will come in time to be lace, and feathers, my dear girl, may be had in America from every cock's tail. Franklin's last letter to Sally was written from Passy, and contains the inimitable strictures on the order of the Cincinnati, to which we shall hereafter return, but nothing of any personal or domestic interest. 2 of the letters of Franklin are written to Sally and her husband together. Dear son and daughter is the way he begins, and one ends, I'm ever, my dear children, your affectionate father. Both of these letters were written from Passy, one of them in addition to letting the parents know that Ben promised to be a stout as well as a good man, presents with no little pathos the situation of the writer on the eve of his departure from France for Philadelphia in 1785. After mentioning his efforts to engage some good vessel bound directly for Philadelphia, which would agree to take him on board at Havre with his grandson's servants and baggage, he sketches this lugubrious picture of himself. Infirm as I am, I've need of comfortable room and accommodations. I was miserably lodged in coming over hither, which almost demolished me. I must be better stowed now, or I shall not be able to hold out the voyage. Indeed, my friends here are so apprehensive for me that they press me much to remain in France, and 3 of them have offered me an asylum in their habitations. They tell me I'm here among a people who universally esteem and love me, that my friends at home are diminished by death in my absence, that I may there meet with envy and its consequent enmity, which here I am perfectly free from. This supposing I live to complete the voyage, but of that they doubt. The desire, however, of spending the little remainder of life with my family is so strong as to determine me to try at least whether I can bear the motion of a ship. If not, I must get them to set me on shore somewhere in the Channel, and content myself to die in Europe. This is melancholy enough, but the wonderful old man weathered out the voyage, and contrived on the way to write 3 elaborate treatises on practical subjects, which, good as they are of their kind, the general reader would gladly exchange for the addition of a few dozen pages to the Autobiography. In his last years he was like the mimosa tree, dying, to all appearances, one year, and the next throwing out fresh verdurous branches from his decaying trunk. Among the writings of Franklin are also letters to Richard Batch alone. The first is dated October 7, 1772, and begins, Loving Son. But loving son as Batch was, Franklin was too indisposed to encourage pecuniary laxity in a son-in-law who had to make his way in the world, not to remind him that there remained 5 guineas unpaid, which he had of him just on going away. Send it in a venture for Ben to Jamaica, he said. The next letter to Batch relates to the hospitable post office. Batch, he says, will have heard before it got to hand that the writer had been displaced, and consequently would have it no longer in his power to assist him in his views relating to the post office. "As things are," he remarked, "I would not wish to see you concerned in it, for I conceive that the dismissing me, merely for not being corrupted by the office to betray the interests of my country, will make it some disgrace among us to hold such an office." The remainder of Franklin's letters to Batch, with the exception of a letter introducing him, Thomas Paine, the author of Common Sense, were written from Passy. One of them had something pungent, but just enough to say about Lee and Izard and the cabal for removing Temple. Sally declared on one occasion that she hated all South Carolinians, from B., a member of Congress from South Carolina, to Izard. This letter discloses the fact that Ben had been placed at school at Geneva in the old 13 United States of Switzerland, as the writer calls them. It is signed, "I'm your affectionate father." Another letter indicates that Franklin had sent a profile of the growing boy to his parents so that they could see the changes which he had undergone in the preceding 4 years. This letter also expresses the willingness of the grandfather to give at his expense to William Batch's second son the best education that America could afford. In his next and last letter to Batch, Franklin makes these comments upon Ben, which not only show how much he loved him, but how quietly his temperament could accept even such a disappointment as his failure to secure the merited office for Temple. "Benny continues well and grows amazingly. He is a very sensible and a very good lad, and I love him much. I had thoughts of bringing him up under his cousin and fitting him for public business, thinking he might be of service hereafter to his country. But being now convinced that service is no inheritance, as the proverb says, I have determined to give him a trade that he may have something to depend on, and not be obliged to ask favors or offices of anybody. And I flatter myself he will make his way good in the world with God's blessing. He has already begun to learn the business from masters, a printer and a letter founder, who come to my house, and is very diligent in working and quick in learning." 2 letters to the boy himself are among Franklin's published writings. The first is couched in sweet, simple terms, suited to the age of his youthful correspondent, and the second is interesting only as evidencing how closely the grandfather scanned the drawings and handwriting of his grandson, and as emphasizing the importance that he always attached to arithmetic and accounts as elements of an useful education. Sally's reply to her father's rebuke on account of the modish vanities that she asked of him was quite spirited. "How could my dear papa," she said, "give me so severe a reprimand for wishing a little finery? He would not, I am sure, if he knew how much I have felt it. Last winter, in consequence of the surrender of General Burgoyne, was a season of triumph to the Whigs, and they spent it gaily. You would not have had me, I'm sure, stay away from the ambassador's or Gerard's entertainments, nor when I was invited to spend a day with General Washington and his lady. And you would have been the last person, I'm sure, to have wished to see me dressed with singularity, though I never love dress so much as to wish to be particularly fine. Yet I never will go out when I cannot appear so as to do credit to my family and husband." Apparently Sally was not always so unsuccessful as she was on this occasion in her efforts to secure something to wear, suitable to her situation as a daughter of a very distinguished citizen of Philadelphia in easy circumstances. Nothing, she once wrote to her father, was ever more admired than her new gown. It is obvious, however, that Franklin was resolved that his daughter at least should heed and profit by what Father Abraham had to say in his discourse about the effect of silk, satin, scarlet, and velvets in putting out the kitchen fire. In his will he bequeathed to her the picture of Louis XV, given to him by the king, which was set with 408 diamonds, requesting, however, that she would not form any of those diamonds into ornaments either for herself or daughters, and thereby introduce or countenance the expensive, vain, and useless fashion of wearing jewels in this country. The outer circle of the diamonds was sold by Sally, and all the proceeds she and her husband made the tour of Europe. When Franklin returned from his second mission, it was to reside with his daughter and son-in-law in the new house with the kitchen, dining room, and blue chamber mentioned in his letters to Deborah. Cohabitation with the Batches proved so agreeable that he wrote Polly Hewson that he was delighted with his little family. "Willie told Temple has got a little gun, marches with it and whistles at the same time by way of fife." There are also some amusing observations in a later letter of his to Temple, on a letter written by Ben to Temple when Temple was at the house of his Tory father in New Jersey, but which was never sent. It was thought said Franklin, to be too full of pot hooks and hangers, and so unintelligible by the dividing words in the middle and joining ends of some to beginnings of others, that if it had fallen into the hands of some committee, it might have given them too much trouble to decipher it, on a suspicion of its containing treason, especially as directed to a Tory house. An earlier letter from Franklin to Polly Hewson about Ben is marked by the same playful spirit. Ben, the grandfather, said, "When I delivered him your blessing, inquired the age of Elizabeth, Mrs. Hewson's daughter, and thought her yet too young for him. But as he made no other objection, and that will lessen every day, I've only to wish, being alive, to dance with your mother at the wedding." After his arrival in America, Franklin was appointed Postmaster General of the colonies by Congress, and this appointment gave Richard Batch another opportunity to solicit an office from his father-in-law. With his usual unfaltering nepotism, Franklin appointed him Deputy Postmaster General, but subsequently Congress removed him, and there was nothing for him to do but to court fortune in business again, with such aid as Franklin could give him in mercantile circles in France. In the latter years of Franklin's life there was a very general feeling that he had made public offers too much of a family perquisite, and this feeling weakened Richard Batch's tenure on the post office, and helped to frustrate all Franklin's plans for the public preferment of Temple and Benjamin Franklin Batch. Much as Washington admired Franklin, the latter was unable to obtain, even by the most assiduous efforts, an office under his administration for either of them. When Franklin's ship approached Philadelphia on his return from Paris, it was his son-in-law who put off in a boat to bring him and his grandsons ashore, and when he landed at Market Street Wharf he was received by a crowd of people with huzzas and accompanied with acclamations quite to his door. After his return he again took up his residence with the Batches in the same house as before, and there is but little more to say about the members of the Batch family. There are, however, some complimentary things worth recalling that were said of Sally by some of her French contemporaries. She, Marbois wrote to Franklin in 1781, passed a part of last year in exertions to rouse the zeal of the Pennsylvania ladies, and she made on this occasion such a happy use of the eloquence which you know she possesses, that a large part of the American army was provided with shirts bought with their money or made by their hands. If there are in Europe, he also said, any women who need a model of attachment to domestic duties and love for their country, Mrs. Batch may be pointed out to them as such. The Marquis de Chateauloux tells us that she was simple in her manners, and, like her respectable father, she possesses his benevolence. Of course, from the letters of Franklin himself we obtain some insight into the domestic conditions by which he was surrounded in his home during the last stages of his existence. To John Jay and Mrs. Jay he wrote, shortly after his arrival in America, that he was then in the bosom of his family, and found 4 new little prattlers, who clung about the knees of their grandpapa, and afforded him great pleasure. It is a peaceful slope, though near the foot of the hill, which is presented to our eyes in these words written by him to Jan Ingenhousz. Except that I am too much encumbered with business, I find myself happily situated here, among my numerous friends, placed at the head of my country by its unanimous voice, in the bosom of my family, my offspring to wait on me and nurse me in a house I built 23 years since to my mind. A still later letter, in which she speaks of Sally, tends to support the idea that it was not his but William Franklin's fault that the reconciliation which was supposed to have taken place between father and son abroad was not sufficiently complete to repress the acrid reference made by Franklin in his will to the fact that his son had been a loyalist. I, too, he wrote to his friend Mather Byles, have a daughter who lives with me and is the comfort of my declining years, while my son is estranged from me by the part he took in the late war and keeps aloof, residing in England, whose cause he espoused, whereby the old proverb is exemplified, my son is my son till he take him a wife, but my daughter's my daughter all days of her life. We are the quicker to place the blame for the recrudescence of the former bitterness upon William Franklin because the life of Franklin is full of proofs that he had a truly forgiving disposition. It is a fact, however, that his unrelenting antipathy to loyalists is the one thing in his career unworthy of a sense of justice and breadth of intellectual charity, otherwise well nigh perfect. We cannot but regret that anything should have shaken the poise of a character which Lecky has truthfully termed one of the calmest and best balanced of human characters. But it is not given even to a Franklin to see things in their ordinary colors through a blood-red mist, and quite as true as any saying that poor Richard ever conceived or borrowed is acarima proximorum odia. In still another letter, one to Madame Brillon, he says, "A dutiful and affectionate daughter, with her husband and 6 children, compose my family. The children are all promising, and even the youngest, who is but 4 years old, contributes to my amusement." And about a year and a half before his death, he records in a letter to Elizabeth Partridge the addition of a little good-natured girl, whom I begin to love as well as the rest. In yet another letter, this time to his friend Alexander Small, after the birth of this little girl, there is a revelation of the domestic quietude in which his long life closed. "I have," he said, "7 promising grandchildren by my daughter, who play with and amuse me, and she is a kind, attentive nurse to me when I am at any time indisposed. So that I pass my time as agreeably as at my age a man may well expect, and have little to wish for, except a more easy exit than my malady seems to threaten." By this time Benjamin Franklin Batch was old enough to be turning to the practical purposes of self-support the knowledge of printing which he had acquired in France. "I'm too old to follow printing again myself," wrote Franklin to Mrs. Catherine Green, "but loving the business, I've brought up my grandson Benjamin to it, and have built and furnished a printing house for him, which he now manages under my eye." The type used by Benjamin in his business were those which grandfather had cast with the aid of his servants in Paris, and employed in printing the brilliant little productions penned by his friends and himself, which created so much merriment in the salon of Madame Helvetius. The 7 children of Sarah Batch were Benjamin Franklin Batch, who married Margaret Marco; William Hartman Batch, who married Catherine Wistar; Eliza Franklin Batch, who married John Edward Harwood; Louis Batch, who married first Mary Ann Swift and then Esther E.G.; Deborah Batch, who married William J. Duane; Richard Batch, who married Sophia B. Dallas, a daughter of Alexander J. Dallas; and Sarah Batch, who married Thomas Sargent. End of section 16. Section 17 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Franklin's Family Relations, Part 5. Besides being a good husband, father, and grandfather, Franklin was also a good son. His father, Josiah, had 7 children by his first wife, Anne, and 10 by a second, Abiah Folger, Franklin's mother. Of this swarm, we are told by the Autobiography that Franklin could remember 13 children sitting at one time at his father's table, who all grew up to be men and women and married. Franklin himself was the youngest son and the youngest child but 2. In few subjects was his adult interest keener than in that of population, and the circumstances of his early life were certainly calculated to stimulate it into a high degree of precocious activity. It is a pleasing portrait that he paints of his father for us in the Autobiography. After describing his physique in the terms already quoted by us, Franklin says, "He was ingenious, could draw prettily, was skilled a little in music, and had a clear, pleasing voice, so that when he played psalm tunes on his violin, and sung withal, as he sometimes did in an evening, after the business of the day was over, it was extremely agreeable to hear. He had a mechanical genius too, and on occasion was very handy in the use of other tradesmen's tools, but his great excellence lay in a sound understanding and solid judgment in prudential matters, both in private and public affairs. In the latter, indeed, he was never employed, the numerous family he had to educate and the straitness of his circumstances keeping him close to his trade. But I remember well his being frequently visited by leading people who consulted him for his opinion in affairs of the town or of the church he belonged to, and showed a great deal of respect for his judgment and advice. He was also much consulted by private persons about their affairs when any difficulty occurred, and frequently chosen an arbitrator between contending parties. At his table he liked to have, as often as he could, some sensible friend or neighbour to converse with, and always took care to start some ingenious or useful topic for discourse, which might tend to improve the minds of his children. By this means he turned our attention to what was good, just, and prudent in the conduct of life, and little or no notice was ever taken of what related to the victuals on the table, whether it was well or ill dressed, in or out of season, of good or bad flavour, preferable or inferior to this or that other thing of the kind, so that I was brought up in such a perfect inattention to those matters as to be quite indifferent what kind of food was set before me, and so unobservant of it that to this day, if I am asked, I can scarce tell a few hours after dinner what I dined upon. This has been a convenience to me in travelling, where my companions have been sometimes very unhappy for want of a suitable gratification of their more delicate, because better instructed, tastes and appetites. A story is credited to Josiah by Franklin, which is quite in the manner of the son. When Charles I ordered his proclamation authorizing sports on Sunday to be read in all churches, many clergymen complied, some refused, and others hurried it through as indistinctly as possible. But a certain clergyman, to the surprise of his congregation, read it distinctly. He followed the reading, however, with the fourth commandment, "Remember to keep holy the Sabbath day," and then said, "Brethren, I've laid before you the command of your king and the commandment of your God. I leave it to yourselves to judge which of the two ought rather to be observed." It is to be wished that Franklin could have given us in the Autobiography a companion portrait of his mother also, but this he has not done. He tells us little more than that she was the daughter of Peter Folger, resident of Nantucket, had, like her husband, an excellent constitution, and suckled all her 10 children, a point of capital importance with her son. Franklin further tells us that he never knew either his father or his mother to have any sickness but that of which they died, he at 89 and she at 85. They were both buried in Boston and rested for many years under a monument erected over their graves by Franklin, with a happy inscription from his pen, until this monument, having fallen into a state of dilapidation, was replaced in 1827 by a more durable one, erected by a number of citizens of Boston, who were desirous, as their supplementary inscription states, of reminding succeeding generations that he was born in Boston. In his inscription, Franklin, true to his ideal, states with pride that Josiah and Abiah lived lovingly together in wedlock 55 years, and without an estate or any gainful employment, by constant labor and industry, with God's blessing, maintained a large family comfortably, and brought up 13 children and 7 grandchildren reputably. In the light of the altered domestic standards of the present time, it requires some little effort, after reading these words, to accept the subsequent statement in the inscription that Josiah was not only a pious but a prudent man. Peter Folger was evidently regarded by Franklin with distinct favor because of his tolerant characteristics. The flower of tolerance did not often lift up its head in the frigid air of what someone has wittily styled the Ice Age of New England history. In the Autobiography, Franklin speaks of Folger as one of the first settlers of New England, of whom honorable mention is made by Cotton Mather in his church history of that country, entitled Magnolia Christi Americana, as a godly, learned Englishman, if he remembers the words rightly. I've heard the Autobiography goes on that he wrote sundry small occasional pieces, but only one of them was printed, which I saw now many years since. It was written in 1675, in the homespun verse of that time, and addressed to those then concerned in the government there. It was in favor of liberty of conscience, and in behalf of the Baptists, Quakers, and other sectaries that had been under persecution, ascribing the Indian wars and other distresses that have befallen the country to that persecution, as so many judgments of God to punish so heinous an offense, and exhorting a repeal of those uncharitable laws. The whole appeared to me as written with a good deal of decent plainness and manly freedom. The 6 concluding lines I remember, though I have forgotten the 2 first of the stanza, but the purport of them was that his censures proceeded from goodwill, and therefore he would be known to be the author. "Because to be a libeller," says he, "I hated with my heart. From Sherburne town, where now I dwell, my name I do put here. Without offence, your real friend, it is Peter Folgier." Verses like these, it is to be feared, call for somewhat the same spirit of toleration as that which Folger himself exhibited towards the Baptists and Quakers, but they were well worthy of remembrance, at any rate, for the brave and enlightened spirit by which they were informed. Peter Folger's plainness of speech seems to have been a family characteristic. In a letter to his sister Jane, written in his last years, Franklin told her frankly that if there had been a misunderstanding between her and one of her relations, he should have concluded that it was her fault, for I think our family, he said, were always subject to being a little miffy. Then, as was his habit, when he had discharged the disagreeable duty of saying something slightly censorious, he brings the stress of his good nature to bear upon his pen, just a little harder than usual. By the way, he asked, is our relationship in Nantucket worn out? I've met with none from thence of late years who were disposed to be acquainted with me, except Captain Timothy Folger. They are wonderfully shy, but I admire their honest plainness of speech. About a year ago I invited 2 of them to dine with me. Their answer was that they would if they could not do better. I suppose they did better, for I never saw them afterwards, and so had no opportunity of showing my miff if I had one. The letters from Franklin to his father and mother are few in number, but not lacking in interest. To the one to Josiah, in which he made the heinous confession that his mind was not very clear as to the difference between Arianism and Arminianism, we have already adverted. In this letter, besides the burden of defending his religious orthodoxy before a very stern tribunal, he had to assume the burden of satisfying his good mother that there was nothing odious in the principles and practices of the Freemasons, and this in the face of the fact that one of their rules was not to admit women into their lodges. Another letter, which begins, "Honored Father and Mother," and ends, "Your affectionate and dutiful son," discourses in quite a learned fashion upon various remedies that might take the place of the ebbing vis medicatrix naturae, which had served the aged pair so well for such a long span of years. But the son is careful to say that he hopes that his parents will consider his advice upon such subjects only as marks of his goodwill, and put no more of it in practice than should happen to agree with their doctor's directions. Another letter, beginning, "Honored Mother," deals with topics of a very different nature from either religious dogmas or the sapo philosophorum of his medicinal communication. Cousin Josiah Davenport and his spouse had arrived at Philadelphia hearty and well. He had met them the evening before at Trenton, 30 miles off, and had accompanied them to town. How gracious, we may remark, was the old Pennsylvania hospitality, which sometimes greeted the coming guest 30 miles away, and instead of speeding the parting guest, sometimes followed him for as great a distance when he was going. They, Franklin continued, went into their own house on Monday, and I believe will do very well, for he seems bent on industry, and she appears a discreet, notable young woman. My wife has been to see them every day, calling in as she passes by, and I suspect has fallen in love with our new cousin, for she entertains me a deal when she comes home with what Cousin Sally does, and what Cousin Sally says, what a good contriver she is, and the like. In his next letter to Abiah, Franklin sends her one of his far-famed almanacs, and then adds, "I send you also a moire d'or enclosed, which please to accept towards chaise hire, that you may ride warm to meetings this winter." From the moire d'or he passes to infantile complaints, which it must have pained the heart of the mother of 10 children to hear had carried off many children in Philadelphia that summer. And then, after just a word about Cousin Coleman and 2 of the outspoken Folgers, he has this to say about Sally: "Your granddaughter is the greatest lover of her book and school of any child I ever knew, and is very dutiful to her mistress as well as to us." In one of her letters to her son, Abiah tells him that she is very weak and short-breathed, so that she can't sit up to write much, although she sleeps well at night, and her cough is better, and she has a pretty good stomach to her victuals. In the same letter she also says, "Pray excuse my bad writing and inditing, for all tell me I am too old to write letters." No courtier could have framed a more graceful response to this appeal, let alone the sincerity of filial respect and love. "We received your kind letter of the 2nd instant," wrote Franklin, "and we are glad to hear you still enjoy such a measure of health, notwithstanding your great age. We read your writing very easily. I never met with a word in your letters but what I could readily understand, for though the hand is not always the best, the sense makes everything plain." The numerous family details in this letter render it the most interesting of Franklin's letters to his mother. They had concluded, he said, to sell at the first good opportunity a negro slave and his wife, who appeared to have been guilty of some thievery. "For we do not like negro servants," he declared. For the sake of human consistency, it is to be hoped that the pair were sold long before he became the president of the Pennsylvania Society for the Abolition of Slavery, and assailed the African slave trade with such telling raillery. But to sell all one's own negroes, and then to enter upon a perfervid course of agitation for the enfranchisement of one's neighbor's negroes without compensation, was a thing of not uncommon occurrence in American history, so long as the institution of slavery lasted. William Franklin, he tells has acquired a habit of idleness on the expedition against Canada, but had begun of late to apply himself to business, and he hoped would become an industrious man. He imagined his father said Franklin had got enough for him, but I have assured him that I intend to spend what little I have myself, if it please God that I live long enough, and as he by no means wants sense, he can see by my going on that I am like to be as good as my word. Sally, he says, grows a fine girl, and is extremely industrious with her needle and delights in her book. She is of a most affectionate temper, and perfectly dutiful and obliging to her parents and to all. Perhaps I flatter myself too much, but I have hopes that she will prove an ingenious, sensible, notable, and worthy woman, like her Aunt Jenny. She goes now to the dancing school. After Franklin decamped from Boston as a boy, he rarely again saw his parents, but down to the days of their respective deaths he kept in touch with them immediately through his own correspondence with them, and also immediately through his correspondence with his sister Jane. "You have mentioned nothing in your letter of our dear parents," he observes in one of his letters to her. "Dear sister, I love you tenderly for your care of our father in his sickness," he writes to her on another occasion, and finally, when a home had gone and ta'en her wages, he sent these feeling words to this same sister and her husband: "Dear brother and sister, I received yours with the affecting news of our dear good mother's death. I thank you for your long continued care of her in her old age and sickness. Our distance made it impracticable for us to attend her, but you have supplied all. She has lived a good life as well as a long one, and is happy." Josiah left an estate valued at $2,400. Some years after his death, when Franklin happened to be in Boston, an old man produced a bond executed by the father for about 15 or 16 pounds, and asked the son to pay it. This Franklin declined to do, taking the position that as he had never received any share of his father's estate, he did not think himself obliged to pay any of the debts due by it. Another reason, as he afterwards stated in a letter to his sister Jane, in which the incident was mentioned, was that he considered the matter one rather for the attention of his brother John, the administrator of his father, than himself. But in this same letter, nevertheless, he sent these instructions to Jane: "If you know that person, I wish you would now, out of Hall's money, a sum that was to be collected for him and to be given to her, pay that debt. For I remember his mildness on the occasion with some regard. A soft answer, we know, tends to turn away wrath, but it is not often, we imagine, that mildness proves such an effective policy for the collection of a stale debt. Dear kindred blood, how I do love you all!" The exclamation of Daniel Webster might as well have issued from the great loving heart of Franklin. Like the brethren of Joseph, the son of Jacob, pretty much all of his contemporary relations came to share in one way or another in the good fortune of the only prosperous member of the family. Franklin was too young to have ever met the two brothers of his father, who lived and died in England. John the Banbury Dyer, with whom Franklin's paternal grandfather, Thomas, resided in his old age, and with whom Franklin's father served an apprenticeship, and Thomas, the Ecton forerunner of Franklin himself, whom we have already mentioned, but his paternal uncle Benjamin, who followed Franklin's father to New England and lived in the same house with him for some years, Franklin did know, and brings before us quite clearly in the Autobiography. He was bred a silk dyer in England, was an ingenious and very pious man, we are assured by his nephew, and died at a great age. It was to the warm affection that existed between this uncle, whose grandson, Samuel Franklin, was one of Franklin's correspondents, and Franklin's father, that Franklin owed his Christian name. Besides being a dyer, a great attender of sermons of the best preachers, which he took down in his shorthand, he was, the Autobiography states, a poet, and also much of a politician, too much perhaps for his station. In his agreeable life of Franklin, Parton has this to say of the uncle's poetry books. The poetry books of Uncle Benjamin, which are still in perfect preservation, though it is 180 years since he bought the first of them, are neatly written and carefully indexed. Many of the pieces are acrostics, and several are curiously shaped on the page, dwindling or expanding in various forms, according to the quaint fancy of the poet. No true poet, of course, ever had the patience to index his poems, and the best that can be said of the uncle as a poet is that, though he did not reach even the lowest slopes of Parnassus, he attained a point distinctly nearer to its base than the nephew ever did. Every family event seems to have been a peg for him to hang a verse upon, and among his lines are these, sent across the Atlantic in return for something from the pen of his nephew, who was at that time about 7 years of age. "'Tis time for me to throw aside my pen, when hanging sleeves read, write, and rhyme like men. This forward spring foretells a plenteous crop, for if the bud bear grain, what will the top? If plenty in the verdant blade appear, what may we not soon hope for in the ear? When flowers are beautiful before they're blown, what rarities will afterward be shown?" The uncle was living in New England when Josiah, Franklin's brother, who had run away to sea, and who had not been heard from for 9 years, turned up again in Boston. That was a domestic event of entirely too much importance to be unsung by an uncle at once pious and poetical. So after some vigorous references to the deity who stills the storm and does assuage proud dreadful seas, death-threatening rage, the honest poet breaks out into this invocation, in which he had every right to believe that the long-lost Josiah would heartily join. "O let men praise this mighty Lord, and all his wondrous works record. Let all the sons of men before whose eyes those works are done adore." But his rhymes appear to have fallen upon an ear deaf to the appeals of both piety and poetry, for one of the poet's poetry books contains this resentful entry: "The third part of the 107th Psalm, which follows next, I composed to sing at first meeting with my nephew Josiah Franklin, but being unaffected with God's great goodness in his many preservations and deliverances, it was coldly entertained." The extent to which his Uncle Benjamin had been a politician in England was brought home to Franklin by a curious incident when he was in London. A second-hand book dealer, who knew nothing of the relationship between the two, offered to sell him a collection of pamphlets bound in 8 volumes folio and 24 volumes quarto and octavo, and containing all the principal pamphlets and papers on political topics printed in England from the Restoration down to the year 1715. On examining them, Franklin was satisfied from the handwriting of the tables of contents, memoranda of prices, and marginal notes in them, as well as from other circumstances, that his Uncle Benjamin was the collector, and he bought them. In all probability they had been sold by the uncle when he emigrated from England to New England more than 50 years before. The Autobiography does not mention the fact that Franklin had at least one aunt on the paternal side, but he had. In a letter in the year 1767 to Samuel Franklin, the grandson of his Uncle Benjamin, after stating that there was at that time but 2 of their relations bearing the name of Franklin living in England, namely Thomas Franklin of Lutterworth in Leicestershire, a dyer, and his daughter Sally, Franklin asserts that there were, besides still living in England, Eleanor Morris, an old maiden lady, the daughter of Hannah, the sister of Franklin's father, and Hannah Walker, the granddaughter of John, the brother of Franklin's father, and her 3 sons. No Arab was ever made happier by the reception of a guest than was Franklin by the discovery of a new Franklin. In 1781, when a lady at Königsberg, who was the granddaughter of John Franklin, communicated to him certain facts about her family history, he replied in terms that left her no footing for a claim of relationship, but added affably, "It would be a pleasure to me to discover a relation in Europe possessing the amiable sentiments expressed in your letter. I assure you I should not disown the meanest." One of the statements of this letter was that he had exact accounts of every person of his family since the year 1555, when it was established in England. Such a thing as sensitiveness to his humble origin, or the social obscurity of his kinfolk, could find no lodgment in a mind so capacious, a heart so kind, or a nature so full of manly self-respect as his. To say nothing more, he was too much of a philosopher not to realize how close even the high-born nobleman, when detached from privilege and social superstition, is to the forked radish to which elemental man has been likened. It is true that he once wrote to his sister Jane that he would not have her son Peter put the Franklin arms on soap of his making, and this has been cited as evidence that even Franklin had his petty modicum of social pride. The imputation overlooks the reason that he gave, namely, that to use the Franklin coat of arms for such a purpose would look too much like an attempt to counterfeit the soap formerly made by Peter's uncle John. It was Franklin's true pride of character that disarmed the social arrogance which might otherwise have rendered him less triumphantly successful than he was in winning his way into the favor of the most accomplished men and the most beautiful and elegant women in France. With regard to his generous conduct to his brother James, we have already spoken of Jemmy, James's son, who became Franklin's apprentice at James's request. We have a few in letter from Franklin to his sister Jane, in which he uses Jemmy as an illustration of how unreasonably her son Benny, when Mr. Parker's apprentice, might have complained of the clothes furnished to him by his master. I never knew an apprentice, he said, contented with the clothes allowed him by his master, let them be what they would. Jemmy Franklin, when with me, was always dissatisfied and grumbling. When I was last in Boston, his aunt bid him to go to a shop and please himself, which the gentleman did, and bought a suit of clothes on my account dearer by one half than any I ever afforded myself, one suit excepted, which I don't mention by way of complaint of Jemmy, for he and I are good friends, but only to show you the nature of boys. What a good friend he proved to Jemmy when the latter became his own master, we have seen. The erratum of which Franklin was guilty in his relations to his brother James was fully corrected long before he left a will behind him, conferring upon James' descendants the same measure of his remembrance as that conferred by him upon the descendants of his brother Samuel and his sisters. Four of Franklin's brothers died young, and Josiah, his seafaring brother, perished at sea not long after he excited the dudgeon of his uncle Benjamin by his indifference to his uncle's line of thanksgiving. As long as Franklin's brothers John and Peter were engaged, as their father had been, in the business of making soap and candles, Franklin assisted them by obtaining consignments of their wares from them, and advertising these wares in his newspaper, and selling them in his shop. Later, when he became Deputy Postmaster General of the Colonies, he made John postmaster at Boston and Peter postmaster at Philadelphia. Referring to a visit that he paid to John at Newport, Franklin says in the Autobiography, "He received me very affectionately, for he always loved me." When John died in 1756 at the age of 65, some years after his brother Benjamin had thoughtfully devised a special catheter for his use, the latter wrote to his sister Jane, "I condole with you on the loss of our dear brother. As our number grows less, let us love one another proportionably more." John's widow he made postmistress at Boston in her husband's place. Peter Franklin died in 1766 in the 74th year of his age. As soon as the news of Peter's death reached Franklin in London, he wrote a most feeling letter to Peter's widow, Mary. "It has pleased God at length," he said, "to take from us my only remaining brother, and your affectionate husband, with whom you have lived in uninterrupted harmony and love near half a century. Considering the many dangers and hardships his way of life led him into, and the weakness of his constitution, it is wonderful that he lasted so long. It was God's goodness that spared him to us. Let us, instead of repining at what we have lost, be thankful for what we have enjoyed." He then proceeds, in order to allay the widow's fears as to her future, to tell her that he proposes to set up a printing house for her adopted son to be carried on in partnership with her, and to further encourage this son if he managed well. Of Franklin's brother Samuel we know but little. Franklin's oldest sister, Elizabeth Dowse, the wife of Captain Dowse, lived to a very great age, and fell into a state of extreme poverty. When he was consulted by her relations in New England as to whether it was not best for her to give up the house in which she was living, and to sell her personal effects, he sent a reply full of wise kindness. "As having their own way is one of the greatest comforts of life to old people," he said, "I think their friends should endeavor to accommodate them in that as well as in anything else. When they have long lived in a house, it becomes natural to them. They are almost as closely connected with it as the tortoise with his shell. They die if you tear them out of it, old folks and old trees if you remove them. It is 10 to 1 that you kill them. So let our good old sister be no more importuned on that head. We are growing old fast ourselves, and shall expect the same kind of indulgences. If we give them, we shall have a right to receive them in our turn. And as to her few fine things, I think she is in the right not to sell them, and for the reason she gives that they will fetch but little, and when that little is spent they would be of no further use to her. But perhaps the expectation of possessing them at her death may make that person tender and careful of her, and helpful to her to the amount of 10 times their value. If so, they are put to the best use they possibly can be. I hope you visit Sister as often as your affairs will permit, and afford her what assistance and comfort you can in her present situation. Old age, infirmities, and poverty joined are afflictions enough. The neglect and slights of friends and near relations should never be added. People in her circumstances are apt to suspect this sometimes without cause. Appearances should therefore be attended to in our conduct towards them, as well as realities. And then follows the sentence which indicates that apart from the value which belonged to his advice on any practical point, there was good reason why his views about Sister Douse's house and finery should be entitled to peculiar respect. I write by this post to Cousin Williams, he said, to continue his care, which I doubt not he will do. This letter was addressed to his sister Jane. In another to her, written a few weeks later, he said, I'm glad you have resolved to visit Sister Douse oftener. It would be a great comfort to her to find she is not neglected by you, and your example may perhaps be followed by some others of her relations. In the succeeding year, when he was settled in England, he writes to his sister Jane, My wife will let you see my letter containing an account of our travels, which I would have you read to Sister Douse, and give my love to her. Another sister of Franklin, Mary, married Captain Robert Holmes. He was the master of a sloop that plied between Boston and the Delaware, and when he heard at Newcastle that his runaway brother-in-law was living in Philadelphia, he wrote to him begging him to return to Boston, and received from him a reply, composed with so much literary skill that Governor Keith of Pennsylvania, when the letter was shown to him by Holmes, declared that the writer appeared to be a young man of promising parts, and should be encouraged. Mrs. Holmes died of cancer of the breast, which is responsible for the only occasion perhaps on which Franklin was ever known to incline his ear to the virtues of a nostrum. We have here in town, he wrote to his sister Jane, a kind of shell made of some wood, cut at a proper time, by some man of great skill, as they say, which has done wonders in that disease among us, being worn for some time on the breast. I'm not apt to be superstitiously fond of believing such things, but the instances are so well attested as sufficiently to convince the most incredulous. Another sister of Franklin, Lydia, married Robert Scott, but our information about her is very meagre. This is also true of Anne Harris, still another sister of his. We do know, however, that some of her family wandered away to London before Franklin left America on his mission to France, and that one of them took pains to apprise him of her urgent wants after he arrived there. She was, she said, obliged to work very hard, and can be just get the common necessaries of life, and therefore had thoughts of going into a family as housekeeper, having lived in that station for several years, and gave great satisfaction, with a curious disregard to existing conditions, quite unworthy of her connection with her illustrious relative. She even asked him to aid her in securing the promotion of her son in the British Navy. A daughter of this sister, Grace Harris, married Jonathan Williams, a Boston merchant engaged in the West India trade, who enjoyed the honor of acting as the moderator of the meetings held at Faneuil Hall in 1773 for the purpose of preventing the landing of the odious tea. She must have been an elated mother when she received from her uncle in 1771 a letter in which he spoke of her 2 sons in these terms: They are, I assure you, exceeding welcome to me, and they behave with so much prudence that no 2 young men could possibly less need the advice you would have me give them. Josiah is very happily employed in his musical pursuits, and as you hinted to me that it would be agreeable to you if I employed Jonathan in writing, I requested him to put my accounts in order, which had been much neglected. He undertook it with the utmost cheerfulness and readiness, and executed it with the greatest diligence, making me a complete new set of books, fairly written out and settled in a mercantile manner, which is a great satisfaction to me, and a very considerable service. I mention this that you may not be in the least uneasy from an apprehension of their visit being burdensome to me, it being, I assure you, quite the contrary. It has been wonderful to me to see a young man from America in a place so full of various amusements as London is, as attentive to business, as diligent in it, and keeping as close at home till it was finished as if it had been for his own profit, and as if he had been at the public diversions so often as to be tired of them. I pray God to keep and preserve you and yours, and give you again in due time a happy sight of these valuable sons. The same favorable opinion of these two grandnephews found expression in a letter from Franklin to his sister Jane. Josiah, he said, had attained his heart's desire in being under the tuition of Mr. Stanley, the musical composer, who, though he had long left off teaching, kindly undertook, at Franklin's request, to instruct him, and was much pleased with his quickness of apprehension and the progress he was making. And Jonathan appeared a very valuable young man, sober, regular, and inclined to industry and frugality, which were promising signs of success in business. "I am very happy in their company," the letter further stated. With the help of Franklin, Jonathan, one of these two young men, became the naval agent of the United States at Nantes when Franklin was in France. Later he was charged by Arthur Lee with improperly retaining in his hands in this capacity upwards of 100,000 livres due to the United States, and Franklin insisted that Arthur Lee should make good his charge. "I've no desire to screen Mr. Williams on account of his being my nephew," he said, "if he is guilty of what you charge him with. I care not how soon he is deservedly punished, and the family purged of him, for I take it that a rogue living in a family is a greater disgrace to it than one hanged out of it." But when steps were taken by Franklin to have the accounts passed upon by a body of disinterested referees, Lee haughtily refused to reduce his vague accusation to a form sufficiently specific to be laid before them. After John Adams succeeded Silas Deane, Franklin and himself united in executing an order for the payment to Williams of the balance claimed by him, but Adams had been brought over to the suspicions of Lee to such an extent that the order provided that it was not to be understood as an approval of the accounts, but that Williams was to be responsible to Congress for their correctness. With such impetuosity did Adams adopt these suspicions that in a few days after his arrival at Paris, when he had really had no opportunity to investigate the matter, he concurred with Lee in ordering Williams to close his existing accounts and to make new ones. This, of course, was equivalent to dismissal from the employment. Franklin, probably realizing not only the hopelessness of a contest of 1 against 2, but the unwisdom, from a public point of view, of feeding the flame of such a controversy, united with his colleagues in signing the order. End of section 17. Section 18 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 6, Franklin's Family Relations. A bequest of books that he made to Williams is one among many other still more positive proofs that his confidence in his grandnephew was never impaired, and it is only fair to the memory of Adams to suppose that, if he ever had any substantial doubts about William's integrity, they were subsequently dispelled, for when President he appointed Williams a major of artillery in the Federal Army, an appointment which ultimately resulted in his being made the first superintendent of the military academy at West Point. The quarrel, however, did neither Franklin nor the American cause any good. He gave additional color to the accusation that he was too quick to billet his relatives upon the public, and had the effect also of intensifying the dissensions between our representatives in France, which constitute such a painful chapter in the history of the American Revolution. To make things worse, Jonathan failed in business before he left France, and had to obtain a surseance against his creditors through the application of his granduncle to the Count de Vergennes. Franklin's sister Sarah did not long survive her marriage to Joseph Davenport. Her death, Franklin wrote to his sister Jane, was a loss without doubt regretted by all that knew her, for she was a good woman. It was at his instance that Davenport removed to Philadelphia and opened a bakery where he sold choice middling biscuit and occasionally Boston loaf sugar and choice pickled and spiced oysters in kegs. There is a letter from Franklin to Josiah Davenport, the son of Sarah Davenport, written just after the failure of the latter in business, which shows that, open as the door of the post office usually was to members of the Franklin family, it was sometimes slammed with a bang in the face of a mauvais sujet of that blood. Franklin advises Josiah not to think of any place in the post office. The money you receive, he said, will slip through your fingers, and you will run behindhand imperceptibly when your securities must suffer, or your employers. I grow too old to run such risks, and therefore wish you to propose nothing more of the kind to me. I've been hurt too much by endeavoring to help Cousin Ben Meekum. I've no opinion of the punctuality of cousins. They are apt to take liberties with relations they would not take with others, from a confidence that a relation will not sue them. And though I believe you now resolve and intend well in case of such an appointment, I can have no dependence that some unexpected misfortune or difficulty will not embarrass your affairs and render you again insolvent. Don't take this unkind. It is better to be thus free with you than to give you expectations that cannot be answered. So Josiah, who was keeping a little shop at the time, like the famous office seeker who is said to have begun by asking Lincoln for an office and to have ended by asking him for a pair of trousers, had to content himself with a gift of 4 dozen of Evans maps, which, said Franklin in his letter, if you can sell, you are welcome to apply the money towards clothing your boys, or to any other purpose. But of all Franklin's collateral relatives, the one that he loved best was his sister Jane, the wife of Edward Meekum. She survived her brother 4 years, dying at the age of 82, and from her childhood until his death they cherished for each other the most devoted affection. Her letters show that she was a woman of uncommon force of character and mind, and the possessor of a heart so overflowing with tenderness that, when she heard of the birth of Mrs. Batch's 7th child, she even stated to her brother in her delight that she was so fond of children that she longed to kiss and play with every clean, healthy one that she saw on the street. Mrs. Batch, she thought, might yet be the mother of 12 children like herself, though she did not begin so young. In a letter written to her by Franklin from Philadelphia just after he reached his majority, and when she was a fresh girl of 14, he reminds her that she was ever his peculiar favorite. He had heard, he said, that she was grown a celebrated beauty, and he had almost determined to give her a tea-table, but when he considered that the character of a good housewife was far preferable to that of being only a pretty gentlewoman, he had concluded to send her a spinning-wheel as a small token of his sincere love and affection. Then followed this priggish advice: Sister, farewell, and remember that modesty, as it makes the most homely virgin amiable and charming, so the want of it infallibly renders the most perfect beauty disagreeable and odious. But when that brightest of female virtues shines among other perfections of body and mind in the same person, it makes the woman more lovely than an angel. The spinning-wheel was a fit symbol of the narrow, struggling life which was to be Jane Meekum's portion, and which would have imposed upon her a load heavier than she could have borne if her good Philadelphia genius had not always been by her side, either in person or by his watchful proxy, Jonathan Williams, the father of his grandnephew of that name, to sustain her fainting footsteps. Children she had and to spare, but they were all striking illustrations of the truth uttered by the Virginia planter, who affirmed that it is easier for one parent to take care of 13 children than it is for 13 children to take care of one parent. Nothing could be more beautiful than the relations between brother and sister, on the one side a vigilant sympathy and generosity which never lost sight for a moment of the object of their affectionate and helpful offices, on the other a grateful idolatry slightly tinged with the reserve of reverence. Clothes, flour, firewood, money were among the more direct and material forms assumed by Franklin's assistants, given not begrudgingly and frugally, but always with the anxious fear, to no little extent justified by Jane's own unselfish and self-respecting reticence, that she was not as frank as she might be in laying before him the real measure of her necessities. "Let me know if you want any assistance," he was quick to ask her after his return from England in 1775, signing the letter in which he made the request, "Your very loving brother." "Your bill is honored," he writes to her on another occasion, after his return from France to Philadelphia. "It is impossible for me always to guess what you may want, and I hope, therefore, that you will never be shy in letting me know wherein I can help to make your life more comfortable." "How has my poor old sister gone through the winter?" he inquired of Jonathan Williams the younger. "Tell me frankly whether she lives comfortably or is pinched, for I am afraid she is too cautious of acquainting me with all her difficulties, though I am always ready and willing to relieve her when I am acquainted with them." It is manifest that at times he experienced a serious sense of difficulty in doing for her as much as he was disposed to do, and once, when she had thanked him with even more than her usual emphasis for a recent benefaction, he parried her gratitude with one of the humorous stories that served him for so many different purposes. Her letter of extravagant thanks, he said, put him in mind of the story of the Member of Parliament, who began one of his speeches with saying he thanked God that he was born and bred a Presbyterian; on which another took leave to observe that the gentleman must needs be of a most grateful disposition, since he was thankful for such very small matters. The truth is that her pecuniary condition was such that gifts which might have seemed small enough to others loomed large to her. Many doubtless were shifts to which she had to resort to keep her large family going. When her brother was in London on his second mission, he received a letter from her asking him for some fine old linen or cambric dyed with bright colours, such as with all her own art and the aid of good old Uncle Benjamin's memoranda she had been unable, she said, to mix herself. With this material she hoped that she and her daughter Jenny, who, with a little of her assistance, had taken to making flowers for the ladies' heads and bosoms with pretty good acceptance, might get something by it worth their pains, if they lived till next spring. Her language was manifestly that of a person whose life had been too pinched to permit her to deal with the future except at a very close range. Of course her request was complied with. The contrast between her situation in life and that of her prosperous and distinguished brother is brought out as clearly as the colours that she vainly sought to emulate in a letter written by her to Deborah when she hears the rumour that Franklin had been made a baronet and governor of Pennsylvania. Signing herself your ladyship's affectionate sister and obedient humble servant, she wrote, "Dear sister, for so I must call you, come what will, and if I do not express myself proper, you must excuse it, seeing that I have not been accustomed to pay my compliments to governor and baronet's ladies. I am in the midst of a great wash, and Sarah is still sick, and would gladly be excused writing this post, but my husband says I must write and give you joy, which we heartily join in." This was in 1758, when Franklin and other good Americans rarely alluded to England except as home. But 16 years later the feelings of Jane Meekham about baronetcies and colonial governorships had undergone such a change, for she was a staunch patriot, that when it was stated in a Boston newspaper that it was generally believed that Franklin had been promoted by the English government to an office of superior importance, he felt that it was necessary to write to her as follows: "But as I am anxious to preserve your good opinion, and as I know your sentiments, and that you must be much afflicted yourself, and even despise me, if you thought me capable of accepting any office from this government, while it is acting with so much hostility towards my native country, I cannot miss this first opportunity of assuring you that there is not the least foundation for such a report. You need not," he said on one occasion to Jane, "be concerned in writing to me about your bad spelling, for, in my opinion, as our alphabet now stands, the bad spelling, or what is called so, is generally the best, as conforming to the sound of the letters and of the words. To give you an instance, a gentleman receiving a letter in which were these words, 'Not finding Brown at home, I delivard your message to his wife.' The gentleman, finding it bad spelling, and therefore not very intelligible, called his lady to help him read it. Between them they picked out the meaning of all but the if, which they could not understand. The lady proposed calling her chambermaid, for Betty says she has the best knack at reading bad spelling of any one I know." Betty came and was surprised that neither sir nor madam could tell what "ife" was. "Why," says she, "ife spells wife. What else can it spell? And indeed it is a much better, as well as shorter, method of spelling wife than by W-I-E-F-E, which in reality spells double ify." The affectionate interest felt by Franklin and his sister extended to her husband and children. Some of his letters were written to Jane and Edward Meekham jointly, and he evidently entertained a truly fraternal regard for the latter. The fortunes of the children he endeavored to promote by every means in his power. Benny Meekham was placed by him as an apprentice with his partner in the printing business in New York. Mr. Parker, in one of his most admirable letters, is a letter to his sister Jane, already mentioned by us, in which he comments upon a complaint of ill treatment at the hands of Mr. Parker, which Benny had made to her. The wise, kindly, and yet firm language in which he answers one by one the heads of Benny's complaint, which was obviously nothing more than the grumbling of a disaffected boy, lacks nothing but a subject of graver importance to be among the most notable of his letters. On the whole, it was too affectionate and indulgent in tone to have keenly offended even such parental fondness as that which led poor Richard to ask, in the words of Gay, "Where yet was ever found the mother who'd change her booby for another?" But occasionally there is a sentence or so in it which makes it quite plain that Franklin was entirely too wise not to know that the rod has a function to perform in the management of a boy. Referring to Benny's habit of staying out at night, sometimes all night, and refusing to give an account of where he had spent his time or in what company, he said, "This I had not heard of before, though I perceive you have. I do not wonder at his correcting him for that. If he was my own son, I should think his master did not do his duty by him if he omitted it, for to be sure it is the high road to destruction. And I think the correction very light, and not likely to be very effectual, if the strokes left no marks." In the same letter there is a sly passage which takes us back to the part of Jaques' homily, which speaks of the whining schoolboy with his satchel and shining morning face, creeping like snail unwillingly to school. "I did not think it anything extraordinary," Franklin said, "that he should be sometimes willing to evade going to meeting, for I believe it is the case with all boys, or almost all. I have brought up 4 or 5 myself, and have frequently observed that if their shoes were bad they would say nothing of a new pair till Sunday morning, just as the bell rung, when if you asked them why they did not get ready, the answer was prepared, 'I have no shoes,' and so of other things, hats and the like, or if they knew of anything that wanted mending, it was a secret till Sunday morning, and sometimes I believe they would rather tear a little than be without the excuse." Franklin had dipped deeply into the hearts of boys as well as men. When Benny became old enough to enter upon business for himself, his uncle put him in possession of a printing outfit of his own at Antigua, with the understanding that Benny was to pay him 1/3 of the profits of the business, the proportion which he usually received in such cases. Apparently there was every promise of success, an established newspaper, no competing printer, high prices, and a printer who, whatever his faults, had come to be regarded by Mr. Parker as one of his best hands. But the curse of Reuben instability rested upon Benny. Taking offence at a proposal of his uncle respecting the distribution of the profits of the business, really intended to pave the way, when Benny had conquered his flighty unsteadiness of temper, to a gift of the whole printing outfit to him, the nephew insisted that his uncle should name some certain price for the outfit, and allow him to pay it off in instalments. For though he had, he said, a high esteem for his uncle, yet he loved freedom, and his spirit could not bear dependence on any man, though he were the best man living. Provoked by a delay in answering this letter, for which one of Franklin's long journeys was responsible, Benny again wrote to his uncle, stating that he had formed a fixed resolution to leave Antigua, and that nothing that could be said to him would move or shake him. Leave Antigua he did, and when we next hear of him, it is through a letter from Franklin to Jane, in which he tells her that Benjamin had settled his accounts with him, and paid the balance due him honorably, and had also made himself the owner of the printing outfit which had been shipped back from Antigua to Philadelphia. From this time on, until Benny slid down into the gulf of insolvency, owing his uncle some £200, and leaving assets that the latter reckoned would scarce amount to 4 shillings in the pound, he seems to have had no success of any sort except that of winning the hand of a girl, for whom Franklin and Deborah had a peculiar partiality. This was after Benny had returned to Boston, and as bookseller, as well as a printer, had begun life anew with a loan from his uncle, and with good credit. When he was near being married, his uncle wrote to Jane, "I know nothing of that affair but what you write me, except that I think Miss Betsy a very agreeable, sweet-tempered, good girl, who has had a housewifely education, and will make to a good husband a very good wife. Your sister and I have a great esteem for her, and if she will be kind enough to accept for our nephew, we think it will be his own fault if he is not as happy as the married state can make him. The family is a respectable one, but whether there be any fortune I know not. And as you do not inquire about this particular, I suppose you think with me that where everything else desirable is to be met with, that is not very material." What Deborah thought of Miss Betsy may be inferred from the postscript that she hastily annexed to this letter. "If Benny will promise to be one of the tenderest husbands in the world, I give my consent. He knows already what I think of Miss Betsy. I'm his loving aunt." In a subsequent letter, Franklin wrote to Deborah from London that he was glad that Ben has got that good girl. Miss Betsy did not prove to be a fortune to her husband, though she did prove to be such a fruitful wife to him that, when the crash of bankruptcy came, there were a number of small children to be included in his schedule of liabilities. Nor is it easy to see how she or any other woman could prove a fortune to any man of whom such a picture could be sketched as that which Thomas, the author of the History of Printing, sketches of Benny as he was shortly after his return from Antigua. "Benjamin Meekum," writes Thomas, "was in Boston several months before the arrival of his press and types from Antigua, and had much leisure. During this interval he frequently came to the house where I was an apprentice. He was handsomely dressed, wore a powdered bob wig, ruffles and gloves, gentlemanlike appendages which the printers of that day did not assume, and thus apparelled he would often assist for an hour at the press. I viewed him at the press with admiration. He indeed put on an apron to save his clothes from blacking, and guarded his ruffles. He got the nickname of Queer Notions among the printers." The result of it all was that the patience of the uncle was at last completely worn out. "I cannot comprehend," he wrote to Deborah from London, "how so very sluggish a creature as Ben Meekum is grown can maintain in Philadelphia so large a family. I hope they do not hang upon you, for really as we grow old and must grow more helpless, we shall find we have nothing to spare." In a subsequent letter to Williams, he spoke of his sister's children as if they were all thriftless. If such was the case, it was not because of any lack of interest on his part in them. In a letter recommending his son William to Jane's motherly care and advice, he says, "My compliments to my new niece, Miss Sabiah, and pray her to accept the enclosed piece of gold to cut her teeth. He may afterwards buy nuts for them to crack." In another letter to his sister, he expresses pleasure at hearing that her son Peter is at a place where he has full employ. If Peter should get a habit of industry at his new place, the exchange, he said pointedly, would be a happy one. End of section 18. Section 19 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 7, Franklin's Family Relations. In another letter to his sister, he expresses pleasure at hearing that her son Peter is at a place where he has full employ. If Peter should get a habit of industry at his new place, the exchange, he said pointedly, would be a happy one. In a later letter to Jane, he declares that he is glad that Peter is acquainted with the Crown soap business, and that he hopes that he will always take care to make the soap faithfully, and never slight the manufacture, or attempt to deceive by appearances. Then he may boldly put his name and mark, and in a little time it will acquire as good a character as that made by his uncle John, or any other person whatever. He also tells Jane that if Peter will send to Deborah a box of his soap, but not unless it be right good, she would immediately return the ready money to him for it. Many years later, his letters to his sister show that he was then aiding her in different ways, and among others by buying soap of her manufacture from her, and that some cakes of this soap were sent by him as gifts to friends of his in France. Indeed, he told Jane that she would do well to instruct her grandson in the art of making that soap. In the same letter that he wrote to her about Peter and the crown soap, he sent his love to her son Nettie, and Nettie's wife, and the rest of Jane's children. Nettie, born, like Benny, under an unlucky star, had at the time not only a wife, but a disorder which his uncle hoped that he would wear out gradually, as he was yet a young man. If Eben, another of Jane's sons, would be industrious and frugal, it was 10 to 1, his uncle said, that he would get rich, for he seemed to have spirit and activity. As to Johnny, still another of Jane's sons, if he ever set up as a goldsmith, he should remember that there was one accomplishment without which he could not possibly thrive in that trade, that was perfect honesty. In the latter part of his life, after he had been badly hurt by Benny, and had seen so much of his sound counsel come to nothing, he was slower to give advice to the Meekums. Your grandson, he wrote to Jane, referring to one of her grandsons who was for a time in his employment at Philadelphia, behaves very well and is constantly employed in writing for me, and will be so some time longer. As to my reproving and advising him, which you desire, he has not hitherto appeared to need it, which is lucky, as I am not fond of giving advice, having seldom seen it taken. An Italian poet, in his account of a voyage to the moon, tells us that all things lost on earth are treasured there. On which somebody observed, there must then be in the moon a great deal of good advice. Among the letters from Franklin to Jonathan Williams the elder is one asking him to lay out for his account the sum of £50 in the purchase of a marriage present for one of Jane's daughters, who thanks him for it in terms that fall little short of ecstasy. But attached as Franklin was to his sister, he did not hesitate to reprove her when reproof was in his judgment necessary. There is such a thing as not caring enough for a person to reprove him. It was not kind in you, he wrote to her on one occasion, when your sister commended good works, to suppose she intended it a reproach to you. It was very far from her thoughts. His language was still more outspoken on another occasion, when Jane wished him to oust a member of the Franklin connection, with whom she was at odds, from the post office to make a place for Benny. And now, he said, as to what you propose for Benny, I believe he may be, as you say, well enough qualified for it, and when he appears to be settled, if a vacancy should happen, it is very probable he may be thought of to supply it. But it is a rule with me not to remove any officer that behaves well, keeps regular accounts, and pays duly, and I think the rule is founded on reason and justice. I have not shown any backwardness to assist Benny where it could be done without injuring another. But if my friends require of me to gratify not only their inclinations but their resentments, they expect too much of me. Above all things, I dislike family quarrels, and when they happen among my relations, nothing gives me more pain. If I were to set myself up as a judge of those subsisting between you and brothers, widow, and children, how unqualified must I be at this distance to determine rightly, especially having heard but one side. They always treated me with friendly and affectionate regard. You have done the same. What can I say between you but that I wish you were reconciled, and that I will love that side best that is most ready to forgive and oblige the other? You will be angry with me here for putting you and them too much upon a footing, but I shall nevertheless be, dear sister, your truly affectionate brother. Nor did he attempt to disguise his real feelings in a letter which he wrote to Jane near the end of his life, in which he told her that her son-in-law, Colas, who kept a store in Carolina, had wished to buy some goods on credit at Philadelphia, but could not do it without his recommendation, which he could not give without making himself pecuniarily liable, and that he was not inclined to do, having no opinion either of the honesty and punctuality of the people with whom Colas proposed to traffic, or of his skill and acuteness in merchandising. This, he wrote, he declared merely to apologize for any seeming unkindness. The unkindness was but seeming indeed, for the letter also contained these solicitous words: You always tell me that you live comfortably, but I sometimes suspect that you may be too unwilling to acquaint me with any of your difficulties from an apprehension of giving me pain. I wish you would let me know precisely your situation, that I may better proportion my assistance to your wants. Have you any money at interest, and what does it produce, or do you do some kind of business for a living? Jane seems to have maintained her good humour in the face of every timely reproof of her brother, and other than timely reproofs, we may be sure there were none. Indeed, she worshipped him so devotedly is too feeble an adverb, that there was no need for her at any time in her relations with him to fall back upon her good nature. A few extracts from her letters to Franklin will show how deeply the love and gratitude excited by her brother's ceaseless beneficence sank into her heart. "I'm amazed beyond measure," she wrote to Deborah, "when she heard of the threatened attack on Franklin's house, that your house was threatened in the tumult. I thought there had been none among you would proceed to such a length to persecute a man merely for being the best of characters, and really deserving good from the hand and tongue of all his fellow creatures. What a wretched world would this be, if the vile of mankind had no laws to restrain them!" Additional edge to the indignation expressed in this letter was doubtless given by the fact that the writer had just received from her brother, who was then in London, a box containing, among other things, a printed cotton gown, a quilted coat, a bonnet, a cap, and some ribbons for herself and each of her daughters. It is made manifest by other letters than this that her brother's benevolence towards her and her family were quite as active when he was abroad as when he was at home. In 1779 she tells him that in a letter from him to her he, like himself, does all for her that the most affectionate brother can be desired or expected to do. And though, she further said, I feel myself full of gratitude for your generosity, the conclusion of your letter affects me more, where you say you wish we may spend our last days together. Oh, my dear brother, if this could be accomplished, it would give me more joy than anything on this side heaven could possibly do. I feel the want of a suitable conversation. I have but little here. I think I could assume more freedom with you now, and convince you of my affection for you. I've had time to reflect and see my error in that respect. I suffered my diffidence and the awe of your superiority to prevent the familiarity I might have taken with you, and which your kindness to me might have convinced me would be acceptable. A little later she wrote, Your very affectionate and tender care of me all along in life excites my warmest gratitude, which I cannot even think on without tears. What manifold blessings I enjoy beyond many of my worthy acquaintance, who have been driven from their home, lost their interest, and some have the addition of lost health, and won the grievous torment of a cancer, and no kind brother to support her, while I am kindly treated by all about me, and ample provision made for me when I have occasion. As heartfelt was another letter written by her while he was still in France. Believe me, my dear brother, your writing to me gives me so much pleasure that the very great presents you have sent me are but a secondary joy. I've been very sick this winter at my daughter's, kept my chamber 6 weeks, but had a sufficiency for my supply of everything that could be a comfort to me of my own before I received any intimation of the great bounty from your hand, which your letter has conveyed to me, for I have not been lavish of what I before possessed, knowing sickness and misfortunes might happen, and certainly old age. But I shall now be so rich that I may indulge in a small degree of propensity to help some poor creatures who have not the blessing I enjoy. My good fortune came to me altogether to comfort me in my weak state, for as I had been so unlucky as not to receive the letter you sent me through your son Batch's hands, though he informs me he forwarded it immediately. His letter with a draft for 25 guineas came to my hand just before yours, which I have received and cannot find expression suitable to acknowledge my gratitude how I am, by my dear brother, enabled to live at ease in my old age, after a life of care, labor, and anxiety, without which I must have been miserable. Most touching of all are the words which she addressed to her brother shortly before his death. Who that know and love you can bear the thought of surviving you in this gloomy world? Even after his death, his goodness continued to shield her from want, for by his will he devised to her absolutely the house in Unity Street, Boston, in which she lived, and bequeathed to her an annuity of £60. By his will he also bequeathed to her children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, living at the time of his decease, in equal shares, £50 sterling, the same amount that he bequeathed to the descendants living at the time of his brother Samuel, his sister Anne Harris, and his brother James, his sister Sarah, and his sister Lydia, respectively. As we have seen, Franklin's feelings about Deborah's relatives were hardly less cordial than his feelings about his own. In addition to his mother-in-law, Mrs. Reed, and brother John Reed, and sister Reed, and cousin Debbie, and young cousin Johnny Reed, two other kinsmen of Deborah, Joseph Reed and James Reed, are mentioned in his letters. Indeed, at one time he even contrived to ward off the Franklins, Meekums, and Davenports from the post office long enough to appoint Joseph to the postmastership at Philadelphia. But James was so unfortunate as to rub against one of the most highly sensitive surfaces of his disposition. In a letter to him, Franklin says, "Your visits never had but one thing disagreeable in them, that is, they were always too short." But in a later letter he assails Reed fiercely for surreptitiously obtaining a judgment against Robert Grace, one of the original members of the junto, and produces a power of attorney to himself from William Strahan, authorizing him to recover a large sum of money that Reed owed Strahan. Fortune's wheel is often turning, he grimly reminds Reed. The whole letter is written with a degree of asperity that Franklin rarely exhibited except when his sense of injustice was highly inflamed, and the circumstances under which Reed secured the judgment, the little charges that he had cunningly accumulated on it, and the cordial affection of Franklin for Grace would appear to have fully justified Franklin's stern rebuke and exultant production of Strahan's power of attorney. But everything, it must be confessed, becomes just a little clearer when we learn from a subsequent letter of Franklin to Strahan that before he received Strahan's power of attorney and account, there had been a misunderstanding between Reed and himself, occasioned by his endeavoring to get a small office from me, clerk to the Assembly, which I took the more amiss, as we had always been good friends, and the office could not have been of much service to him, the salary being small, but valuable to me as a means of securing the public business to our printing house. The reader will remember that Franklin reserved the right to make full reprisals when anyone undertook to dislodge him from a public office. Nor, as has been apparent enough, was the interest of Franklin limited to contemporary Franklins. If he had been a descendant of one of the high-bred Washingtons of Northamptonshire, the shire to which the lineage of George Washington as well as his own ran back, he could not have been more curious about his descent than he was. "I have ever had pleasure," the opening sentence of the Autobiography declares, "in obtaining any little anecdotes of my ancestors." From notes placed in his hands by his uncle Benjamin, he learned some interesting particulars about his English forebears. They had resided in the village of Ecton, in Northamptonshire, on the Great Northern Turnpike, 66 miles from London, for certainly 300 years, on a freehold of about 30 acres, and the eldest son of the family had always been bred to the trade of a blacksmith. Perhaps, as Pardon conjectures, some swart Franklin at the ancestral forge on the little freehold may have tightened a rivet in the armor, or replaced a shoe upon the horse of a Washington, or doffed his cap to a Washington riding past. From the registers examined by Franklin when he visited Ecton, which ended with the year 1755, he discovered that he was the youngest son of the youngest son for 5 generations back. One of his letters to Deborah contained much agreeable information about his and her English relations, which he collected at this time. After leaving Cambridge, where his vanity, he said, had been not a little gratified by the particular regard shown him by the Chancellor and the Vice-Chancellor of the University and the heads of colleges, he found on inquiry at Wellingborough that Mary Fisher, the daughter and only child of Thomas Franklin, his father's eldest brother, was still living. He knew that she had lived at Wellingborough and had been married there about 50 years before to one Richard Fisher, a grazier and tanner, but supposing that she and her husband were both dead, he had inquired for their posterity. "I was directed," he says, "to their house, and we found them both alive. but weak with age. Very glad, however, to see us. She seems to have been a very smart, sensible woman. They are wealthy, have left off business, and live comfortably. They have had only one child, a daughter who died when about 30 years of age, unmarried. She gave me several of my Uncle Benjamin's letters to her, and acquainted me where the other remains of the family lived, of which I have since my return to London found out a daughter of my father's only sister, very old, and never married. She is a good, clever woman, but poor, though vastly contented with her situation, and very cheerful. The others are in different parts of the country. I intend to visit them, but they were too much out of our tour in that journey. This was in 1758. Mary Fisher had good reason to be weak with age, for this letter states that she was 5 years older than Franklin's sister Dowse, and remembered her going away with Franklin's father and his first wife and 2 other children to New England about the year 1685, or some 73 years before Franklin's visit to Wellingborough. Where are the old men who have seen much? Such have I never seen. Only the truly grey earth humming as it revolves on its axis, the derisive song heard by the fine ear of Emerson, could ask this question unrebuked by such a stretch of human memory as that. The letter then goes on to say that from Wellingborough the writer passed to Ecton, about 3 or 4 miles away, where Franklin's father was born, and where his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather had lived, and how many of the family before them they knew not. We went first, Franklin tells us, to see the old house and grounds. They came to Mr. Fisher with his wife, and after letting them for some years, finding his rent something ill-paid, he sold them. The land is now added to another farm, and a school kept in the house. It is a decayed old stone building, but still known by the name of the Franklin House. Thence we went to visit the rector of the parish, who lives close by the church, a very ancient building. He entertained us very kindly, and showed us the old church register, in which were the births, marriages, and burials of our ancestors for 200 years, as early as his book began. His wife, a good-natured, chatty old lady, granddaughter of the famous Archdeacon Palmer, who formerly had that parish and lived there, remembered a great deal about the family, carried us out into the churchyard, and showed us several of their gravestones, which were so covered with moss that we could not read the letters till she ordered a hard brush and basin of water, with which Peter, Franklin's negro servant, scoured them clean, and then Billy, William Franklin, copied them. She entertained and diverted us highly with stories of Thomas Franklin, Mrs. Fisher's father, who was a conveyancer, something of a lawyer, clerk of the county courts, and clerk to the archdeacon in his visitations. A very leading man in all county affairs, and much employed in public business. He set on foot a subscription for erecting chimes in their steeple, and completed it, and we heard them play. He found out an easy method of saving their village meadows from being drowned, as they used to be sometimes by the river, which method is still in being, but when first proposed nobody could conceive how it could be. But however, they said, if Franklin says he knows how to do it, it will be done. His advice and opinion were sought for on all occasions by all sorts of people, and he was looked upon, she said, by some as something of a conjurer. He died just 4 years before I was born, on the same day of the same month. The likeness between Thomas and his nephew may have been insufficient under any circumstances to justly suggest the thought of a metempsychosis to William Franklin, but Thomas does seem to have been a kind of tentative effort upon the part of nature to create a Benjamin Franklin. The letter then states that after leaving Ecton, the party finally arrived at Birmingham, where they were soon successful in looking up Deborah's and cousin Wilkinson's and cousin Cash's relations. First they found one of the Cashes, and he went with them to Rebecca Flint's, where they saw her and her husband. She was a turner, and he a button-maker. They were childless and glad to see any person that knew their sister Wilkinson. They told their visitors what letters they had received from America, and even assured them, such are the short and simple annals of the poor, that they had out of respect preserved a keg in which a gift of sturgeon from America had reached them. Then follow certain details about other members of this family connection, commonplace enough, however, to reconcile us to the fact that they have been cut short by the mordant tooth of time, which has not spared the remainder of the letter. On his second mission to England, Franklin paid another visit to these Birmingham relations of his wife, and was in that city for several days. The severest test of a good husband is to ask whether he loves his wife's relations as much as his own. To even this test Franklin appears to have been equal. Sally Franklin, the daughter of Thomas Franklin of Lutterworth, a second cousin of Franklin, also flits through the correspondence between Deborah and her husband. When she was about 13 years of age, her father brought her to London to see Franklin, and Mrs. Stevenson persuaded him to leave the child under her care for a little schooling and improvement, while Franklin was off on one of his periodical tours. When I returned, the letter wrote to Deborah, I found her indeed much improved and grown, a fine girl. She is sensible and of a sweet, obliging temper, but is now ill of a violent fever, and I doubt we shall lose her, which particularly afflicts Mrs. Stevenson, not only as she has contracted a great affection for the child, but as it was she that persuaded her father to leave her there. Sally, however, settled all doubts by getting well and furnishing future material for Franklin's letters to Deborah. One letter tells Deborah that Sally's father was very desirous that Franklin should take her to America with him. Another pays the compliment to Sally, who was at the time in the country with her father, of saying that she is a very good girl. Another thanks Deborah for her kind attitude toward her husband's partially formed resolution of bringing Sally over to America with him. Another announces that Sally is again with Mrs. Stevenson, and still another doubtless relieved Deborah of no little uncertainty of mind by informing her that Sally was about to be married to a farmer's son. I shall miss her, comments Franklin, as she is nimble-footed and willing to run of errands and wait upon me, and has been very serviceable to me for some years, so that I have not kept a man. Among Franklin's papers, too, was found at his death a letter from his father to him, beginning, Loving son, which also makes some valuable contributions to our knowledge of Franklin's forefathers. As to the original of our name, there is various opinions, says Josiah. Some say that it came from a sort of title, of which a book that you bought when here gives a lively account. Some think we are of a French extract, which was formerly called Franks. Some of a free line, a line free from that vassalage which was common to subjects in days of old. Some from a bird of long red legs. Your uncle Benjamin made inquiry of one skilled in heraldry, who told him there is 2 coats of armor, one belonging to the Franklins of the North, and one to the Franklins of the West. However, our circumstances have been such as that it hath hardly been worth while to concern ourselves much about these things any farther than to tickle the fancy a little. Josiah then has a word to say about his great-grandfather, the Franklin who kept his Bible under a joint stool during the reign of Bloody Mary, and his grandfather. The former, he says in his travels, went upon liking to a tailor, but he kept such a stingy house that he left him and travelled farther, and came to a smith's house, and coming on a fasting day, being in popish times, he did not like there the first day. The next morning the servant was called up at 5 in the morning, but after a little time came a good toast and good beer, and he found good housekeeping there. He served and learned the true trade of a smith. Josiah's grandfather, the letter tells us, was a smith also, and settled in Ecton, and was imprisoned a year and a day on suspicion of being the author of some poetry that touched the character of some great man. An ancestry that could boast one sturdy Tubal Cain, ready, though the fires of Smithville were brightly burning, to hazard his life for his religious convictions, and another, with letters and courage enough to lampoon a great man in England in the 16th or 17th century, is an ancestry that was quite worthy of investigation. It at least tickles the fancy a little to use Josiah's phrase to imagine that the flame of the Ecton forge lit up generation after generation in the face of some brawny, honest toiler, not unlike the village blacksmith, whose rugged figure and manly, simple-hearted, God-fearing nature are portrayed with so much dignity and beauty in the well-known verses of Longfellow. Be this as it may, the humble lot of neither ancestral nor contemporary Franklins was a source of mortification to poor Richard, even after the popularity of his almanac had brought in a pair of shoes, 2 new shifts, and a new warm petticoat to his wife, and to him a second-hand coat, so good that he was no longer ashamed to go to town or be seen there. He that has neither fools nor beggars among his kindred is the son of a thunder gust, said poor Richard. End of section 19. Section 20 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1 by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Franklin's American Friends, Part 1. The friends mentioned in the correspondence between Franklin and Deborah were only some of the many friends with whom Franklin was blessed during the course of his life. He had the same faculty for inspiring friendship that a fine woman has for inspiring love. In reading his general correspondence, few things arrest our attention more sharply than the number of affectionate and admiring intimates whose lives were in one way or another interwoven with his own, and over again, in reading this correspondence, our attention is unexpectedly drawn for a moment to some cherished friend of his, of whom there is scarcely a hint elsewhere in his writings. It was from real considerations of practical convenience that he sometimes avoided the serious task of enumerating all the friends to whom he wished to be remembered by sending his love to all Philadelphia or all Pennsylvania. A dozen of his friends, as we have stated, accompanied him as far as Trenton when he was on his way to New York to embark upon his first mission abroad in 1757. A cavalcade of 300 of them accompanied him for 16 miles to his ship when he was on his way down the Delaware on his second mission abroad in 1764. Remember me affectionately to all our good friends who contributed by their kindness to make my voyage comfortable, he wrote to Deborah a little later from London. To Mr. Roberts, Mrs. Thompson, Mrs. Smith, Mrs. Potts, Mrs. Shule, Mrs. Whartons, Captain Faulkner, brothers and sisters, Reeds and Franklins, Cousin Davenport, and everybody. When he returned from England in 1762, he was able to write to Strahan with a flush of pardonable exultation that he had had the happiness to find that Dr. Smith's reports of the diminutions of his friends were all false. My house, he said, has been full of a succession of them from morning to night, ever since my arrival, congratulating me on my return with the utmost cordiality and affection. And several years later, when the news reached Philadelphia that he was again safely in England, the bells rang until near midnight, and libations were poured out for his health, success, and every other happiness. Even your old friend Hugh Roberts, said Cadwallader Evans, who gave this information to Franklin, stayed with us till 11 o'clock, which you know was a little out of his common road, and gave us many curious anecdotes within the compass of your 40 years' acquaintance. The rejoicing, of course, was to a considerable degree the result of political fermentation, and if we say nothing of other demonstrations like the flourish of naked swords, which angered the proprietary so deeply and made Franklin himself feel just a little foolish, it is only because it is impossible to declare how far these demonstrations were the tributes of personal friendship rather than of public gratitude. In a letter to Dr. Samuel Johnson of Connecticut, Franklin tells him that he will shortly print proposals for publishing the doctor's pieces by subscription and disperse them among his friends along the continent. This meant much to an author, coming as it did from a man of whom it might perhaps be said that he could have traveled all the way from Boston to Virginia without ever being at a loss for the hospitable roof of a friend to shelter him at night. Nowhere outside of Pennsylvania did Franklin have warmer friends than in New England, the land of his birth. He fled from Boston in 1723 and returned to it on a brief visit in 1724. Aside from other occasional returns, he afterwards revisited it at regular intervals of 10 years in 1733, 1743, 1753, and 1763. Many pleasant hours were spent by him among his wayside friends in New England on those postal and other journeys which took him within her borders. I left New England slowly and with great reluctance, he wrote to his friend Catherine Ray, afterwards Green, at Block Island in 1755. Short days' journeys and loitering visits on the road for 3 or 4 weeks manifested my unwillingness to quit a country in which I drew my first breath, spent my earliest and most pleasant days, and had now received so many fresh marks of the people's goodness and benevolence in the kind and affectionate treatment I had everywhere met with. I almost forgot I had a home, till I was more than halfway towards it, till I had, one by one, parted with all my New England friends, and was got into the western borders of Connecticut among mere strangers. Then, like an old man who, have buried all he loved in this world, begins to think of heaven, I began to think of and wish for home. The only drawback to the pleasure of his New England journeys was the vile roads of the time. In a letter to John Foxcroft in the year 1773, in which he refers to a fall which Foxcroft had experienced, he says, I have had 3 of those squelchers in different journeys, and never desire a 4th. 2 of these squelchers we know befell him on the rough roads of New England in the year 1763, for in a letter from Boston to his friend Mrs. Catherine Green, formerly Ray, of that year, he writes to her that he is almost ashamed to say that he has had another fall, and put his shoulder out. Do you think after this, he added, that even your kindest invitations and Mr. Green's prevailed with me to venture myself again on such roads? In August of the same year, Franklin informed Strahan that he had already traveled 1,140 miles on the American continent since April, and that he would make 640 more before he saw home. To this and other postal tours of inspection he owed in part those friends along the continent to whom he proposed to appeal in Dr. Johnson's behalf, as well as that unrivalled familiarity with American colonial conditions which stands out in such clear relief in his works. On one occasion, the accidents by flood and field to which he was exposed on his American journeys during the colonial era resulted in a tie which, while not the tie of friendship, proved to his cost to be even more lasting than that tie sometimes is. When he was about 43 years of age, a canoe in which he was a passenger was upset near Staten Island while he was endeavoring to board a stage boat bound for New York. He was in no danger, as he said to a friend 40 years afterwards when recalling the incident, for besides being near the shore, he could swim like a duck or a Bermudian. But unfortunately for him, there was a Jew on the stage boat who chose to believe that he had saved Franklin's life by inducing the stage boat to stop and take Franklin in. As far as the latter could learn, he was not more indebted to the Jew than to the Jew's fellow passengers for being plucked from an element which he never wearied of asserting is not responsible even for bad colds, and in return for the consideration that he had received from the stage boat, he dined all his passengers to their general satisfaction when he reached New York at the tavern. But the Jew had no mind to allow the benefaction to sink out of sight for the number of the benefactors. This Hayes, Franklin wrote to the friend who had forwarded to him a letter from Hayes' widow, never saw me afterwards at New York or Brunswick or Philadelphia, that he did not dun me for money on the pretense of his being poor, and having been so happy as to be instrumental in saving my life, which was really in no danger. In this way he got of me sometimes a double Joe Hans, sometimes a Spanish doubloon, and never less. How much in the whole I do not know, having kept no account of it, but it must have been a very considerable sum, and he never incurred any risk, nor was it at any trouble in my behalf. I have long since thought him well paid for any little expense of humanity he might have felt on the occasion. He seems, however, to have left me to his widow as part of her dowry. This was about as far as the kindly nature of Franklin ever went in dealing with a beggar or a bore. In New York or New Jersey he was little less at home than in Pennsylvania or New England. In a letter to Deborah in 1763, after telling her that he had been to Elizabethtown, where he had found their children returned from the Falls and very well, he says the corporation were to have a dinner that day at the Point for their entertainment, and prevailed on us to stay. There was all the principal people and a great many ladies. As we shall see, the foundations of his New Jersey friendships were laid very early. In following him on his journeys through Maryland, we find him entertained at the country seats of some of the most prominent gentlemen of the colony, as for instance at Colonel Tasker's and at Mr. Milligan's. He was several times in Virginia in the course of his life, and it is an agreeable thing to a Virginian who recollects that a Virginian, Arthur Lee, is to be reckoned among the contentious bird and beast people for whom Franklin had such a dislike, to recollect also that not only are Washington and Jefferson to be reckoned among Franklin's loyal and admiring friends, but that after Franklin had been a few days in Virginia at Mr. Hunter's, he expressed his opinion of both the country and its people in these handsome terms. Virginia is a pleasant country now in full spring, the people extremely obliging and polite. There can be no better corrective of the petty sectional spirit which has been such a blemish on our national history and has excited so much wholly unfounded and senseless local prejudice than to note the appreciation which that open, clear-sighted eye had for all that was best in every part of the American colonies. There are brave spirits among that people, he said, when he heard that the Virginia House of Burgesses had appointed his famous committee of correspondence for the purpose of bringing the colonies together for their common defense. He was never in the Carolinas or Georgia, we believe, though he was for a time the agent in England of Georgia as well as other colonies. But he had had enough friends in Charleston, at any rate, when he was on his first mission abroad, to write to his Charleston correspondent, Dr. Alexander Garden, the eminent botanist from whom Linnaeus borrowed a name for the gardenia, that he proposed, God willing, to return by way of Carolina, when he promised himself the pleasure of seeing and conversing with his friends in Charleston. And to another resident of Charleston, Dr. John Lining, several highly interesting letters of his on scientific subjects were written. For Henry Lawrence of South Carolina, his fellow commissioner for the purpose of negotiating the treaty of peace with Great Britain, he had entertained a warm feeling of esteem and goodwill, which was fully reciprocated by Lawrence. It was a just remark of Lawrence that Franklin knew very well how to manage a cunning man, but that when he conversed or treated with a man of candor, there was no man more candid than himself. For Colonel John Lawrence of South Carolina, the son of Henry Lawrence, the aide to Washington, and the intrepid young soldier who perished in one of the last conflicts of the Revolutionary War, Franklin formed a strong sentiment of affection when Lawrence came to France at the instance of Washington for the purpose of obtaining some additional aids from the king for the prosecution of the war. In a letter to him, signed "Most affectionately yours," when Lawrence was about to return to America, Franklin enclosed him an order for another 100 louis, with an old man's blessing. "Take my blessing with it," he said, "and my prayers that God may send you safe and well home with your cargoes. I would not attempt persuading you to quit the military line, because I think you have the qualities of mind and body that promise your doing great service and acquiring honor in that line." How profound was the mutual respect and affection that Washington and Franklin entertained for each other, we have seen. It is an inspiring thing to note how the words of the latter swell, as with the strains of some heroic measure, when his admiration for the great contemporary whose services to the glorious cause alone exceeded his lifts him up from the lower to the higher levels of our emotional and intellectual nature. Should peace arrive after another campaign or two, and afford us a little leisure, he wrote to Washington from Passy on March the 5th, 1780, "I should be happy to see your Excellency in Europe, and to accompany you, if my age and strength would permit, in visiting some of its ancient and most famous kingdoms. You would, on this side of the sea, enjoy the great reputation you have acquired, pure and free from those little shades that the jealousy and envy of a man's countrymen and contemporaries are ever endeavoring to cast over living merit. Here you would know and enjoy what posterity will say of Washington, for 1,000 leagues have nearly the same effect with 1,000 years. The feeble voice of those groveling passions cannot extend so far either in time or distance. At present I enjoy that pleasure for you, as I frequently hear the old generals of this martial country, who study the maps of America and mark upon them all your operations, speak with sincere approbation and great applause of your conduct, and join in giving you the character of one of the greatest captains of the age." The caprice of future events might well have deprived these words of some of their rich cadence, but it did not, and even the voice of cis-Atlantic jealousy and envy seems to be as impotent in the very presence of Washington as at the distance of 1,000 leagues away, when we place beside this letter the words written by Franklin to him a few years later, after the surrender of Cornwallis. All the world agree that no expedition was ever better planned or better executed. It has made a great addition to the military reputation you had already acquired, and brightens the glory that surrounds your name, and that must accompany it to our latest posterity. No news could possibly make me more happy. The infant Hercules has now strangled the 2 serpents, the several armies of Burgoyne and Cornwallis, that attacked him in his cradle, and I trust his future history will be answerable. Cordial relations of friendship also existed between Franklin and Jefferson. In their versatility, their love of science, their speculative freedom, and their faith in the popular intelligence and conscience, the two men had much in common. As members of the committee that drafted the Declaration of Independence, as well as in other relations, they were brought into familiar contact with each other, and to Jefferson we owe valuable testimony touching matters with respect to which the reputation of Franklin has been assailed, and also a sheaf of capital stories that helps us to a still clearer insight into the personal and social phases of Franklin's life and character. One of these stories is the famous story of Abbé Raynal and the speech of Polly Baker when she was prosecuted the 5th time for having a bastard child. The doctor and Silas Deane, Jefferson tells us, were in conversation one day at Passy on the numerous errors in the Abbé's Histoire de and where he happened to step in. After the usual salutations, Silas Deane said to him, "The doctor, myself, Abbé, were just speaking of the errors of fact into which you have been led in your history." "Oh, no, sir," said the Abbé, "that is impossible. I took the greatest care not to insert a single fact for which I had not the most unquestionable authority." "Why," says Deane, "there is the story of Polly Baker, and the eloquent apology you have put into her mouth when brought before a court of Massachusetts to suffer punishment under a law which you cite for having had a bastard." "I know there never was such a law in Massachusetts. Be assured," said the Abbé, "you are mistaken, and that is a true story. I do not immediately recollect, indeed, the particular information on which I quoted, but I am certain that I had for it unquestionable authority." Dr. Franklin, who had been for some time shaking with unrestrained laughter at the Abbé's confidence in his authority for that tale, said, "I will tell you, Abbé, the origin of that story. When I was a printer and editor of a newspaper, we were sometimes slack of news, and to amuse our customers I used to fill up our vacant columns with anecdotes and fables and fancies of my own. And this of Polly Baker is a story of my making on one of those occasions." The Abbé, without the least disconcert, exclaimed with a laugh, "Oh, very well, doctor. I'd rather relate your stories than other men's truths." Another of Jefferson's stories is the equally famous one of John Thompson Hatter. When the Declaration of Independence, he says, was under the consideration of Congress, there were 2 or 3 unlucky expressions in it which gave offense to some members. The words Scotch and other foreign auxiliaries excited the ire of a gentleman or two of that country. Severe strictures on the conduct of the British king in negativing our repeated repeals of the law which permitted the importation of slaves were disapproved by some Southern gentlemen whose reflections were not yet matured to the full abhorrence of that traffic. Although the offensive expressions were immediately yielded, these gentlemen continued their depredations on other parts of the instrument. I was sitting by Dr. Franklin, who perceived that I was not insensible to these mutilations. "I've made it a rule," said he, "whenever in my power, to avoid becoming the draftsman of papers to be reviewed by a public body. I took my lesson from an incident which I will relate to you. When I was a journeyman printer, one of my companions, an apprentice hatter, having served out his time, was about to open shop for himself. His first concern was to have a handsome signboard with a proper inscription. He composed it in these words: John Thompson, hatter, makes and sells hats for ready money, with the figure of a hat subjoined, but he thought he would submit it to his friends for their amendments. The first he showed it to thought the word hatter tautologous, because followed by the words makes hats, which showed he was a hatter. It was struck out. The next observed that the word makes might as well be omitted, because his customers would not care who made the hats. If good and to their mind, they would buy by whomsoever made. He struck it out. A third said he thought the words for ready money were useless, as it was not the custom of the place to sell on credit. Every one who purchased expected to pay. They were parted with, and the inscription now stood, John Thompson sells hats. Sells hats, says his next friend. Why, nobody will expect you to give them away. What then is the use of that word? It was stricken out, and hats followed it, the rather as there was one painted on the board, so the inscription was reduced ultimately to John Thompson, with the figure of a hat subjoined. The next story has the same background, the Continental Congress. I was sitting by Dr. Franklin, says Jefferson, and observed to him that I thought we should accept books from the obligations of the Non-Importation Association formed in America to bring England to terms, that we ought not to exclude science, even coming from an enemy. He thought so too, and I proposed the exception, which was agreed to. Soon after it occurred that medicine should be accepted, and I suggested it also to the doctor. As to that, said he, I will tell you a story. When I was in London in such a year, there was a weekly club of physicians, of which Sir John Pringle was president, and I was invited by my friend Dr. Fothergill to attend when convenient. Their rule was to propose a thesis one week and discuss it the next. I happened there when the question to be considered was whether physicians had on the whole done most good or harm. The young members, particularly, having discussed it very learnedly and eloquently till the subject was exhausted, one of them observed to Sir John Pringle that although it was not usual for the president to take part in a debate, yet they were desirous to know his opinion on the question. He said they must first tell him whether, under the appellation of physicians, they meant to include old women. If they did, he thought they had done more good than harm, otherwise more harm than good. This incident brings back to us, as it doubtless did to Franklin, the augurs jesting among themselves over religion. It is to be regretted that many other easy pens besides that of Jefferson have not preserved for us some of those humorous stories and parables of which Franklin's memory was such a rich storehouse. Dr. Benjamin Rush, one of his intimate friends, is said to have entertained the purpose of publishing his recollections of Franklin's table talk. The purpose was never fulfilled, but the scraps of this talk which we find in Dr. Rush's diary are sufficient to show that even in regard to medicine, Franklin had a stock of information and conclusions which were well worth the hearing. As a member of the Continental Congress, Franklin was brought into close working intercourse with Charles Carroll of Carrollton, and formed a sincere sentiment of friendship for him, which was strengthened by the expedition that they made together to Canada, as two of the three commissioners appointed by Congress to win the Canadians over to the American cause. Samuel Chase, another Marylander, was the third commissioner, and the three were accompanied by John Carroll, the brother of Charles Carroll of Carrollton, whose character as a Catholic priest, it was hoped, would promote the success of the mission. On his way back to Philadelphia, in advance of his fellow commissioners, Franklin acknowledged in grateful terms the help that he had received on his return journey from the friendly assistance and tender care of this good man, who became his firm friend and was subsequently made the first Catholic bishop of America upon his recommendation. William Carmichael, another Marylander, who was for a time the secretary of Silas Deane at Paris, was also one of Franklin's friends. There is a tinge of true affection about his letters to Carmichael, and the latter, in a letter written in the year 1777, while stating that Franklin's age in some measure hindered him from taking so active a part in the drudgery of business as his great zeal and abilities warranted, remarks, "He is the master to whom we children in politics all look up for counsel, and whose name is everywhere a passport to be well received." When Carmichael was the American Secretary of Legation at Madrid, Franklin still remembered enough of his Spanish to request the former to send him the Gazette of Madrid and any new pamphlets that were curious. "I remember the maxim you mention of Charles V, yo y el tiempo," he wrote to Carmichael on one occasion, and have somewhere met with an answer to it in this distich: "I and time 'ginst any two, chance and I 'ginst time and you." And I think the gentleman you have at present to deal with would do wisely to guard a little more against certain chances. In another letter, Franklin, referring to his essay on perfumes, dedicated to the Academy of Brussels, writes to Carmichael, "You do my little scribblings too much honor in proposing to print them, but they are at your disposition, except the letter to the Academy, which, having several English puns in it, cannot be translated, and besides has too much grossièreté to be borne by the polite readers of these nations." End of section 20. Section 21 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 2, Franklin's American Friends. It was in Pennsylvania and New England, however, so far as America was concerned, that Franklin formed the intimate friendships which led him so often to say towards the close of his life, as one old friend after another dropped through the bridge of Mirza, that the loss of friends is the tax imposed upon us by nature for living too long. The closest friend of his early youth was his Boston friend John Collins. The reader has already learnt how soon religious skepticism, drinking, and gambling ate out of the core of this friend's character. With his intensely social nature, Franklin had hardly found employment in Philadelphia before, in his own language, he began to have some acquaintance among the young people of the town that were lovers of reading, with whom he spent his evenings very agreeably. His first group of friends in Philadelphia was formed before he left Pennsylvania for London in 1724. In his pictorial way, for the Autobiography is engraved with a burin rather than written with a pen, Franklin brings the figures of this group before us with admirable distinctness. They were three in number, and all were lovers of reading. Two of them, Charles Osborne and Joseph Watson, were clerks to an eminent conveyancer in Philadelphia, Charles Brogden. The third, James Ralph, who has already been mentioned by us, was clerk to a merchant. Watson was a pious, sensible young man of great integrity. The others were rather more lax in their principles of religion, particularly Ralph, who, as well as Collins, to quote the precise words of Franklin's confession, had been unsettled by him, for which he adds, "They both made me suffer." Osborne, Franklin continues, was sensible, candid, frank, sincere, and affectionate to his friends, but in literary matters too fond of criticizing. Ralph was ingenious, genteel in his manners, and extremely eloquent. I think I never knew a prettier talker, both of them great admirers of poetry, and began to try their hands in little pieces. Many pleasant walks we four had together on Sundays into the woods near Schuylkill, where we read to one another and conferred on what we read. Ralph had the most fatal of all gifts for a clever man, the gift of writing poetry tolerably well. Osborne tried to convince him that he had no genius for it, and advised him to stick to mercantile pursuits. Franklin conservatively approved the amusing one's self with poetry now and then, so far as to improve one's language, but no farther. Thus things stood when the friends proposed that each should produce at their next meeting a poetical version of the 18th Psalm. Ralph composed his version, showed it to Franklin, who admired it, and being satisfied that Osborne's criticisms of his muse were the suggestions of mere envy, asked Franklin to produce it at the next symposium of the friends as his own. Franklin, who had a relish for practical jokes throughout his life, fell in readily with Ralph's stratagem, but we shall let a writer whose diction is as incompressible as water narrate what followed in his own lively way. We met. Watson's performance was read. There were some beauties in it, but many defects. Osborne's was read. It was much better. Ralph did it justice, remarked some faults, but applauded the beauties. He himself had nothing to produce. I was backward, seemed desirous of being excused, had not had sufficient time to correct, etc., but no excuse could be admitted. Produce I must. It was read and repeated. Watson and Osborne gave up the contest and joined in applauding it. Ralph only made some criticisms and proposed some amendments, but I defended my text. Osborne was against Ralph and told him he was no better a critic than poet, so he dropped the argument. As they two went home together, Osborne expressed himself still more strongly in favor of what he thought my production. Having restrained himself before, as he said, lest I should think it flattery. But who would have imagined, said he, that Franklin had been capable of such a performance, such painting, such force, such fire? He has even improved the original. In his common conversation he seems to have no choice of words. He hesitates and blunders, and yet, good God, how he writes! When we next met, Ralph discovered the trick we had played him, and Osborne was a little laughed at. This transaction fixed Ralph in his resolution of becoming a poet. I did all I could to dissuade him from it, but he continued scribbling verses till Pope cured him. Watson, we are told by Franklin, died in his arms a few years after this incident, much lamented, being the best of their set. Osborne went to the West Indies, where he became an eminent lawyer and made money, but died young. He and I, observes Franklin, had made a serious agreement that the one who happened first to die should, if possible, make a friendly visit to the other, and acquaint him how he found things in that separate state, but he never fulfilled his promise. This group of friends was succeeded on Franklin's return from London by the persons who constituted with him the original members of the junto: Joseph Bryan Nuttall, a copier of deeds for the scriveners; Thomas Godfrey, the mathematical precisian, for whom Franklin had so little partiality; Nicholas Scull, a surveyor, afterwards surveyor general, who loved books and sometimes made a few verses; William Parsons, bred a shoemaker, but loving reading, had acquired a considerable share of mathematics, which he first studied with a view to astrology, that he afterwards laughed at; William Maugridge, a joiner, a most exquisite mechanic, and a solid, sensible man; Hugh Meredith, Stephen Potts, and George Webb, journeymen printers; Robert Grace, a young gentleman of some fortune, generous, lively, and witty, a lover of punning and of his friends; and William Coleman, then a merchant's clerk about Franklin's age, who had the coolest, clearest head, the best heart, and the exactest morals, Franklin declares, of almost any man he ever met with. Coleman subsequently became a merchant of great note and a provincial judge, and the friendship between Franklin and himself continued without interruption until Coleman's death, a period of more than 40 years. Like Scull, Parsons also became surveyor general. The reader will remember how, partly inspired by his affection for Robert Grace, and partly by resentment over a small office, Franklin applied the sharp edge of the lex talionis to Jemmy Reed; how both Coleman and Grace came to the aid of Franklin in an hour of dire distress we shall see hereafter. Such letters from Franklin to Parsons as have survived bear the marks of intimate friendship in one to him when he was in command of a company at Easton, dated December 15, 1755, in which reference is made to arms and supplies that had been forwarded for the defense of that town against the Indians. Franklin says, "Be of good courage, and God guide you. Your friends will never desert you." 4 of the original members of the junto were among the first members of the Philosophical Society established by Franklin: Parsons as geographer, Thomas Godfrey as mathematician, Coleman as treasurer, and Franklin himself as secretary. Parsons died during the first mission of Franklin to England, and in a letter to Deborah, the latter comments on the event in these words: "I regret the loss of my friend Parsons. Death begins to make breaches in the little junto of old friends that he had long forborne, and it must be expected he will now soon pick us all off one after another." In another letter, written some months later to Hugh Roberts, a member of the junto, but not one of the original members, he institutes a kind of Plutarchian contrast between Parsons and Stephen Potts, who is described in the Autobiography as a young countryman of full age, bred to country work, of uncommon natural parts, and great wit and humour, but a little idle. 2 of the former members of the junto, "You tell me," he said, "are departed this life, Potts and Parsons. Odd characters both of them. Parsons a wise man that often acted foolishly, Potts a wit that seldom acted wisely. If enough were the means to make a man happy, one had always the means of happiness without ever enjoying the thing, the other had always the thing without ever possessing the means. Parsons, even in his prosperity, always fretting, Potts in the midst of his poverty, ever laughing. It seems then that happiness in this life rather depends on internals than externals, and that besides the natural effects of wisdom and virtue, vice and folly, there is such a thing as a happy or an unhappy constitution. They were both our friends and loved us, so peace to their shades. They have their virtues as well as their foibles. They were both honest men, and that alone, as the world goes, is one of the greatest of characters. They were old acquaintances, in whose company I formerly enjoyed a great deal of pleasure, and I cannot think of losing them without concern and regret." The Hugh Roberts to whom this letter was written was the Hugh Roberts who found such pleasure in the glad peal of bells that announced the safe arrival of Franklin in England, and in his reminiscences of his friend of 40 years' standing, that he quite forgot that it was his rule to be in bed by 11 o'clock. He was, if Franklin may be believed, an eminent farmer, which may account for the early hours he kept, and how near he was to Franklin the affectionate tone of this very letter abundantly testifies. After expressing his grief because of their friend Singh's loss of his son, and the hope that Robert's own son might be in every respect as good and useful as his father, than which he need not wish him more, he said, Franklin takes Roberts gently to task for not attending the meetings of the junto more regularly. "I do not quite like your absenting yourself from that good old club, the junto. Your more frequent presence might be a means of keeping them from being all engaged in measures not the best for public welfare." I exhort you, therefore, to return to your duty, and, as the Indians say, to confirm my words, I send you a Birmingham tile. I thought the neatness of the figures would please you." Even the Birmingham tile, however, did not have the effect of correcting Robert's remissness, for in 2 subsequent letters Franklin returns to the same subject. In the first he tells Roberts that he had received his letter by the hands of Robert's son in London, and had had the pleasure withal of seeing this son grow up a solid, sensible young man. He then reverts to the Junto. "You tell me you sometimes visit the ancient Junto. I wish you would do it oftener. I know they all love and respect you, and regret your absenting yourself so much. People are apt to grow strange and not understand one another so well when they meet but seldom." Then follow these words, which help us to see how he came to declare so confidently on another occasion that, compared with the entire happiness of existence, its occasional unhappiness is but as the pricking of a pin. "Since we have held that club till we are grown grey together, let us hold it out to the end. For my own part, I find I love company, chat, a laugh, a glass, and even a song as well as ever, and at the same time relish better than I used to do the grave observations and wise sentences of old men's conversation, so that I am sure the Junto will be still as agreeable to me as it ever has been. I therefore hope it will not be discontinued as long as we are able to crawl together." The second of the 2 letters makes still another appeal of the same nature. "I wish," Franklin said, "you would continue to meet the Junto, notwithstanding that some effects of our public political misunderstandings may sometimes appear there. 'Tis now perhaps one of the oldest clubs, as I think it was formerly one of the best, in the King's dominions. It wants but about 2 years of 40 since it was established. We loved and still love one another. We are grown grey together, and yet it is too early to part. Let us sit till the evening of life is spent. The last hours are always the most joyous. When we can stay no longer, 'tis time enough then to bid each other good night, separate, and go quietly to bed." When even the bed of death could be made to wear this smooth and peaceful aspect by such a genial conception of existence, it is not surprising that Catherine Shipley, a friend of later date, should have asked Franklin to instruct her in the art of procuring pleasant dreams. It was in this letter, too, that he told Roberts that he was pleased with his punning, not merely because he liked punning in general, but because he learned from the use of it by Roberts that he was in good health and spirits. Of Hugh Roberts it needs to be only further said that he was one of Franklin's many friends who did what they could by courteous offices when Franklin was abroad, to testify that they loved him too much to be unmindful that he had left a family behind him entitled to their protection and social attentions. For his visits to his family Franklin sometimes thanks him. The Philip Syng mentioned in one of the letters to Hugh Roberts was another Philadelphia crony of Franklin's. He was enough of an electrician to be several times given due credit by the unhesitating candor of Franklin for ideas which the public would otherwise perhaps have fathered upon Franklin himself, who was entirely too careless about his own fine feathers to have any desire for borrowed plumage. Samuel Rhodes also was one of the intimate Philadelphia friends to whom Franklin was in the habit of sending his love. He, too, was an original member of the Philosophical Society established by Franklin, and was set down as mechanician on his roll of membership. At any rate, even if mechanician was a rather pompous term for him, as geographer was for William Parsons, the surveyor, he was enough of a builder to warrant Franklin in imparting to him many valuable points about the construction of houses, which were brought to the former's attention when he was abroad. A striking proof, perhaps, of the strength of the attachment between the two is found in the fact that Rhodes built the new residence previously mentioned by us for Franklin without a rupture in their friendship, although there appears to have been enough of the usual provoking delays to cause Franklin no little dissatisfaction. Rhodes was a man of considerable public importance in his time. He enjoyed the distinction of being one of the founders of the Pennsylvania Hospital, a conspicuous member of the Assembly of Pennsylvania, and a mayor of Philadelphia. He was one, too, of the committee of the Assembly, which audited Franklin's accounts as the agent of the colony upon the latter's return from England in 1762, and he was likewise a member of the committee which had previously reported that the estates of the proprietaries in Pennsylvania were not being unfairly taxed. In one of Franklin's letters to him there is a humorous reference to Rhodes' political career. "I congratulate you," he said, "on your retirement, and you being able to divert yourself with farming. 'Tis an inexhaustible source of perpetual amusement. Your country seat is of a more secure kind than that in the Assembly, and I hope not so much in the power of the mob to jostle you out of. A golden sentence in this letter is one of the best that Franklin ever penned. As long as I have known the world, I have observed that wrong is always growing more wrong till there is no bearing it, and that right, however opposed, comes right at last. Rhodes, Synge, and Roberts were all three included, with Luke Morris, another old friend, and etc., intended to embrace other friends besides, in a letter which Franklin wrote from Passy to Dr. Thomas Bond. I thank you, he said, for the pleasing account you give me of the health and welfare of my old friends Hugh Roberts, Luke Morris, Philip Synge, Samuel Rhodes, etc., with the same of yourself and family. Shake the old ones by the hand for me, and give the young ones my blessing. For my own part, I do not find that I grow any older, being arrived at 70, and considering that by travelling further in the same road I should probably be led to the grave, I stopped short, turned about, and walked back again, which, having done these 4 years, you may now call me 66. Dr. Thomas Bond, the physician of the Philosophical Society established by Franklin, to whom this letter was written, was also one of Franklin's lifelong friends. He was the Dr. Bond who found that he could make no headway with his hospital project until it was encouraged by a caira from Franklin, something like that which he is said to have uttered many years afterwards in France, when the issue of the American Revolution was uncertain. For the Society of Physicians and liberal-minded clergymen, Franklin had a peculiar partiality. To the one class he was attracted by both the scientific and humanitarian nature of their profession, to say nothing of the incessant intercourse with their fellow-creatures, which makes all physicians more or less men of the world. And to the questioning spirit of the 18th century he was too true not to have a natural affinity for clergymen of the latitudinarian type. The ties between Dr. Thomas Bond, Dr. John Bard, and Dr. Benjamin Rush and himself were very close. He had such a high opinion of Dr. Bond's pills that on one occasion he even writes to his wife from Virginia to send him some by post. On another occasion, when he was in England, he tells Deborah to thank Dr. Bond for the care that he takes of her. In a letter to the doctor himself, he remarks that he did not know why their school of physic in Philadelphia should not soon be equal to that in Edinburgh, an observation which seemed natural enough to later Philadelphians, when it was not only considered throughout the United States a high compliment to say of a man that he was as clever as a Philadelphia lawyer, but a medical education was in a large part of the United States deemed incomplete unless it had received the finishing touch from the clinics of that city. When Dr. John Bard removed to New York, where he became the first president of the New York Medical Society, Franklin stated in a letter to Cadwallader Colden that he esteemed Dr. Bard an ingenious physician and surgeon, and a discreet, worthy, and honest man. In a letter to Dr. Bard and his wife in 1785, he used these tender words: "You are right in supposing that I interest myself in everything that affects you and yours, sympathizing in your afflictions and rejoicing in your felicities, for our friendship is ancient and was never obscured by the least cloud." Dr. Rush was such a fervid friend and admirer of Franklin that the latter found it necessary to request him, if he published his discourse on the moral sense, to omit totally and suppress that most extravagant encomium on his friend Franklin, which hurt him exceedingly in the unexpected hearing, and would mortify him beyond conception if it should appear from the press. The doctor replied by saying that he had suppressed the encomium, but had taken the liberty of inscribing the discourse to Franklin by a simple dedication, and earnestly insisted upon the permission of his friend to send his last, as he did his first, publication into the world under the patronage of his name. In the simple dedication, the panegyric which had made Franklin so uncomfortable was moderated to such an extent that no character was ascribed to him more transcendent than that of the friend and benefactor of mankind. To Dr. Rush we are under obligations for several stories about Franklin. He tells us that when chosen by Congress to be one of our commissioners to France, Franklin turned to him and remarked, "I'm old and good for nothing, but as the storekeepers say of their remnants of cloth, I am but a fag-in, and you may have me for what you please." No one doubts now that for the purpose of the French mission he was by far the best piece of goods in the shop. Another story which came to Dr. Rush at second hand sounds apocryphal. "Why do you wear that old coat today?" asked Silas Deane of Franklin when they were on their way to sign the Treaty of Alliance with France. Deane referred to the coat in which Franklin was clad when Wedderburn made the rapid attack on him before the Privy Council, to which we shall refer later. "To give it its revenge," was the reply. Franklin may have said that, but it was not like him to say anything of the sort. But we get back to the domain of unquestionable authenticity when we turn to Dr. Rush's account of Franklin's deathbed. The evening of his life was marked by the same activity of his moral and intellectual powers which distinguished its meridian. His conversation with his family upon the subject of his dissolution was free and cheerful. A few days before he died, he rose from his bed and begged that it might be made up for him, so that he might die in a decent manner. His daughter told him that she hoped he would recover and live many years longer. He calmly replied, "I hope not." Upon being advised to change his position in bed, that he might breathe easy, he said, "A dying man can do nothing easy. All orders and bodies of people have vied with each other in paying tributes of respect to his memory." A Philadelphia friend for whom Franklin entertained a peculiar affection was John Bartram, the botanist. Our celebrated botanist of Pennsylvania, Franklin deservedly terms him in a letter to Jan Ingenhouse. In one letter Franklin addresses him as "my ever dear friend," in another as "my good and dear old friend," in another as "my dear good old friend." In 1751 Bartram published his observations on the inhabitants, climate, soil, rivers, productions, animals, and other matters worthy of notice made by Mr. John Bartram in his travels from Pennsylvania to Onondaga, Oswego, and the Lake Ontario in Canada. And in a letter to Jared Elliott, Franklin, after mentioning the fact that Bartram corresponded with several of the great naturalists in Europe and would be proud of an acquaintance with him, said, "I make no apologies for introducing him to you, for though a plain, illiterate man, you will find he has merit." "He is a man of no letters, but a curious observer of nature," was his statement in a subsequent letter to the same correspondent. Through the mediation of Franklin, Bartram was made the American botanist to the king, and given a pension for the fearless and tireless search for botanical specimens which he had prosecuted when American forest, savanna, and everglade were as full of death as the berry of the nightshade. It was the thought of what he had hazarded that led Franklin to write to him in 1769, "I wish you would now decline your long and dangerous peregrinations in search of new plants, and remain safe and quiet at home, employing your leisure hours in a work that is much wanted, and which no one besides is so capable of performing. I mean the writing of a natural history of our country." The pension meant so much to Bartram that he found difficulty in assuring himself that it would last. In one letter Franklin tells him that he imagines that there is no doubt but the king's bounty to him would be continued, but he must continue on his part to send over now and then a few such curious seeds as he could procure to keep up his claim. In another letter he tells him that there is no instance in the then king's reign of a pension once granted ever being taken away, unless for some great offence. Franklin himself was first of all a sower of seed, of that seed which produces the wholesome plants of benevolence and utility. So it seems quite in keeping to find him, when he was absent from America, maintaining a constant interchange of different sorts of seed with Bartram. If Bartram chooses to try the seed of naked oats and Swiss barley, 6 rows to 1 ear, he can get some, Franklin writes, by calling on Mrs. Franklin. In another letter he acknowledges the receipt of seeds from Bartram, and in return for it sends him some of the true rhubarb seed which he desires. Also some green dry peas, highly esteemed in England as the best for making pea soup, and also some caravanses or beans, of which a cheese was made in China. Strangely enough, he could learn nothing about the seed of the lucerne or alfalfa plant, one of the oldest of forage plants, for which Bartram wrote. Later he sends Bartram a small box of upland rice, brought from Cochin, China, and also a few seeds of the Chinese tallow tree. Another particular friend of Franklin was John Hughes of Philadelphia. This is the Hughes out of whose debt as a correspondent Franklin, when in England, found it impossible to keep. He was a man of considerable political importance, for he served as the committee of the Assembly which was charged with the expenditure of the £60,000 appropriated by the Assembly after Braddock's defeat, mainly for the defence of the province, and on the committee of the Assembly which audited Franklin's accounts after his return from England in 1762, and was also one of the delegates appointed by the Assembly to confer with Teddy-Uskung, the king of the Delawares, at Easton in 1756. Even when Franklin, his party associate, was defeated as a candidate for re-election to the Assembly in 1764, Hughes contrived to claim her back into his own seat. The departure for England of Franklin shortly after this election was the signal for the most venomous of all the attacks made upon him by the class of writers which he happily termed bug writers, that is, writers, to use his words, who resemble those little dirty stinking insects that attack us only in the dark, disturb our repose, molesting and wounding us, while our sweat and blood are contributing to their subsistence. But the friendship of Hughes was equal to the emergency. Incensed at the outrageous nature of the attack, he published a card over his signature in which he promised that if Chief Justice Allen or any gentleman of character would undertake to justify the charges against Franklin, he would pay £10 to the hospital for every one of these charges that was established, provided that the person who made them would pay £5 for every false accusation against Franklin that he disproved. The assailants endeavored to turn Hughes's challenge into ridicule by an anonymous reply, but Hughes rejoined with a counter-reply above his own signature, in which, according to William Franklin, he lashed them very severely for their baseness. This brought on a newspaper controversy which did not end until Chief Justice Allen, who was drawn into its vortex, was enraged to find that it cost him £25. Later, the recommendation of Hughes by Franklin as the stamp distributor for Pennsylvania and the counties of Newcastle, Kent, and Sussex gave the worst shock to the popularity of the latter that it ever received. The fierce heat that colonial resentment kindled under the hateful office proved too much for even such a resolute incumbent as Hughes, but he was not long in finding a compensation in the somewhat lower temperature of the officer of Collector of Customs for the colonies, which he held until his death. Thomas Hopkinson of Philadelphia, too, was one of Franklin's particular friends. He shared his enthusiasm for electrical experiments and was the first president of the Philosophical Society established by him. With his usual generosity, Franklin took pains in a note to one of his scientific papers to publish the fact that the power of points to throw off the electrical fire was first communicated to him by his friend, then deceased. Nor did he stop there, but referred to him at the same time as a man whose virtue and integrity in every station of life, public and private, will ever make his memory dear to those who knew him and knew how to value him. There is an amusing reference to Hopkinson in the Autobiography in connection with the occasion on which Franklin himself was so transported by Whitefield's eloquence as to empty his pockets, gold and all, into the collector's dish. Disapproving of Whitefield's desire to establish an orphan asylum in Georgia, and suspecting that subscriptions would be solicited by him for that object, and yet distrusting his own capacity to resist a preacher by whom, in the language of Isaiah, the hearts of the people were stirred as the trees of the wood are stirred with the wind, he took the precaution of emptying his pockets before he left home. But Whitefield's pathos was too much for him also. Towards the conclusion of the discourse he felt a strong desire to give, and applied to a Quaker neighbor who stood near him to borrow some money for the purpose. The application was unfortunately made, the Autobiography says, to perhaps the only man in the company who had the firmness not to be affected by the preacher. His answer was, "At any other time, friend Hopkinson, I would lend to thee freely, but not now, for thee seems to be out of thy right senses." End of section 21. Section 22 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 3, Franklin's American Friends. Anyone who enjoyed Franklin's friendship experienced very little difficulty in passing it on to his son at his death. Francis Hopkinson, the son of Thomas Hopkinson and the author of Hail Columbia, is one example of this. Franklin's letters to him are marked by every indication of affection, and he bequeathed to him all his philosophical instruments in Philadelphia, and made him one of the executors of his will with Henry Hill, John Jay, and Mr. Edward Duffield of Benfield in Philadelphia County. In doing so with his happy faculty for such things, he managed to pay a twofold compliment to both father and son in one breath. After expressing in a letter to Francis Hopkinson his pleasure that Hopkinson had been appointed to the honorable office of Treasurer of Loans, he added, "I think the Congress judged rightly in their choice, and exactness in accounts and scrupulous fidelity in matters of trust are qualities for which your father was eminent, and which I was persuaded was inherited by his son when I took the liberty of naming him one of the executors of my will." Franklin even had a mild word of commendation for Hopkinson's political squibs, some of which, when on their way across the ocean to him, fell into the hands of the British along with Henry Laurens. The captors, it is safe to say, attached very different degrees of importance to the two prizes, and Hopkinson himself accepted the situation with the cheerful observation, "They are heartily welcome to any performance of mine in that way. I wish the dose was stronger and better for their sake." Several of the letters from Franklin to Francis Hopkinson bring out two of the most winning traits of the writer, his ability to find a sweet kernel under every rind, however bitter, and his aversion to defamation, which led him to say truthfully on one occasion that between abusing and being abused, he would rather be abused. As to the friends and enemies you just mentioned, he declared in one of them, "I have hitherto, thanks to God, had plenty of the former kind. They have been my treasure, and it has perhaps been of no disadvantage to me that I have had a few of the latter. They serve to put us upon correcting the faults we have, and avoiding those we are in danger of having. They counteract the mischief flattery might do us, and their malicious attacks make our friends more zealous in serving us and promoting our interest. At present I do not know of more than two such enemies that I enjoy, viz. Lee and Izard. I deserve the enmity of the latter, because I might have avoided it by paying him a compliment which I neglected. That of the former I owe to the people of France, who happen to respect me too much and him too little, which I could bear and he could not. They were unhappy that they cannot make everybody hate me as much as they do, and I should be so if my friends did not love me much more than those gentlemen can possibly love one another. Every ugly witch is but a transfigured princess. This idea is one that was readily adopted by Franklin's amiable philosophy of life. The thought that enemies are but wholesome mortifications for the pride of human flesh is a thought that he often throws out in his letters to other persons besides Hopkinson. In one to the gallant Colonel Henry Bouquet, who was also, it may be said in passing, a warm friend of Franklin, the pen of the latter halts for a moment to parenthesize the fact that God had blessed him with 2 or 3 enemies to keep him in order. But there were few facts in which Franklin found more satisfaction than the fact that all his enemies were mere political enemies, that is to say, enemies like Dr. William Smith, who shot poisoned arrows at him when he was living and fired minute guns over his grave when he was dead. "You know," he wrote to his daughter Sally from Reedy Island, when he was leaving America on his second mission to England, "I have many enemies, all indeed on the public account, for I cannot recollect that I have in a private capacity given just cause of offence to any one whatever. Yet they are enemies, and very bitter ones, and you must expect their enmity will extend to some degree to you, so that your slightest indiscretions will be magnified into crimes, in order the more sensibly to wound and afflict me." The same distinction between personal and political hostility is drawn by him in a letter to John Jay of a much later date, in which he uses the only terms of self-approval, so far as we can recollect, that a biographer might prefer him never to have employed. "I have," he said, "as you observe, some enemies in England, but they are my enemies as an American. I have also 2 or 3 in America, who are my enemies as a minister. But I thank God there are not in the whole world any who are my enemies as a man. For by his grace, through a long life, I've been enabled so to conduct myself that there does not exist a human being who can justly say, 'Ben Franklin has wronged me.' This, my friend, is in old age a comfortable reflection." In one of the letters to Hopkinson mentioned by us, he tells Hopkinson that he does well to refrain from newspaper abuse. He was afraid, he declared, to lend any American newspapers in France until he had examined and laid aside such as would disgrace his countrymen, and subject them among strangers to a reflection like that used by a gentleman in a coffee-house to two quarrellers who, after a mutually free use of the words rogue, villain, rascal, scoundrel, etc., seemed as if they would refer their dispute to him. "I know nothing of you or your affair," said he. "I only perceive that you know one another." The conductor of a newspaper, he thought, should consider himself as in some degree the guardian of his country's reputation, and refuse to insert such writings as might hurt it. If people will print their abuses of one another, let them do it in little pamphlets and distribute them where they think proper, instead of troubling all the world with them, he suggested. In expressing these sentiments, Franklin was but preaching what he had actually practiced in the management of the Pennsylvania Gazette. This fact imparts additional authority to the pungent observations on the liberty of the press contained in one of the last papers that he ever wrote, namely his account of the Supreme Court of Judicature in Pennsylvania, viz., the Court of the Press. In this paper he arraigns the license of the press in his half-serious, half-jocular fashion with undiminished vigor, and ends with the recommendation to the legislature that if the right of retaliation by the citizen was not to be left unregulated, it should take up the consideration of both liberties, that of the press and that of the cudgel, and by an explicit law mark their extent and limits. Dr. Cadwallader Evans of Philadelphia was also on a sufficiently affectionate footing with Franklin for the latter to speak of him as his good old friend. When news of his death reached Franklin in London in 1773, the event awakened a train of reflection in his mind, which led him to write to his son that if he found himself on his return to America, as he feared he would do, a stranger among strangers, he would have to go back to his friends in England. Dr. Evans' idea of establishing a medical library at the hospital was so grateful to Franklin's untiring public spirit that, as soon as he heard of it from Dr. Evans, he sent him at once the only medical book that he had, and took steps to solicit other donations of such books for the purpose in England. There are some instructive observations on political and medical subjects in his earlier letters to Dr. Evans, but his later ones are mainly given over to the movement for the production of silk in Pennsylvania, in which Dr. Evans was deeply interested. The industry, intelligence, and enthusiasm with which Franklin seconded his efforts to make the exotic nursling a success is one of the many laudable things in his career. Another close friend of Franklin was Abel James, a Quaker, and an active member of the Society in Pennsylvania for the manufacture of silk, or the filature, as it was called. When he returned to England in 1764, Abel James, Thomas Warden, and Joseph Galloway were the friends who were so loath to part with him that they even boarded his ship at Chester and accompanied him as far as Newcastle. The enduring claim of James upon the attention of posterity consists in the fact that he was so lucky when the books and papers entrusted by Franklin to the care of Joseph Galloway were rated as to recover the manuscript of the first 23 pages of the Autobiography, which brought the life of Franklin down to the year 1730. Subsequently, he sent a copy to his dear and honored friend, with a letter urging him to complete the work. What will the world say, he asked, if kind, humane, and benevolent Ben Franklin should leave his friends and the world deprived of so pleasing and profitable a work which would be useful and entertaining not only to a few but to millions? The names of Thomas Warden and Samuel Warden, two Philadelphia friends of Franklin, are more than once coupled together in Franklin's letters. Thomas Warden was a partner of Galloway and Goddard in the establishment of the Philadelphia Chronicle. It was his woolen gown that Franklin found such a comfortable companion on his winter voyage. He would seem to have been the same kind of robust invalid as the neurasthenic who insisted that he was dying of consumption until he grew so stout that he had to refer his imaginary ill health to dropsy. Our friend W. Franklin wrote to Dr. Evans, who is always complaining of a constant fever, looks nevertheless fresh and jolly, and does not fall away in the least. He was saying the other day at Richmond, where we were together dining with Governor Pownall, that he had been pestered with the fever almost continually for these 3 years past, and that it gave way to no medicines, all he had taken, advised by different physicians, having never any effect towards removing it. On which I asked him if it was not now time to inquire whether he had really any fever at all. He is indeed the only instance I ever knew of a man's growing fat upon a fever. It was with the assistance of Thomas Warden that Thomas Livesey, a Pennsylvania Quaker, sent Franklin a dozen bottles of wine, made of the small wild grape of America, accompanied by a letter which Franklin, with his penchant for good stories, must have enjoyed even more than the wine. Referring to the plan of converting the government of Pennsylvania from a proprietary into a royal one, Livesey wrote that if it was true that there would be no change until the death of Thomas Penn, he did not know but that some people in the province would be in the same condition as a German's wife in his neighborhood lately was, who said nobody could say she wished her husband dead, but said she wished she could see how he would look when he was dead. I honestly confess, Livesey went on to say, I do not wish him, Penn, to die against his will, but if he could be prevailed on to die for the good of the people, it might perhaps make his name as immortal as Samson's death did his, and gain him more applause here than all the acts which he has ever done in his life. The humor of Franklin's reply, if humor it can be termed, was more sardonic. The partisans of the present, he said, may, as you say, flatter themselves that such change will not take place till the proprietor's death, but I imagine he hardly thinks so himself. Anxiety and uneasiness are painted on his brow, and the woman who would like to see how he would look when dead need only look at him while living. With Samuel Wharton, Franklin was intimate enough to soothe his gout-ridden feet with a pair of gouty shoes given or lent to him by Wharton. This Wharton was with him one of the chief promoters of the Ohio settlement, of which the reader will learn more later, and the project was brought near enough to success by Franklin for his overzealous friends to sow the seeds of what might have been a misunderstanding between him and Wharton, if Franklin had not been so healthy-minded, by claiming that the credit for the prospective success of the project would belong to Wharton rather than to Franklin. But as Franklin said, many things happened between the cup and the lip, and enough happened in this case to make the issue a wholly vain one. Subsequently, we know that Franklin in one letter asked John Paul Jones to remember him affectionately to Wharton, and in another referred to Wharton as a particular friend of his. His feelings, it is needless to say, underwent a decided change when later the fact was brought to his attention that Wharton had converted to his own use a sum of money placed in his hands by Jan Ingenhouse, one of the most highly prized of all Franklin's friends. There is a thrust at Parliament in a letter from Franklin to Samuel Wharton, written at Passy, which is too keen not to be recalled. He is describing the Lord George Gordon riots, during which Lord Mansfield's house was destroyed. If they had done no other mischief, said Franklin, I would have more easily excused them, as he has been an eminent promoter of the American war, and it is not amiss that those who have approved the burning our poor people's houses and towns should taste a little of the effects of fire themselves. But they turned all the thieves and robbers out of Newgate to the number of 300, and instead of replacing them with an equal number of other plunderers of the public, which they might easily have found among the members of Parliament, they burnt the building. The relations between Franklin and Ebenezer Kinnersley, who shared his enthusiasm for electrical experiments, John Foxcroft, who became his colleague as Deputy Postmaster General for America after the death of Colonel Hunter, and the Reverend Thomas Combe, the assistant minister of Christ Church in St. Peter's in Philadelphia, were of an affectionate nature, but there is little of salient interest to be said about these relations. Malus has asserted that Franklin did not give Kinnersley due credit for ideas that he borrowed from him in his electrical experiments. If so, Kinnersley must have had a relish for harsh treatment, for in a letter to Franklin, when speaking of the lightning rod, he exclaimed, "May it extend to the latest posterity of mankind, and make the name of Franklin, like that of Newton, immortal." James Wright and his sister Susanna Wright, who resided at Hempfield near Wright's Ferry, Pennsylvania, were likewise good friends of Franklin. Part, at any rate, of the flour on which Braddock's army subsisted was supplied by a mill erected by James Wright near the mouth of the Shawanese Run. Susanna Wright was a woman of parts, interested in silk culture and fond of reading. On one occasion Franklin sent her from Philadelphia a couple of pamphlets refuting the charges of plagiarism preferred by William Lauder against the memory of Milton, and a book or tract entitled "Christianity Not Founded on Argument." On another occasion, in a letter from London to Deborah, he mentions as part of the contents of a box that he was transmitting to America some pamphlets for the Speaker and Susie Wright. Another gift to her was a specimen of a new kind of candles, very convenient to read by. She would find, he said, that they afforded a clear white light, might be held in the hand even in hot weather, without softening, did not make grease spots with their drops like those made by common candles, and lasted much longer, and needed little or no snuffing. A sentiment of cordial friendship also existed between Franklin and Anthony Benezet, a Philadelphia Quaker born in France, who labored throughout his life with untiring zeal for the abolition of the slave trade. This trade, in the opinion of Franklin, not only disgraced the colonies, but without producing any equivalent benefit was dangerous to their very existence. When actually engaged in business as a printer, no less than 2 books aimed at the abolition of slavery, one by Ralph Sandiford and the other by Benjamin Lay, both Quakers, were published by him. The fact that Sandiford's book was published before 1730 and Lay's as early as 1736 led Franklin to say in a letter to a friend in 1789, when the feeling against slavery was much more widespread, that the headway which it had obtained was some confirmation of Lord Bacon's observation that a good motion never dies, the same reflection, by the way, with which he consoled himself when his abridgment of the Book of Common Prayer fell stillborn. When Franklin took a friend to his bosom, it was usually as he took Deborah for life. But Joseph Galloway, one of his Philadelphia friends, was an exception to this rule. When Galloway decided to cast his lot with the Loyalists, after Franklin, in a feeling letter to him, had painted their rising country in auroral colors, Franklin simply let him lapse into the general mass of detested Tories. Previously, his letters to Galloway, while attended with but few personal details, had been of a character to indicate that he not only entertained a very high estimate of Galloway's abilities, but cherished for him the warmest feeling of affection. Indeed, in assuring Galloway of this affection, he sometimes used a term as strong as unalterable. When Galloway, at the age of 40, thought of retiring from public life, Franklin told him that it would be, in his opinion, something criminal to bury in private retirement so early all the usefulness of so much experience and such great abilities. Several years before, he had written to Cadwallader Evans that he did not see that Galloway could be spared from the Assembly without great detriment to their affairs and to the general welfare of America. Among the most valuable of his letters are his letters to Galloway on political conditions in England when the latter was the Speaker of the Pennsylvania Assembly. In one he expresses the hope that a few months would bring them together, and hazards the belief that, in the calm retirement of Trevose, Galloway's country place, they might perhaps spend some hours usefully in conversation over the proper constitution for the American colonies. When Franklin learned from his son that hints had reached the latter that Galloway's friendship for Franklin had been chilled by the fear that he and Franklin would be rivals for the same office, Franklin replied by stating that if this office would be agreeable to Galloway, he heartily wished it for him. "No insinuations of the kind you mention," he said, "concerning Mr. G. have reached me, and if they had, it would have been without the least effect, as I have always had the strongest reliance on the steadiness of his friendship, and on the best grounds the knowledge I have of his integrity and the often repeated disinterested services he has rendered me." In another letter to his son he said, "I cast my eye over Goddard's piece against our friend Mr. Galloway, and then lit my fire with it." The shadow of the approaching cloud is first noticed in a letter to Galloway in 1775, in which Franklin asks him for permission to hint to him that it was whispered in London by ministerial people that he and Mr. Jay of New York were friends to their measures, and gave them private intelligence of the views of the popular party. While at Passy, Franklin informed the Congressional Committee on Foreign Affairs that General and Lord Howe, Generals Cornwallis and Grey, and other British officers had formally given it as their opinion in Parliament that the conquest of America was impracticable, and that Galloway and other American loyalists were to be examined that week to prove the contrary. One would think the first set were likely to be the best judges, he adds, with acidulous brevity. Later on he did not dispose of Galloway so concisely. In a letter to Richard Batch, after suggesting that some of his missing letter books might be recovered by inquiry in the vicinity of Galloway's country seat, he says, smarting partly under the loss of his letter books and partly under the deception that Galloway had practised upon him, "I should not have left them in his hands if he had not deceived me by saying that though he was before otherwise inclined, yet that since the king had declared us out of his protection, and the Parliament by an act had made our properties plunder, he would go as far in the defence of his country as any man. And accordingly he had lately with pleasure given colours to a regiment of militia, and an entertainment to 400 of them before his house. I thought he was become a stanch friend to the glorious cause. I was mistaken, as he was a friend of my son's, to whom in my will I had left all my books and papers. I made him one of my executors, and put the trunk of papers into his hands, imagining them safer in his house, which was out of the way of any probable march of the enemy's troops, than in my own." The correspondence between Franklin and Galloway is enlivened by only a single gleam of Franklin's humour. This was kindled by the protracted uncertainty which attended the application of his associates and himself to the British Crown for the Ohio grant. "The affair of the grant," Franklin wrote to Galloway, "goes on but slowly. I do not yet clearly see land. I begin to be a little of the sailor's mind when they were handing a cable out of a store into a ship, and one of 'em said, ''Tis a long, heavy cable. I wish we could see the end of it.' 'Damn me,' says another, 'if I believe it has any end. Somebody has cut it off.'" James Logan, the accomplished Quaker scholar, David Hall, Franklin's business partner, and Charles Thompson, the Secretary of Congress, were other residents of Pennsylvania with whom Franklin was connected by ties of friendship, and we shall have occasion to speak of them again when we come to his business and political career. "You will give an old man leave to say my love to Mrs. Thompson," was a closing sentence in one of his letters to Charles Thompson. David Rittenhouse of Philadelphia, the celebrated astronomer, was also a dear friend of his. Of his New York friends, John Jay was the one of whom he was fondest, and this friendship included the whole of Jay's family. In a letter from Passy to Jay, shortly after Jay arrived at Madrid as our minister plenipotentiary to Spain, he tells him that he sends for Mrs. Jay at her request a print of himself. "The verses at the bottom," he wrote, "are truly extravagant, but you must know that the desire of pleasing, by a perpetual rise of compliments in this polite nation, has so used up all the common expressions of approbation that they are become flat and insipid, and to use them almost implies censure. Hence music, that formerly might be sufficiently praised when it was called bonne, to go a little farther than they called it excellent, then superbe, magnifique, exquise, celeste, all which, being in their turns worn out, there only remains divine, and when that has grown as insignificant as its predecessors, I think they must return to common speech and common sense. As from vying with one another in fine and costly paintings on their coaches, since I first knew the country not being able to go farther in that way, they have returned lately to plain carriages, painted without arms or figures, in one uniform colour." In a subsequent letter, Franklin informs Jay that through the assistance of the French court he is in a position to honour the drafts of Jay to the extent of $25,000. "If you find any inclination to hug me for the good news of this letter," he concluded, "I constitute and appoint Mrs. Jay my attorney, to receive in my behalf your embraces." Afterwards, Jay was appointed one of our commissioners to negotiate the treaty of peace with Great Britain, and he and his family settled down under the same roof with Franklin at Passy. The result was a mutual feeling of attachment, so strong that when Jay returned to America, Franklin could write to him of a kind letter that he had received from him. It gave me pleasure on two accounts, as it informed me of the public welfare and that of your, I may almost say, our dear little family. For since I had the pleasure of their being with me in the same house, I've ever felt a tender affection for them, equal, I believe, to that of most fathers. In other letters to Jay there are repeated references by Franklin to the child of Jay, mentioned above, whose singular attachment to him he said he would always remember. "Embrace my little friend for me," he wrote to Jay and his wife, when he was wishing them a prosperous return voyage to America, and in a later letter, after his own return to America, to the same pair, he said he was so well as to think it possible that he might once more have the pleasure of seeing them both at New York, with his dear young friend, who he hoped might not have quite forgotten him. Beyond the Harlem River, his friends were only less numerous than they were in Pennsylvania. Among the most conspicuous were Josiah Quincy, John Winthrop, professor of mathematics and natural philosophy at Harvard College, and Dr. Samuel Cooper, the celebrated clergyman and patriot. We mention these three Boston friends of his first because they were feelingly grouped in a letter that he wrote to James Bowdoin, another valued Boston friend of his, towards the close of his life. In this letter he tells Bowdoin that it had given him great pleasure to receive his kind letter, as it proved that all his friends in Boston were not estranged from him by the malevolent misrepresentations of his conduct that had been circulated there, but that one of the most esteemed still retained a regard for him. Indeed, Franklin said, "You are now almost the only one left me by nature, death having, since we were last together, deprived me of my dear Cooper, Winthrop, and Quincy." Winthrop, he had said in an earlier letter to Dr. Cooper, was one of the old friends for the sake of whose society he wished to return from France and spend the small remnant of his days in New England. The friendship between Quincy and Franklin began when Franklin was a member of the Pennsylvania Assembly, and had its origin in the sum of £10,000, which Quincy, as the agent of the colony of Massachusetts, obtained through the assistance of Franklin from the colony of Pennsylvania for the military needs of the former colony. Quincy, Franklin said in the Autobiography, returned thanks to the Assembly in a handsome memorial, went home highly pleased with the success of his embassy, and ever after bore for him the most cordial and affectionate friendship. For Quincy's highly promising son Josiah, who died at sea at the early age of 35, Franklin formed a warm regard. When Josiah came over to London during the second mission of Franklin to England, to the father he wrote of the son in terms that were doubtless deeply gratifying to him. And in a letter to James Bowdoin he said, "I am much pleased with Mr. Quincy. It is a thousand pities his strength of body is not equal to his strength of mind. His zeal for the public, like that of David for God's house, will, I fear, eat him up." Later, when the younger Quincy's zeal had actually consumed him, Franklin wrote to the elder Quincy, "The epitaph on my dear and much esteemed young friend is too well written to be capable of improvement by any corrections of mine. Your moderation appears in it, since the natural affection of a parent has not induced you to exaggerate his virtues. I shall always mourn his loss with you, a loss not easily made up to his country." And then, referring to some of the falsehoods in circulation about his own conduct as commissioner, he exclaimed how differently constituted was his noble and generous mind from that of the miserable calumniators you mentioned. Having plenty of merit in himself, he was not jealous of the appearance of merit in others, but did justice to their characters with as much pleasure as these people do injury. When he sat down at Saratoga to write to a few friends by way of farewell, fearing that the mission to Canada at his time of life would prove too much for him, Quincy was the first of his New England friends to whom he sent an adieu. To Dr. Samuel Cooper, Franklin wrote some of the most valuable of all his political letters, but the correspondence between them is marked by a few details of a personal or social nature. It was upon the recommendation of Franklin that the degree of Doctor of Divinity was conferred upon Cooper by the University of Edinburgh. "The part I took in the application for your degree," he wrote to Dr. Cooper, "was merely doing justice to merit, which is the duty of an honest man whenever he has the opportunity." That Dr. Cooper was duly grateful we may infer, among other things, from a letter in which Franklin tells his sister Jane that he is obliged to good Dr. Cooper for his prayers. That he was able to hold his own even with such a skillful dispenser of compliments as Franklin himself, we may readily believe that after reading the letter to Franklin in which he used these words, "You once told me in a letter, as you were going to France, the public had had the eating your flesh, and seemed resolved to pick your bones. We all agree the nearer the bone, the sweeter the meat." It was to Dr. Cooper that Franklin expressed the hope that America would never deserve the reproof administered to an enthusiastical knave in Pennsylvania, who, when asked by his creditor to give him a bond and pay him interest, replied, "No, I cannot do that. I cannot in conscience either receive or pay interest. It is against my principle." "You have then the conscience of a rogue," says the creditor. "You tell me it is against your principle to pay interest, and it being against your interest to pay the principal. I perceive you do not intend to pay me either one or t'other." The letters of Franklin to James Bowdoin are full of interest, but the interest is scientific. Another Boston friend of Franklin was Mather Byles. In a letter to him, Franklin expresses his pleasure at learning that the lives of Byles and his daughters had been protected by his points, and his regret that electricity had not really proved what it was at first supposed to be, a cure for the palsy. "It is, however, happy for you," Franklin said, "that when old age and that malady have concurred to enfeeble you and to disable you for writing, you have a daughter at hand to nurse you with filial attention, and to be your secretary, of which I see she is very capable, by the elegance and correctness of her writing in the letter I am now answering." Other letters from Franklin to Byles have unhappily perished. The fact is brought to our knowledge by a letter from him to Elizabeth Partridge, which shows that even the famous letter to her, in which he spoke of the end of his brother, as if he had gone off quietly from a party of pleasure into a sedan chair, led for a time a precarious existence. If this was the letter, he said, of which he desired a copy, he fancied that she might possibly find it in Boston, as Dr. Byles once wrote to him that many copies had been taken of it. Then follows this playful and characteristic touch: "I too should have been glad to have seen that again. Among others I had written to him and you, but you inform me they were eaten by the mice. Poor little innocent creatures! I'm sorry they had no better food, but since they like my letters, here is another treat for them." End of section 22. Section 23 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 4, Franklin's American Friends. Another Massachusetts friend of Franklin was Samuel Danforth, the president of his colonial council. "It gave me great pleasure," Franklin wrote to his friend on one occasion, "to receive so cheerful an epistle from a friend of half a century's standing, and to see him commencing life anew in so valuable a son." When this letter was written, Franklin was in his 68th year, but how far he was from being sated with the joy of living other passages in it clearly manifest. "I hope," he said, "for the great pleasure of once more seeing and conversing with you, and though living on in one's children, as we both may do, is a good thing, I cannot but fancy it might be better to continue living ourselves at the same time. I rejoice, therefore, in your kind intentions of including me in the benefits of that inestimable stone which, curing all diseases, even old age itself, will enable us to see the future glorious state of our America, enjoying in full security her own liberties, and offering in her bosom a participation of them to all the oppressed of other nations. I anticipate the jolly conversation we and 20 more of our friends may have 100 years hence on this subject, over that well-replenished bowl at Cambridge commencement." In Connecticut, too, Franklin had some highly prized friends. Among them were Jared Eliot, the grandson of Apostle Eliot, and the author of an essay upon field husbandry in New England; Ezra Stiles, president of Yale College; Dr. Samuel Johnson, and Jared Ingersoll. The letters from Franklin to Eliot are a charming mélange of what is now known as popular science and agriculture. To Franklin there was philosophy even in the roasting of an egg, and for agriculture he had the partiality which no one so close to all the pulsations of nature as he was can fail to entertain. When he heard from his friend Mrs. Catherine Green that her son Ray was smart in the farming way, he wrote to her, "I think agriculture the most honorable of all employments, being the most independent. The farmer has no need of popular favor, nor the favor of the great, the success of his crops depending only on the blessing of God upon his honest industry." Franklin, of course, was writing before the day of the trust, the high protective tariff, the San Jose scale, and the boll weevil. In one letter to Eliot he gossips delightfully upon such diverse topics as the price of linseed oil, the kind of land on which Pennsylvania hemp was raised, the recent weather, northeast storms, the origin of springs, sea shell strata, and import duties. Something is also said in the letter about grass seed, and it is curious to note that apparently Franklin was not aware that in parts of New England timothy has always been known as herd's grass. And this reminds us that he repeatedly in his later life protested against the use in New England of the word improve in the sense of employ as a barbarous innovation, when in point of fact the word had been used in that sense in a lampoon in the Courant when that lively she was being published under his youthful management. In another letter, written probably of the year 1749, Franklin tells Eliot that he had purchased some 18 months before about 300 acres of land near Burlington, and was resolved to improve it in the best and speediest manner. "My fortune, thank God," he said, "is such that I can enjoy all the necessaries and many of the indulgences of life. But I think that in duty to my children I ought so to manage that the profits of my farm may balance the loss of my income will suffer by my retreat to it." He then proceeds to narrate to Eliot what he had done to secure this result, how he had scoured up the ditches and drains in one meadow, reduced it to an arable condition, and reaped a good crop of oat fodder from it, and how he had then immediately plowed the meadow again, and harrowed it, and sowed it with different kinds of grass seed. "Take the whole together," he said with decided satisfaction, "it is well matted, and looks like a green cornfield." He next tells how he drained a round pond of 12 acres and seeded the soil previously covered by it too. Even in such modest operations as these, the quick observation and precise standards of a man, who was perhaps first of all a man of science, are apparent. He noted that the red clover came up in 4 days and the herd's grass in 6 days, that the herd's grass was less sensitive to frost than the red clover, and that the thicker grass seed is sown, the less injured by the frost the young grass is apt to be. By actual experiment he found that a bushel of clean chaff of timothy or Salem grass seed would yield 5 quarts of seed. In another letter to Eliot, he has a word to say about the Schuyler copper mine in New Jersey, the only valuable copper mine in America that he knew of, which yielded good copper and turned out vast wealth to its owners. And then there is a ray from the splendor in which the lordly Schuylers lived in this bit of descriptive detail. Colonel John Schuyler, one of the owners, has a deer park 5 miles round, fenced with cedar logs 5 logs high, with blocks of wood between. It contains a variety of land, high and low, woodland and clear. There are a great many deer in it, and he expects in a few years to be able to kill 200 head a year, which will be a very profitable thing. He has likewise 600 acres of meadow, all within bank. The fact that Colonel John Schuyler had 600 acres of meadow land within bank was not lost on Eliot, for later Franklin writes to him again, promising to obtain from Colonel Schuyler a particular account of the method pursued by him in improving this land. "In return," said Franklin, "for you know there is no trade without returns, I request you to procure for me a particular account of the manner of making a new kind of fence we saw at Southold on Long Island, which consists of a bank and hedge." With the exactitude of an experimental philosopher, he then details the precise particulars that he desired, disclosing in doing so the fact that Pennsylvania was beginning in many places to be at a loss for wood to fence with. This statement need not surprise the reader, for in his account of the new invented Pennsylvania fireplaces, published some 6 years before, Franklin informs us that wood, at that time the common fuel which could be formerly obtained at every man's door, had then to be fetched near 100 miles to some towns, and made a very considerable article in the expense of families. From this same essay we learned that it was deemed uncertain by Franklin whether pit coal would ever be discovered in Pennsylvania. In another letter from Franklin to Eliot, along with some items about Peter Collinson, a most benevolent, worthy man, very curious in botany and other branches of natural history, and fond of improvements in agriculture, etc., Hugh Roberts' high opinion of Eliot's pieces, ditching, the Academy, barometers, thermometers, and hygrometers, Franklin has some sprightly observations to make upon the love of praise. Rarely, we venture to say, have more winning arguments ever been urged for the reversal of the world's judgment upon any point. What you mention concerning the love of praise is indeed very true. It reigns more or less in every heart, though we are generally hypocrites in that respect, and pretend to disregard praise, and our nice modest ears are offended, forsooth, with what one of the ancients calls the sweetest kind of music. This hypocrisy is only a sacrifice to the pride of others, or to their envy, both which I think ought rather to be mortified. The same sacrifice we make when we forbear to praise ourselves, which naturally we are all inclined to, and I suppose it was formerly the fashion, or Virgil, that courtly writer, would not have put a speech into the mouth of his hero, which nowadays we should esteem so great an indecency. Sum pius Aeneas fama super aether a notus. One of the Romans, I forget who, justified speaking in his own praise by saying every free man had a right to speak what he thought of himself as well as of others. That this is a natural inclination appears in that all children show it, and say freely, I am a good boy, am I not a good girl, and the like, till they have been frequently chid, and told their trumpeter is dead, and that it is unbecoming to sound their own praise, etc. But naturam expellis furca tamen usque recuit. Being forbid to praise themselves, they learn instead of it to censure others, which is only a roundabout way of praising themselves, for condemning the conduct of another in any particular amounts to as much as saying, I am so honest, or wise, or good, or prudent, that I could not do or improve of such an action. This fondness for ourselves, rather than malevolence to others, I take to be the general source of censure and backbiting, and I wish men had not been taught to dam up natural currents to the overflowing and damage of their neighbours' grounds. Another advantage, methinks, would arise from freely speaking our good thoughts of ourselves, viz., if we were wrong in them, somebody or other would readily set us right. But now, while we conceal so carefully our vain, erroneous self-opinions, we may carry them to our grave, for who would offer physic to a man that seems to be in health? And the privilege of recounting freely our own good actions might be an inducement to the doing of them, that we might be enabled to speak of them without being subject to be justly contradicted or charged with falsehood. Whereas now, as we are not allowed to mention them, and it is an uncertainty whether others will take due notice of them or not, we are perhaps the more indifferent about them. So that, upon the whole, I wish the out-of-fashion practice of praising ourselves would, like other old fashions, come round into fashion again. But this, I fear, will not be in our time, so we must even be contented with what little praise we can get from one another. And I will endeavour to make you some amends for the trouble of reading this long scrawl, by telling you that I have the sincerest esteem for you as an ingenious man and a good one, which together make thee valuable member of society. It is letters like this that cause us to feel that if it were known that the lost letters of Franklin were somewhere still in existence, the world might well organize another company of Argonauts to find them. In a subsequent letter to Eliot, Franklin thanks him for his gift of merino wool, and tells him that it was one Mr. Masters who made dung of leaves, and not Mr. Roberts. In the same letter he takes occasion to let Eliot know that Peter Collinson has written to him that the worthy, learned, and ingenious Mr. Jackson, who had been prevailed on to give some dissertations on the husbandry of Norfolk for the benefits of the colonies, admired Eliot's agricultural tracts. In still another letter to Eliot, Franklin, true to the brief that he held for love of praise, writes to him in these terms of unreserved gratification. The Tatler tells us of a girl who was observed to grow suddenly proud, and none could guess the reason till it came to be known that she had got on a new pair of garters. Lest you should be puzzled to guess the cause, when you observe anything of the kind in me, I think I will not hide my new garters under my petticoats, but take the freedom to show them to you in a paragraph of our friend Collinson's letter, viz. But I ought to mortify and not indulge this vanity. I will not transcribe the paragraph, yet I cannot forbear. He then transcribes the paragraph in which Collinson had informed him that the Grand Monarch of France had commanded the Abbé Mazias to write a letter in the politest terms to the Royal Society to return the King's thanks and compliments in an express manner to Mr. Franklin of Pennsylvania for his useful discoveries in electricity, and the application of pointed rods to prevent the terrible effect of thunderstorms. I think now I have stuck a feather in my cap, ended Collinson, I may be allowed to conclude in wishing thee long to wear it. On reconsidering this paragraph, continued Franklin, I fear I have not so much reason to be proud as the girl had, for a feather in the cap is not so useful a thing, or so serviceable to the wearer, as a pair of good silk garters. The pride of man is very differently gratified, and had his Majesty sent me a marshal's staff, I think I should scarce have been so proud of it as I am of your esteem. There were many principles of congeniality at work to cause Franklin to open his heart so familiarly to Eliot, but one of the most active doubtless was their common love of good stories. I remember with pleasure the cheerful hours I enjoyed last winter in your company, he wrote to Eliot after his visit to New England in 1754. And would with all my heart give any 10 of the thick old folios that stand on the shelves before me for a little book of the stories you then told with so much propriety and humor. We've already referred to the famous letter in which Franklin, a few weeks before his death, stated his religious creed with such unfaltering clearness and directness to Dr. Ezra Stiles, who had written to him saying that he wished to know the opinion of his venerable friend concerning Jesus of Nazareth, and expressing the hope that he would not impute this to impertinence or improper curiosity in one who for so many years had continued to love, estimate, and reverence his abilities and literary character with an ardor and affection bordering on adoration. In his reply, Franklin declared that he had never before been questioned upon religion, and he asked Dr. Stiles not to publish what he had written. I've ever, he said, let others enjoy their religious sentiments without reflecting on them for those that appeared to me unsupportable and even absurd. All sects here, and we have a great variety, have experienced my goodwill in assisting them with subscriptions for building their new places of worship, and as I have never opposed any of their doctrines, I hope to go out of the world in peace with them all. This letter is so full of interest for the reader that it is to be regretted that Dr. Stiles did not oftener indulge the national weakness for asking questions before his aged correspondent went out of the world in peace with the sects, which most assuredly would have followed him with a shower of stones as thick as that which overwhelmed St. Stephen, if they had known that the discreet old philosopher, who contrived to keep on such comfortable working terms with every one of them, doubted all the while the divinity of our Lord. This letter also has a readable word to say in response to the honor that Dr. Stiles proposed to do Franklin by placing his portrait in the same room at Yale with that of Governor Yale, whom Franklin pronounced a great and good man. Yale College, Franklin gratefully recalled, was the first learned society that took notice of him and adorned him with its honors, though it was from the University of St. Andrews that he received the title which made him known to the world as Dr. Franklin. Dr. Samuel Johnson has been termed the venerable father of the Episcopal Church of Connecticut and the apostle of sound learning and elegant literature in New England, and it is not surprising that Franklin should have strained his dialectical skill almost to the point of casuistry in an effort to meet the various reasons which the doctor gave him for his hesitation about accepting the headship of the Academy, such as his years, his fear of the smallpox, the politeness of Philadelphia, and his imagined rusticity, his diffidence of his powers, and his reluctance about drawing off parishioners from Dr. Jenny, the rector of the Christ Church, and St. Peter's. As we have seen, even the multiplying effect of setting up more than one pigeon box against a house was ineffective to lure the apprehensive churchman to Philadelphia. In one of his letters to Dr. Johnson, the enthusiasm of Franklin over the Academy project endows his words with real nobility of utterance. I think with you, he said, that nothing is of more importance for the public weal than to form and train up youth in wisdom and virtue. Wise and good men are, in my opinion, the strength of a state far more so than riches or arms, which under the management of ignorance and wickedness often draw on destruction instead of providing for the safety of a people. And though the culture bestowed on many should be successful only with the few, yet the influence of those few and the service in their power may be very great. Even a single woman that was wise, by her wisdom, saved a city. I think also that general virtue is more probably to be expected and obtained from the education of youth than from the exhortation of adult persons, bad habits and vices of the mind being, like diseases of the body, more easily prevented than cured. I think, moreover, that talents for the education of youth are the gift of God, and that he on whom they are bestowed, whenever a way is opened for the use of them, is as strongly called as if he heard a voice from heaven. Remarkable words these, to fall from a man who, some 2 months later, in another letter to Dr. Johnson, modestly declared himself to be unfit to sketch out the idea of the English school for the academy, having neither been educated himself, except as a tradesman, nor ever been concerned in educating others. He said, "Nobody would imagine," said Dr. Johnson after reading the sketch, "that the draft you have made for an English education was done by a tradesman, but so it sometimes is. A true genius will not content itself without entering more or less into almost everything, and of mastering many things more, in spite of fate itself." The friendship between Franklin and Jared Ingersoll is preserved in a single letter only, the one from which we have already quoted, in which Franklin had his good-natured jest at the expense of the doleful New England Sunday. All of these friends were men, but in Catherine Ray, afterwards the wife of Governor William Greene of Rhode Island, and the mother of Ray Greene, one of the early United States senators from that state, Franklin had a friend whose sex gave a different turn of sentiment and expression to his pen. His first letter to this young woman, "Dear Katie," is the way he addresses her, was written after his return to Philadelphia from a journey to New England in 1754. She then lived on Block Island, and when he last saw her, she was fading out of sight on the ocean on her way to that island from the mainland. "I thought too much was hazarded," he wrote, "when I saw you put off to sea in that very little skiff, tossed by every wave. But the call was strong and just, a sick parent. I stood on the shore and looked after you till I could no longer distinguish you, even with my glass, then returned to your sisters, praying for your safe passage." These words are followed by the paragraph already quoted, in which Franklin acknowledged the affectionate hospitality of New England, and the paragraph already quoted too, in which he spoke of his being restored to the arms of his good old wife and children. "Persons subject to the hype," he continued, "complain of the northeast wind as increasing their malady. But since you promised to send me kisses in that wind, and I find you as good as your word, it is to me the gayest wind that blows, and gives me the best spirits. I write this during a northeast storm of snow, the greatest we have had this winter. Your favors come mixed with the snowy fleeces, which are as pure as your virgin innocence, white as your lovely bosom, and as cold. But let it warm towards some worthy young man, and may heaven bless you both with every kind of happiness." The letter concludes with these words: "I desired Miss Anna Ward to send you over a little book I left with her for your amusement in that lonely island. With my respects to your good father and mother and sister, let me often hear of your welfare, since it is not likely I shall ever again have the pleasure of seeing you. Accept mine and my wife's sincere thanks for the many civilities I receive from you and your relations, and do me the justice to believe me, dear girl, your affectionate, faithful friend and humble servant." This letter was dated March 4, 1755, and was in reply to one from Miss Ray, which, though dated as far back as January of the same year, had just reached him. His next letter was dated September 11, 1755, not long after he rendered his unavailing services to Braddock, and was a reply to 3 other letters of hers of March 3, March 30, and May 1 of that year. It begins, "Begone business for an hour at least, and let me chat a little with my Katie," and apologizes for his belated reply. Equal returns, he declares, I can never make, though I should write to you by every post, for the pleasure I receive from one of yours is more than you can have from two of mine. The small news, the domestic occurrences among our friends, the natural pictures you draw of persons, the sensible observations and reflections you make, and the easy, chatty manner in which you express everything, all contribute to heighten the pleasure, and the more as they remind me of those hours and miles that we talked away so agreeably, even in a winter journey, a wrong road, and a soaking shower. In answer to Miss Ray's inquiry about his health, he tells her that he still relishes all the pleasures of life that a temperate man can in reason desire, and through favour has them all in his power. In answer to her question as to whether everybody loved him yet, and why he made them do so, he replied, I must confess, but don't you be jealous, that many more people love me now than ever did before, for since I saw you, I've been enabled to do some general services to the country and to the army, for which both have thanked and praised me, and say they love me. They say so as you used to do, and if I were to ask any favours of them, they would perhaps as readily refuse me, so that I find little real advantage in being beloved, but it pleases my humour. I long to hear, he says in another part of the same letter, whether you have continued ever since in that monastery, Block Island, or have broke into the world again, doing pretty mischief, how the lady wards do, and how many of them are married or about it, what has become of Mr. B. and Mr. L., and what the state of your heart is at this instant. But that perhaps I ought not to know, and therefore I will not conjure, as you sometimes say I do. If I could conjure, it should be to know what was that oddest question about me that ever was thought of, which you tell me a lady had just sent to ask you. I commend your prudent resolutions in the article of granting favours to lovers, but if I were courting you, I could not hardly approve such conduct. I should even be malicious enough to say you were too knowing, and tell you the old story of the girl and the miller. I enclose you the songs you write for, and with them your Spanish letter with a translation. I honour that honest Spaniard for loving you. It showed the goodness of his taste and judgment, but you must forget him, and bless some worthy young Englishman. Then comes the reference to his Joan, Deborah, which we have quoted in another place. She sends her respectful compliments to Miss Ray, he states. And lastly, in a postscript, he gives Miss Ray this caution. As to your spelling, don't let those laughing girls put you out of conceit with it. It is the best in the world, for every letter of it stands for something. The sincerity of this conviction he proved at least once on another occasion by himself spelling his Katie's first name with a C instead of a K. It is to be feared that Miss Ray was a lively flirt, and it is hard to read Franklin's frequent allusions to Deborah in his letters to her without suspecting that he found it necessary at times to use his wife just a little as a shield. The next letter from Franklin to Miss Ray is marked by the under-strain of coarse license which ran through his character and was partly the note of his age and partly the note of overflowing vital force. I hear you are now in Boston, he said, gay and lovely as usual. Let me give you some fatherly advice. Kill no more pigeons than you can eat. Be a good girl and don't forget your catechism. Go constantly to meeting or church till you get a good husband. Then stay at home and nurse the children and live like a Christian. Spend your spare hours in sober whist, prayers, or learning to cipher. You must practice addition to your husband's estate by industry and frugality, subtraction of all unnecessary expenses. Multiplication, I would gladly have taught you that myself, but you thought it was time enough and wouldn't learn. He will soon make you a mistress of it. As to division, I say with brother Paul, let there be no division among ye, but as your good sister Hubbard, my love to her, is well acquainted with the rule of 2, I hope you will become an expert in the rule of 3. That when I have again the pleasure of seeing you, I may find you like my grapevine, surrounded with clusters, plump, you juicy, blushing, pretty little rogues, like their mamma. Adieu, the bell rings, and I must go among the grave ones and talk politics. Passages like these are among the things which really tarnish the reputation of Franklin, and make us feel at times that, essentially admirable as he was, in some respects he was compounded of pipe and not of porcelain clay. The postscript to this letter, too, is flavoured with the rude gallantry of the husking bee. The plums, it said, came safe, and were so sweet from the cause you mentioned that I could scarce taste the sugar. But when Deputy Postmaster Franklin next writes to Miss Ray, it is with the light, playful grace of his best hours. Your apology, he said, for being in Boston, that you must visit that sister once a year, makes me suspect you are here for some other reason. For why should you think your being there would need an excuse to me when you knew that I knew how dearly you love that sister? Don't offer to hide your heart from me. You know I can conjure. Give my best respects to your sister, and tell her and all your other sisters and brothers that they must behave very kindly to you and love you dearly, or else I'll send a young gentleman to steal and run away with you, who shall bring you to a country from whence they shall never hear a word of you without paying postage. Mrs. Franklin joins in love to you and sincere wishes for your welfare, with dear good girl, your affectionate friend. Some 6 months later, when Franklin is on the eve of leaving America on his first mission to England, he writes briefly to Miss Ray again and tells her he cannot go without taking leave of his dear friend, and is ashamed of having allowed her last letter to remain unanswered so long. Present my best compliments, he adds, to your good mamma, brother and sister Ward, and all your other sisters, the agreeable Mrs. Ward, Dr. Babcock and family, the charitable Mrs. Stanton, and in short to all that love me. I should have said all that love you, but that would be giving you too much trouble. Adieu, dear good girl, and believe me ever your affectionate friend. On the return of Franklin from England, he resumed his correspondence with Miss Ray. But Miss Ray she was no longer, for the divination of the conjurer had not failed him, and she was then married to William Green. In a letter to Mrs. Green, dated January 23, 1763, this fact leads to another smutty joke on Franklin's part over the arithmetic of matrimony, the worse for being jestingly ascribed to Mrs. Franklin, who, he said, accepted Mrs. Green's apology for dropping the correspondence with her, but hoped that it would be renewed when Mrs. Green had more leisure. That the joke should be debited to the manners of the day fully as much as to Franklin himself is made clear enough by the fact that it is immediately followed by the assurance that he would not fail to pay his respects to Mr. as well as Mrs. Green when he came their way. Please to make my compliments acceptable to him, he added. The conclusion of this letter is in the former affectionate vein. I think him not much altered, at least my esteem and regard for my Katy, if I may still be permitted to call her so, is the same, and I believe it will be unalterable whilst I am B. Franklin. That they did prove unalterable, it is hardly necessary to say. Some 26 years after the date of this letter, Franklin writes to Mrs. Green, "Among the felicities of my life, I reckon your friendship, which I shall remember with pleasure as long as that life lasts." And in the meantime he had given Mrs. Green the proof of affectionate interest, which of all others perhaps is most endearing in a friend. That is, he had taken her children as well as herself to his heart. After a brief visit with Sally to the Greens in 1763, he wrote to Mrs. Green, "My compliments to Mr. Merchant and Miss Ward, if they are still with you, and kiss the babies for me. Sally says, and for me too." This letter ends, "With perfect esteem and regard, I am, dear Katy, I can't yet alter my style to Madam, your affectionate friend." In another letter to Mrs. Green about a month later, he says, "My best respects to good Mr. Green, Mrs. Ray, and love to your little ones. I'm glad to hear they are well, and that your Celia goes alone." The last two letters mentioned by us were written from Boston. Franklin's next letter to Mrs. Green was written from Philadelphia, condoles with her on the death of her mother, tells her that his dame sends her love to her, with her thanks for the care that she had taken of her old man, and conveys his love to the little dear creatures. "We are all glad to hear of Ray, for we all love him," he wrote to Mrs. Green from Paris. In the same letter he said, "I live here in great respect and dine every day with great folks, but I still long for home and for repose, and should be happy to eat Indian pudding in your company and under your hospitable roof." Hardly had he arrived in America on his return from France before he sent this affectionate message to Mrs. Green and her husband: "I seize this first opportunity of acquainting my dear friends that I have once more the great happiness of being at home in my own country and with my family, because I know it will give you pleasure." As for Mrs. Green, Jane Meekum informed him that, when she heard of his arrival, she was so overjoyed that her children thought she was afflicted with hysteria. The friendship which existed between Franklin and the Greens also existed between them and his sister Jane, who was a welcome guest under their roof. "I pity my poor old sister to be so harassed and driven about by the enemy," he wrote to Mrs. Green from Paris in 1778, "for I feel a little myself the inconvenience of being driven about by my friends." End of section 23. Section 24 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 1, Franklin's British Friends. In Great Britain, Franklin had almost as many friends as in America. During his missions to England, he resided at No. 7, Craven Street, London, the home of Mrs. Margaret Stevenson, a widow and the mother of Polly, whose filial relations to him constituted an idol in his life. Into all the interests and feelings of this home he entered almost as fully and sympathetically as he did into those of his own home in Philadelphia, as is charmingly attested by his Craven Street Gazette. Mrs. Stevenson looked after his clothing, attended to him when he was sick, and made the purchases from time to time that the commissions of Deborah and Jane Meekham called for. In one of his letters to Temple, written after his return from his second mission to England, Franklin mentions a long letter that he had received from her in the form of a kind of journal for a month after our departure, written on different days and of different dates, acquainting me who has called and what is done with all the small news. In 4 or 5 places she sends her love to her dear boy, hopes he was not very sick at sea, etc., etc. This journal doubtless set forth in a matter-of-fact way the daily life of the Craven Street household, which Franklin idealized with such captivating vivacity in the humorous pages of the Craven Street Gazette. At the Craven Street house he and his son lived in great comfort, occupying 4 rooms and waited upon by his manservant and Billy's negro attendant, and when he moved about the streets of London it was in a modest chariot of his own. Franklin's letters to Deborah frequently conveyed affectionate messages from Mrs. Stevenson and Polly to Deborah and her daughter Sally. Occasionally, too, presents of one kind or another from Mrs. Stevenson found their way across the Atlantic to Deborah and Sally. Altogether, the Craven Street house, if not a true home to Franklin in every sense of the word, was a cheerful semblance of one. A letter from Dr. Priestley to him, which he received shortly after his return from Canada during the American Revolution, bears witness to the impression left by his amiable traits upon the memory of the good woman with whom he had resided so long. After telling Franklin that Franklin's old servant Fevre often mentioned him with affection and respect, Dr. Priestley added, "Mrs. Stevenson is much as usual. She can talk about nothing but you." The feeling was fully returned. "It is always with great pleasure," he wrote to her from Passy, "when I think of our long-continued friendship, which had not the least interruption in the course of 20 years, some of the happiest of my life, that I spent under your roof and in your company. If I do not write to you as often as I used to do, when I happen to be absent from you, it is owing partly to the present difficulty of sure communication, and partly to an apprehension of some possible inconvenience that my correspondence might occasion you. Be assured, my dear friend, that my regard, esteem, and affection for you are not in the least impaired or diminished, and that if circumstances will permit, nothing would afford me so much satisfaction as to be with you in the same house, and to experience again your faithful tender care and attention to my interests, health, and comfortable living, which so long and steadily attached me to you, and which I shall ever remember with gratitude." And when the news of Mrs. Stevenson's death was communicated to Franklin by her daughter, the retrospect of the last 25 years that had opened up to him framed itself into these tender words in his reply. "During the greatest part of the time I lived in the same house with my dear deceased friend, your mother. Of course, you and I saw and conversed with each other much and often. It is to all our honours that in all that time we never had among us the smallest misunderstanding. Our friendship has been all clear sunshine, without the least cloud in its hemisphere. Let me conclude by saying to you what I have had too frequent occasions to say to my other remaining old friends: the fewer we become, the more let us love one another." On the back of the last letter, dated July 24, 1782, that he received from Mrs. Stevenson, he endorsed this memorandum: "This good woman, my dear friend, died the 1st of January following. She was about my age." But the closest friendship that Franklin formed in England was with Mary, or Polly, Stevenson. To her, perhaps the most delightful of all his familiar letters were written, letters so full of love and watchful interest as to suggest a father rather than a friend. It is not too much to say that they are distinguished by a purity and tenderness of feeling almost perfect, and by a combination of delicate humor and instructive wisdom to which it would be hard to find a parallel. The first of them bears date May 4, 1759, and the last bears date May 30, 1786. That the letters, some 46 in number, are not more numerous even than they are is due to the fact that during the period of their intercourse the two friends were often under the same roof, or when they were not, saw each other frequently. In his first letter addressed to "My dear child," Franklin tells Polly, who was then about 20 years of age, that he had hoped for the pleasure of seeing her the day before at the oratorio in the Foundling Hospital, but that though he looked with all the eyes he had, not excepting even those he carried in his pocket, he could not find her. He had, however, he said, fixed that day se'night for a little journey into Essex, and would take Mrs. Stevenson with him as far as the home of Mrs. Tickle, Polly's aunt, at Wanstead, where Polly then was, and would call for Mrs. Stevenson there on his return. Will, he says in a postscript, did not see you in the park. Will, of course, was his son. In the succeeding year he writes to Polly that he embraces most gladly his dear friend's proposal of a subject for their future correspondence, though he fears that his necessary business and journeys, with the natural indolence of an old man, will make him too unpunctual a correspondent. But why will you, he asks, by the cultivation of your mind, make yourself still more amiable and a more desirable companion for a man of understanding, when you are determined, as I hear, to live single? If we enter, as you propose, into moral as well as natural philosophy, I fancy when I have fully established my authority as a tutor, I shall take upon me to lecture you a little on that chapter of duty. He then maps out a course of reading for her to be conducted in such a manner as to furnish them with material for their letters. Believe me ever, my dear good girl, he concludes, your affectionate friend and servant. With his next letter he sends her a gift of books, and begs her to accept it as a small mark of his esteem and friendship, and the gift is accompanied with more specific advice as to the manner in which she was to prosecute her studies and obtain the benefit of his knowledge and counsel. When he writes again, his letter discloses the fact that a brisk interchange of ideas had been actually established between them. "'Tis a very sensible question you ask," he says, "how the air can affect the barometer when its opening appears covered with wood." And her observation of what she had lately read concerning insects is very just and solid too, he remarks. The question he has no difficulty in answering, and the observation on insects leads to some agreeable statements about the silkworm, the bee, the cochineal, and the Spanish fly, and finally to an interesting account of the way in which the great Swedish naturalist Linnaeus had been successfully called in by his king to suggest some means of checking the ravages of the worm that was doing such injury to the Swedish ships. Nor was all this mellifluous information imparted without a timely caution. There is, however, he concluded, a prudent moderation to be used in studies of this kind. The knowledge of nature may be ornamental, and it may be useful, but if to attain an eminence in that we neglect the knowledge and practice of essential duties, we deserve reprehension. For there is no rank in natural knowledge of equal dignity and importance with that of being a good parent, a good child, a good husband or wife, a good neighbor or friend, a good subject or citizen, that is, in short, a good Christian. Nicholas Gimcrack, therefore, who neglected the care of his family to pursue butterflies, was a just object of ridicule, and we must give him up as fair game to the satirist. A later letter is an amusing illustration of the manner in which he occasionally reminded his pupil that she must not take herself and philosophy too seriously. Polly was at the time at the famous wells of Bristol, about which so much of the social pageantry of the 18th century centered. Your first question, what is the reason the water at this place, though cold at the spring, becomes warm by pumping? It would be most prudent in me to forbear attempting to answer it, he said, till by a more circumstantial account you assure me of the fact. I own I should expect that operation to warm not so much the water pumped as the person pumping. The rubbing of dry solids together has been long observed to produce heat, but the like effect has never yet, that I have heard, been produced by the mere agitation of fluids, or friction of fluids with solids. He might have let the matter rest there, but he did not. The occasion was too opportune a one to impress upon Polly the importance of not jumping at conclusions too quickly for him to refrain from borrowing an apt story from Selden about a young woman who, finding herself in the presence of some gentlemen when they were examining what they called a Chinese shoe, and carrying on a dispute about it, put in her word and said modestly, "Gentlemen, are you sure it is a shoe? Should not that be settled first?" Then he passes to a highly edifying explanation of tidal movements in rivers, so simple that even a child, to say nothing of a bright-witted girl, could experience no difficulty in understanding it, and ends with the question, after writing 6 folio pages of philosophy to a young girl, is it necessary to finish such a letter with a compliment? Is not such a letter of itself a compliment? Does it not say she has a mind thirsty after knowledge, and capable of receiving it, and that the most agreeable things one can write to her are those that tend to the improvement of her understanding? With his next letter he enclosed a paper containing his views on several points relating to the air and the evaporation of water, and informed Polly that he would shortly accompany her good mother again to Wanstead, when they could take a walk to some of Lord Tilney's ponds, and make a few experiments there that would explain the nature of tides more fully. "Adieu, my dear little philosopher," he exclaims in another letter, after suggesting that thirsty unfortunates at sea might be greatly relieved by sitting in sea water, and declaring that wet clothes do not create colds, whatever damp may do. "No one catches cold by bathing," he said, "and no clothes can be wetter than water itself." In another letter he makes some most readable observations upon the evaporation of rivers and the relations of colours to heat. The ignorant, he declared, suppose in some cases that a river loses itself by running underground, whereas in truth it has run up into the air. And with reference to the interdependence of heat and colour, he pursued this fresh train of ideas. What signifies philosophy that does not apply to some use? May we not learn from hence that black clothes are not so fit to wear in a hot, sunny climate or season as white ones? Because in such clothes the body is more heated by the sun when we walk abroad, and are at the same time heated by the exercise, which double heat is apt to bring on putrid, dangerous fevers. That soldiers and seamen who must march and labour in the sun should in the East or West Indies have an uniform of white. That summer hats, or for men or women, should be white, as repelling that heat which gives headaches to many, and to some the fatal stroke that the French call the coup de soleil. That the ladies' summer hats, however, should be lined with black, as not reverberating on their faces those rays which are reflected upwards from the earth or water. That the putting a white cap of paper or linen within the crown of a black hat, as some do, will not keep out the heat, though it would be if placed without. That fruit walls, being blacked, may receive so much heat from the sun in the daytime as to continue warm in some degree through the night, and thereby preserve the fruit from frosts, or forward its growth, with sundry other particulars of less or greater importance that will occur from time to time to attentive minds. Sometimes exchanges language like this for such bantering questions as these: "Have you finished your course of philosophy? No more doubts to be resolved? No more questions to ask? If so, you may now be at full leisure to improve yourself in cards." Another letter, dated 7/1762, was written in contemplation of the fact that he was about to leave the old world for the new. "I fancy I feel a little like dying saints," he said, "who, in parting with those they love in this world, are only comforted with the hope of more perfect happiness in the next. I have in America connections of the most engaging kind, and happy as I have been in the friendships here contracted, those promise me greater and more lasting felicity. But God only knows whether these promises shall be fulfilled." Then came the letter written to her from a wretched inn at Portsmouth, when he was on the point of embarking for America. It is none the less noteworthy because it reveals the fact that the thought of a marriage between Polly and his son had been a familiar one to him and her. "It, the paper on which he wrote," he said, "will tell my Polly how much her friend is afflicted, that he must perhaps never again see one for whom he has so sincere an affection, joined to so perfect an esteem, who he once flattered himself might become his own in the tender relation of a child, but can now entertain such pleasing hopes no more. Will it tell how much he is afflicted? No, it cannot. Adieu, my dearest child. I will call you so. Why should I not call you so, since I love you with all the tenderness, all the fondness of a father? Adieu. May the God of all goodness shower down his choicest blessings upon you, and make you infinitely happier than that event could have made you. No wonder that the fatherless girl should have felt from the day that she received this letter until the day that she helped to assuage the pain of Franklin's last hours by her loving ministrations, that the heart in which she was so deeply cherished was one of these blessings. A few months later, Franklin writes to her from America a long communicative letter, valuable among other reasons for the evidence that it affords of the ready sympathy with which he had entered into her circle of youthful friendships. He tells her that he shares her grief over her separation from her old friend Miss Pitt. Pity, he calls her in another place in this letter when he sends his love to her. He congratulates her upon the recovery of her dear Dolly's health. This was Dorothea Blunt, to which he repeatedly refers in his letters to her. I love that dear good girl myself, and I love her other friends, he said. Polly's statement in the letter, to which his letter was a reply that she had lately had the pleasure of spending 3 days with Dr. and Mrs. Hawkesworth at the house of John Stanley, all warm friends of his, elicits from him the exclamation, "It was a sweet society." These are but a few of the many details that make up this letter. Polly was one of the stimulating correspondents who brought out all that was best in Franklin's own intellectual resources, and the next time that he wrote to her from America, he used this appreciative and grateful language. The ease, the smoothness, the purity of diction, and the delicacy of sentiment that always appear in your letters never failed to delight me, but the tender filial regard you constantly express for your old friend is particularly engaging. In later letters to Polly, written after his return to England in 1764, there are other lively passages like those that animated his letters to her before his return to America. On one occasion he answers a letter from her in verse. "A muse, you must know, visited me this morning. I see you are surprised as I was. I never saw one before, and shall never see another. So I took the opportunity of her help to put the answer into verse, because I was some verse in your debt ever since you sent me the last pair of garters." This letter is succeeded by a highly vivacious one from Paris, where he enjoyed the honor of conversing with the king and queen while they sat at meat. The latter letter is so full of sparkling fun that we cannot but regret that Franklin did not leave behind him equally detailed narratives of his travels in Germany and Holland and over the face of Great Britain. All the way to Dover he said he was engaged in perpetual disputes with innkeepers, hostlers, and postilions, because he was prevented from seeing the country by the forward tilt of the hoods of the post-chaises on which he was driven, they insisting that the chaise leaning forward was an ease to the horses, and that the contrary would kill them. I suppose the chaise leaning forward, he surmised, looks to them like a willingness to go forward, and that its hanging back shows a reluctance. He concludes a humorous description of the seasickness of a number of green passengers between Dover and Calais, who made a hearty breakfast in the morning before embarking, for fear that if the wind should fail they might not get over till supper time, with the remark, "So it seems there are uncertainties even beyond those between the cup and the lip." Impositions suffered by Franklin on the journey, the smooth highways of France, the contrast between the natural brunettes of Calais and Boulogne and the natural blondes of Abbeville, the Parisian complexions to which nature in every form was a total stranger, the Grand Couvert, where the royal family supped in public, the magnificence of Versailles, and Paris, to which nothing was wanting but cleanliness and tidiness, the pure water and fine streets of Paris, French politeness, the paintings, the plays and operas of the gayest capital in the world, all furnished topics for this delightful letter, composed in the high spirits born of rapid movement from one novel experience to another, and doubtless endued, when read, with the never-failing charm that belongs to foreign scenes, scanned by the eyes of those we love. Franklin did not know which were the most rapacious, the English or the French boatmen or porters, but the latter had with their knavery, he thought, the most politeness. The only drawback about the roads in France, paved with smooth stone-like streets for many miles together, and flanked on each side with trees, was the labor which the peasants complained that they had to expend upon them for full 2 months in the year without pay. Whether this was truth, or whether, like Englishmen, they grumbled cause or no cause, Franklin had not yet been able to fully inform himself. Passing over his speculations as to the origin of the fair complexions of the women of Abbeville, where wheels and looms were going in every house, we stop for a moment to reproduce this unsparing description of the manner in which the women of Paris exercise the art which has never been known to excite any form of approval except feminine self-approval. As to rouge, they don't pretend to imitate nature in laying it on. There is no gradual diminution of the color, from the full bloom in the middle of the cheek to the faint tint near the sides, nor does it show itself differently in different faces. I have not had the honor of being at any lady's toilette to see how it is laid on, but I fancy I can tell you how it is or may be done. Cut a hole of 3 inches diameter in a piece of paper, place it on the side of your face in such a manner as that the top of the hole may be just under your eye. Then with a brush dipped in the color, paint face and paper together, so when the paper is taken off there will remain a round patch of red, exactly the form of the hole. This is the mode from the actresses on the stage upwards through all ranks of ladies to the princesses of the blood. But it stops there, the queen not using it, having in the serenity, complacence, and benignity that shine so eminently in, or rather through, her countenance, sufficient beauty, though now an old woman, to do extremely well without it. In picturing the royal supper with its gold service and its à boire pour le roi and its à boire pour la reine, Franklin even draws a sketch of the table so that Polly can see just where the king and queen and Mesdames Adelaide, Victoria, Louise, and Sophie sat, and just where Sir John Pringle and himself stood when they were brought by an officer of the court to be talked to by the royal personages. This letter also contains what is perhaps the handsomest compliment ever paid to French politeness. It seems to be a point settled here universally, that strangers are to be treated with respect, and one has just the same deference shown one here by being a stranger as in England by being a lady. The grave statement in this letter that traveling is one way of lengthening life, at least in appearance, is made the starting point for the laughing statement that the writer himself had perhaps suffered a greater change in his own person than he could have done in 6 years at home. I had not been here 6 days, he declared, before my tailor and perruquier had transformed me into a Frenchman. Only think what a figure I make in a little bag wig and naked ears. They told me I was become 20 years younger, and looked very gallant. So being in Paris, where the mode is to be sacredly followed, I was once very near making love to my friend's wife. The next words in the letter were also full of effervescing gaiety. This letter shall cost you 1 shilling, and you may consider it cheap when you reflect that it has cost me at least 50 guineas to get into the situation that enables me to write it. Besides, I might, if I had stayed at home, have won perhaps 2 shillings of you at cribbage. Among the best of his subsequent letters is the one, instinct with his usual wisdom and good feeling, in which he advises Polly to return to her aunt Mrs. Tickle as soon as a temporary separation was at an end, and continue by every means in her power, no matter how sorely tried by her aunt's infirmities, to make the remainder of the latter days as comfortable as possible. Polly adopted the advice of this letter and reaped her reward, not only in the gratified sense of duty upon which the letter laid such emphasis, but also in the fortune which she received upon the death of Mrs. Tickle. In 1770 she was married to Dr. William Hewson, a brilliant physician who was prematurely cut off by surgical infection, leaving her the mother of 3 young children. It was probably of him that she wrote to Franklin from Margate in the year preceding her marriage with him, that she had met with a very sensible physician the day before, and would not have Franklin or her mother surprised if she should run off with this young man. To be sure, this would be an imprudent step at the discreet age of 30, but there was no saying what one should do if solicited by a man of an insinuating address and good person, though he might be too young for one, and not yet established in his profession. The letter began with a welcome to Franklin, who had just returned from the Continent, and he was quick to respond with a pleasantry to her communication about the young physician. There are certain circumstances in life, sometimes, he said, wherein 'tis perhaps best not to hearken to reason. For instance, possibly, if the truth were known, I've reason to be jealous of this same insinuating, handsome young physician. But as it flatters more my vanity, and therefore gives me more pleasure to suppose you were in spirits on account of my safe return, I shall turn a deaf ear to reason in this case, as I have done with success in 20 others. In a subsequent letter, Franklin tells Polly that her mother has been complaining of her head more than ever before. If she stoops or looks or bends her neck downwards on any occasion, it is with great pain and difficulty that she gets her head up again. She has therefore borrowed a breast and neck collar of Mrs. Wilkes, such as Mrs. wear, and now uses it to keep her head up. Mr. Strahan has invited us all to dine there tomorrow, but she has excused herself. Will you come and go with me? If you cannot well do that, you will at least be with us on Friday to go to Lady Strahan's. His own head, he says, is better, owing, he is fully persuaded, to his extreme abstemiousness for some days past at home, but he is not without apprehensions that, being to dine abroad that day, the next day and the day after, he may inadvertently bring it on again, if he does not think of his little monitor and guardian angel, and make use of the proper and very pertinent clause she proposes in his grace. This clause was doubtless suggested by his previous letter about the insinuating handsome physician, in which he had written to his little monitor that he had just come home from a venison feast where he had drunk more than a philosopher ought. His next letter warily refrains from giving his flat approval to Dr. Hewson's proposal. His attitude towards Mrs. Green's marriage had been equally cautious. He was probably of the opinion that, along with the other good advice that finds its way to the moon, is not a little relating to nuptial engagements. The whole letter is stamped with the good sense and wholesome feeling which such situations never fail to evoke from him. I assure you, he said, that no objection has occurred to me. His person you see, his temper and his understanding you can judge of. His character, for anything I have ever heard, is unblemished. His profession, with the skill in it he is supposed to have, will be sufficient to support a family, and therefore, considering the fortune you have in your hands, though any future expectation from your aunt should be disappointed, I do not see but that the agreement may be a rational one on both sides. I see your delicacy and your humility too, for you fancy that if you do not prove a great fortune you will not be loved. But I am sure that were I in his situation in every respect, knowing you so well as I do, and esteeming you so highly, I should think you a fortune sufficient for me without a shilling. Having thus expressed his concern, equal to any father's, he said, for her happiness, and dispelled the idea on her part that he did not favour the proposal because he did not immediately advise his acceptance, he left, he concluded, the rest to her sound judgment, of which no one had a greater share, and would not be too inquisitive as to her particular reasons, doubts, and fears. They were married only to share the bright vision of unclouded married happiness for some 4 years, and then to be separated by that tragic agency which few but Franklin have ever been able to invest with the peaceful radiance of declining day. A letter from Franklin to Mrs. Hewson, written shortly after the marriage, laughs as it were through its tears over the mournful plight in which Dolly and he have been left by her desertion, but it shows that he is beginning to get into touch with all the changes brought about by the new connection. We have already seen how fully his heart went out to his godson, who sprang from the union. He has a word to say about him in another letter to Mrs. Hewson, after a jest at the expense of Mrs. Stevenson's Jacobite prejudices. I thank you, he said, for your intelligence about my godson. I believe you are sincere when you say you think him as fine a child as you wish to see. He had cut 2 teeth and 3 in another letter, make 5, for I know you never write tautologies. If I've over-reckoned the number, we'll be right by this time. His being like me in so many particulars pleases me prodigiously, and I'm persuaded there is another which you have omitted, though it must have occurred to you while you were putting them down. Pray let him have everything he likes. I think it of great consequence while the features of the countenance are forming. It gives them a pleasant air, and that being once become natural and fixed by habit, the face is ever after the handsomer for it. And on that much of a person's good fortune and success in life may depend. Had I been crossed as much in my infant likings and inclinations as you know I've been of late years, I should have been, I was going to say, not near so handsome, but as the vanity of that expression would offend other folks' vanity, I change it out of regard to them, and say a great deal more homely. His next letter is written to Mrs. Hewson, then a widow, from Philadelphia, after his return from his second mission to England, and tells her that the times are not propitious for the emigration to America, which she was contemplating, but expresses the hope that they might all be happy together in Philadelphia a little later on. End of section 24. Section 25 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 2, Franklin's British Friends. When he next writes, it is from Paris on January 12, 1777. My dear, dear Polly, he begins, figure to yourself an old man with grey hair appearing under a marten fur cap among the powdered heads of Paris. It is this odd figure that salutes you with handfuls of blessings on you and your dear little ones. He had failed to bring about a union between Polly and his son, but inveterate matchmaker that he was, this letter shows that he still had, as a grandfather, the designs on Eliza, Polly's daughter, that he had disclosed in his previous letter to Polly, when he expressed the hope that he might be alive to dance with Mrs. Stevenson at the wedding of Ben and this child. I give him Ben, it said with a French grimace between its lines, a little French language and address, and then send him over to pay his respects to Miss Hewson. In another letter he tells Polly that if she would take Ben under her care, as she had offered to do, he would set no bad example to her other children. 2 or 3 years later he wrote to her from Philadelphia that Ben was finishing his studies at college, and would, he thought, make her a good son. Indeed, a few days later he referred to Ben in another letter as your son, Ben. Does my godson, he asked in a letter from France to Mrs. Hewson, along with many affectionate inquiries about his dear old friend, Mrs. Stevenson, and other English friends of theirs, remember anything of his Dr. Papa? I suppose not. Kiss the dear little fellow for me, not forgetting the others. I long to see them and you. Then in a postscript he tells Mrs. Hewson that at the ball in Nantes, Temple took notice that there were no heads less than 5, and that there were a few 7 lengths of the face above the forehead. You know, he observes with the old sportive humour, that those who have practised drawing as he has attend more to proportions than people in common do. In another letter from Passy, he asks Mrs. Hewson whether Jacob Viney, who was in the wheel business, could not make up a coach with the latest useful improvements and bring them all over in it. In the same letter he inserts a word to relieve Mrs. Stevenson of her anxiety about her swelled ankles, which she attributed to dropsy, and the paragraph ends with the words, "My tender love to her." As Polly's children grew older, the references to them in Franklin's letters to the mother became more and more frequent and affectionate. You cannot be more pleased, he wrote to her from Passy, in talking about your children, your methods of instructing them, and the progress they make, than I am in hearing it, and in finding that instead of following the idle amusements which both your fortune and the custom of the age might have led you into, your delight and your duty go together, by employing your time in the education of your offspring. This is following nature and reason instead of fashion, than which nothing is more becoming the character of a woman of sense and virtue. Repeatedly Franklin sends little books to Mrs. Hewson's children, and on one occasion he sends 2 different French grammars, one of which, after the French master of her children had taken his choice, was to be given to his godson as his New Year's gift, together with the 2 volumes of Synonymes Françaises. At one time, before he left France, he thought of visiting Mrs. Hewson in England, and asked her advice about doing so in the existing state of the British temper. When she counselled him against the journey, he wrote to her, "Come, my dear friend, live with me while I stay here, and go with me, if I do go, to America." As the result of this invitation, Mrs. Hewson and her children spent the winter of 1784–85 with him at Passy, and his first letter to her after she returned to England bears indications in every line of the regret inspired by his loss of her society, after, to use his own words, he had passed a long winter in a manner that made it appear the shortest of any he ever spent. One of his peculiarities was to make a point of telling a friend anything of a pleasant nature that he had heard about him. Since her departure, Monsieur le Laveillard, in particular, he said, had told him at different times what, indeed, he knew long since. C'est une bien digne femme, cette Madame Hewson, une très aimable femme. The letter then terminates with the request that when she prayed at church for all that travelled by land or sea, she would think of her ever affectionate friend, but starts up again in a postscript in which he sends his love to William, Thomas, and Eliza, Mrs. Hewson's children, and asks their mother to tell them that he missed their cheerful prattle. Temple being sick and Benjamin at Paris, he had found it very triste, breakfasting alone and sitting alone, and without any tea in the evening. My love to every one of the children is his postscript to his next letter, in which, when he was on the eve of leaving France, he told Mrs. Hewson that he said nothing to persuade her to go with him or to follow him, because he knew she did not usually act from persuasion but judgment. In nothing was he wiser than in his reserve about giving advice when the persons to be advised were themselves in possession of all the facts of the case essential to a proper decision. When he touched at Southampton, Mrs. Hewson was not yet resolved to sever the ties that connected her with England, but subsequently she did come over with her children to Philadelphia and made it her home for the rest of her life. The last letter but one that Franklin wrote to her before she sailed is among the most readable letters in the correspondence. Referring to the 3 letters of hers that had not reached him until nearly 10 years after they were written, he said, "This packet has been received by Mr. Batch after my departure for France, lay dormant among his papers during all my absence, and has just now broke out upon me like words that had been, as somebody says, congealed in northern air. Therein I find all the pleasing little family history of your children, how William had begun to spell, overcoming, by strength of a memory, all the difficulty occasioned by the common wretched alphabet, while you were convinced of the utility of our new one, how Tom, genius-like, struck out new paths, and relinquishing the old names of the letters, called U Bell and P Bottle, how Eliza began to grow jolly, that is, fat and handsome, resembling Aunt Rooke, whom I used to call my lovely, together with all the then news of Lady Blunt's having produced at length a boy, of Dolly's being well, and of poor good Catherine's decease, of your affairs with Muir and Atkinson, and of their contract for feeding the fish in the Channel, of the Vinneys and their jaunt to Cambridge in the long carriage, of Dolly's journey to Wales with Mrs. Scott, of the Wilkinses, of the Pierces, Elphinstones, etc., concluding with a kind of promise that as soon as the Ministry and Congress agreed to make peace, I should have you with me in America. That peace has been some time made, but alas, the promise is not yet fulfilled. Rarely indeed, we imagine, has one person, even though a father or a husband, ever enveloped the life of another with such an atmosphere of pure, caressing, intimate sympathy and affection as surrounds these letters. Perhaps our review of them would be incomplete if we did not also recall the comments made by Franklin to Polly upon the death of her mother, and Polly's own comments upon the close of his life. "The departure of my dearest friend," he wrote to Polly, "from Passy, which I learned from your last letter, greatly affects me. To meet with her once more in this life was one of the principal motives of my proposing to visit England again before my return to America. The last year carried off my friends Dr. Pringle and Dr. Fothergill, Lord Kaimes, and Lord Le Despencer. This has begun to take away the rest, and strikes the hardest. Thus the ties I had to that country, and indeed to the world in general, are loosened one by one, and I shall soon have no attachment left to make me unwilling to follow." This is the description given by Mrs. Hewson of his last years, after stating that during the 2 years that preceded his death he did not experience so much as 2 months of exemption from pain, yet never uttered one repining or peevish word. When the pain was not too violent to be amused, he employed himself with his books, his pen, or in conversation with his friends, and upon every occasion displayed the clearness of his intellect and the cheerfulness of his temper. Even when the intervals from pain were so short that his words were frequently interrupted, I've known him to hold a discourse in a sublime strain of piety. I never shall forget one day that I passed with our friend last summer, 1789. I found him in bed in great agony, but when that agony abated a little, I asked him if I should read to him. He said yes, and the first book I met with was Johnson's Lives of the Poets, I read the life of Watts, who was a favorite author with Dr. Franklin, and instead of lulling him to sleep, it roused him to a display of powers of his memory and his reason. He repeated several of Watts's lyric poems, and descanted upon their sublimity in a strain worthy of them and of their pious author. Sublime or not, it cannot be denied that the poems of Dr. Watts have been a staff of comfort and support to many a pilgrim on his way to the fields of endless light, where the saints and angels walk. Another very dear English friend of Franklin was William Strahan, King's printer, the partner at one time of Thomas Cabell the elder, and the publisher of Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. The frequent references in Franklin's letters to him to Madeira wine would seem to indicate that if it had been possible for such a temperate man as Franklin to have what is known as a boon companion, Strahan would have been he. On one occasion Franklin writes to him that he has a great opinion of his wisdom, Madeira apart. On another, after twitting him good-humouredly with the restless condition of England, he observes, "You will say my advice smells of Madeira. You are right. This foolish letter is mere chit-chat between ourselves over the second bottle." The friendship between the two began before they had even seen each other. From writing to each other from time to time in the course of business about books and stationery, they finally came to feel as if they really knew each other, and to exchange familiar messages on that footing. In his earliest letter to Strahan, Franklin signs himself, "Your humble servant unknown," but before he has even carried into execution the floating intention of going over to England, which again and again manifests itself in his letters to Strahan, his spouse is corresponding with Mrs. Strahan, and he has arranged a match between Sally and Master Billy, one of Strahan's sons. "My compliments to Mrs. Strahan, and to your promising son, perhaps one day mine," he wrote to Strahan several years before his first mission to England. "God send our children good and suitable matches, for I begin to feel a parent's cares in that respect, and fondly wish to see them well settled before I leave them." A little later he has arranged the match so entirely to his satisfaction, and as the event proved to that of Strahan too, that he writes glibly to Strahan of William Strahan as our son Billy, and of Sally as our daughter Sally. The same letter foreshadows the mission to England that brought the two friends for the first time face to face. "Our assembly," it said, "talk of sending me to England speedily. Then look out sharp, and if a fat old fellow should come to your printing house and request a little smouting, depend upon it 'tis your affectionate friend and humble servant." The earlier cisatlantic letters of Franklin to Strahan are mainly letters of business, over which we need not linger here, but they contain some paragraphs of general interest besides those relating to Sally and Master Billy. In one place Franklin declares that he is glad that the Polybius, which he had ordered from Strahan, did not come. It was intended for his son, who was, when the order was given, in the army, and apparently bent on a military life, but that, as peace had cut off the prospect of advancement in that way, his son would apply himself to other business. In any event, Polybius would appear to have been a rather pedantic authority for the military operations of the American backwoods. The other business to which William Franklin had decided to apply himself was that of the profession which, in the opinion of the general public, approximates most nearly to a state of warfare, the law. And in the letters from Franklin to Strahan, William's altered plans are brought home to us in the form of orders for law books, and the request that Strahan would have William entered as a student at the Inns of Court. These earlier letters also contain some piquant comments on colonial conditions. Such are the remarks prompted by Pope's sneer in the Dunciad at the supposed popularity of the poetaster, Ward in Ape and Monkey Climes. That poet has many admirers here, and the reflection he somewhere casts on the plantations, as if they had a relish for such writers as Ward only, is injurious. Your authors know but little of the fame they have on this side of the ocean. We are a kind of posterity in respect to them. We read their works with perfect impartiality, being at too great distance to be bypassed by the factions, parties, and prejudices that prevail among you. We know nothing of their personal failings. The blemishes in their character never reaches us, and therefore the bright and amiable part strikes us with its full force. They have never offended us or any of our friends, and we have no competitions with them. Therefore we praise and admire them without restraint. Whatever Thompson writes, send me a dozen copies of. I've read note poetry for several years, and almost lost the relish of it till I met with his Seasons. That charming poet has brought more tears of pleasure into my eyes than all I ever read before. I wish it were in my power to return him any part of the joy he has given me." Many years later, some appreciative observations of the same critic on the poetry of Cowper were to make even that unhappy poet little less proud than the girl in the Tatler with the new pair of garters. The friendship initiated by the early letters of Franklin to Strahan ripened fast into the fullest and freest intimacy when Franklin went over to England in 1757. They were both printers to begin with, and were both very social in their tastes. Strahan was besides no mean political quid nunc, and Franklin was all his life an active politician. So interesting were the reports that he made to Franklin at the latter's request on political conditions in England, after Franklin returned to America from his first mission to that country, that Franklin acknowledged his debt in these flattering terms: "Your accounts are so clear, circumstantial, and complete, that though there is nothing too much, nothing is wanting to give us, as I imagine, a more perfect knowledge of your public affairs than most people have that live among you. The characters of your speakers and actors are so admirably sketched, and their views so plainly opened, that we see and know everybody. They all become of our acquaintance. So excellent a manner of writing seems to me a superfluous gift to a mere printer. If you do not commence author for the benefit of mankind, you will certainly be found guilty hereafter of burying your talent. It is true that it will puzzle the devil himself to find anything else to accuse you of, but remember he may make a great deal of that. If I were king, which may God in mercy to us all prevent, I should certainly make you the historiographer of my reign. There could be but one objection. I suspect you might be a little partial in my favor." Straney was the affectionate nickname by which Franklin addressed Strahan after he came into personal contact with him, and as usual the friendship that he formed for the head of the family drew all the other members of the family within its folds. His friendship was rarely, we believe, confined to one member of a family. That was the reason why, in one of his last letters to Mrs. Hewson, he could picture his condition in Philadelphia in these terms: "The companions of my youth are indeed almost all departed, but I find an agreeable society among their children and grandchildren." And so in Franklin's relations with the Strahans we find his affection taking in all the members of the household. "My dear love to Mrs. Strahan," he says in a letter to Strahan from Philadelphia in 1762, "and bid her be well for all our sakes. Remember me affectionately to Rachie and my little wife, and to your promising sons, my young friends Billy, George, and Andrew." A similar message in another letter to Strahan is followed by the statement, "I hope to live to see George a Bishop," and a few days afterwards Franklin recurs to the subject in these terms: "Tell me whether George is to be a church or a Presbyterian parson. I know you are a Presbyterian yourself, but then I think you have more sense than to stick him into a priesthood that admits of no promotion. If he was a dull lad it might not be amiss, but George has parts and ought to aim at a mitre." There are other repeated references in Franklin's letters to Strahan's daughter, whom Franklin called his wife. "I rejoice to hear," he says in one of them, "that Mrs. Strahan is recovering, that your family in general is well, and that my little woman in particular is so, and has not forgot our tender connection." In a letter which we have already quoted, after charging Strahan with not being as good-natured as he ought to be, he says, "I'm glad, however, that you have this fault, for a man without faults is a hateful creature. He puts all his friends out of countenance, but I love you exceedingly." As for Strahan, he loves Franklin so exceedingly that in his effort to bring Deborah over to England he did not stop short, as we have seen, of letting her know that, when she arrived, there would be a ready-made son-in-law to greet her. Indeed, the idea of fixing Franklin in England appears to have been the darling project of his heart, if we are to judge by the frequency with which Franklin had to oppose Deborah's fear of the sea to his importunity. More than once it must have appeared to him as if the eloquence on which he prided himself so greatly would bear down all difficulties. After Franklin in 1762 had been for 2 nights on board of the ship at Portsmouth, which was to take him to America, but was kept in port by adverse winds, he wrote to Strahan: "The attraction of reason is at present for the other side of the water, but that of inclination will be for this side. You know which usually prevails. I shall probably make but this one vibration, and settle here forever. Nothing will prevent it if I can, as I hope I can, prevail with Mrs. F. to accompany me. That, he said in a subsequent letter, would be the great difficulty. The next year he even wrote to Strahan from America, after his journey of 1,140 miles on the American continent that year, that no friend could wish him more in England than he did himself, though before he went everything in which he was concerned must be so settled in America as to make another return to it unnecessary. But in the course of his life, Franklin, with his sensibility to social attentions and freedom from provincial restrictions, professed his preference for so many parts of the world as a place of residence that statements of this kind should not be accepted too literally. In one of his letters to Strahan before his return to England on his second mission, there is a sly stroke that gives us additional insight into the intimate relations which the two men had contracted with each other. "You tell me," Franklin said, "that the value I set on your political letters is a strong proof that my judgment is on the decline. People seldom have friends kind enough to tell them that disagreeable truth, however useful it might be to know it. And indeed I learn more from what you say than you intended I should, for it convinces me that you had observed the decline for some time past in other instances, as it is very unlikely you should see it first in my good opinion of your writings." With Franklin's return to England on his second mission, the old friendly intercourse between Strahan and himself was resumed, but it came wholly to an end during the American Revolution, for Strahan was the king's printer, an inveterate Tory, and one of the ministerial phalanx which followed George III blindly. When the dragon's teeth sown by the king began to spring up in serried ranks, Franklin wrote but did not send to Strahan the letter which is so well known as to almost make transcription unnecessary. "Mr. Strahan, you are a member of Parliament, and one of that majority which has doomed my country to destruction. You have begun to burn our towns and murder our people. Look upon your hands. They are stained with the blood of your relations. You and I were long friends. You are now my enemy, and I am yours. B. Franklin." In this instance also, Franklin was but true to his practice of sometimes inserting a quip or a quirk into even the gravest contexts. Not until December 4, 1781, does the silence between the two friends produced by the Revolution appear to have been really broken. On that date Franklin wrote to Strahan a formal letter, addressing him no longer as "Dear Stranny," but as "Dear Sir," and concluding with none of the former affectionate terminations, but in the stiffest terms of obsequious 18th-century courtesy. The ostensible occasion for the letter was a package of letters which he asked Strahan to forward to Mrs. Strange, the wife of Robert Strange, the celebrated engraver, whose address he did not remember. He also asked Strahan for a copy of the Tully on Old Age, which Franklin had printed in Philadelphia many years before, and had endeavored to sell in part in London through Strahan. Well maintained as the reserve of this letter is, it is plainly enough that of a man who is feeling his way a little cautiously, because he does not know just how his approaches will be received. Between the lines we can see that the real object of the requests about the package of letters and the Latin classic was to find out whether Franklin's treason had killed all desire on Strainy's part to open a second bottle with him. There is a by-reference to Dido Lejeune, who was bidding fair to carry the art of fine printing to a high pitch of perfection, and an expression of pleasure that Strahan had married his daughter happily, and that his prosperity continued. "I hope," Franklin said, "it may never meet with any interruption, having still, though at present divided by public circumstances, a remembrance of our ancient private friendship." Nor did he fail to present his affectionate respects to Mrs. Strahan and his love to Strahan's children. The olive branch was distinctly held out, but just about the time that this letter reached Strahan, the ministry of which he was such an unfaltering adherent suffered a defeat on the American question, and the Tully was transmitted by Mrs. Strange's husband, with the statement that he really believed that Strahan himself would have written to Franklin but for the smart of the parliamentary disaster of that morning. Several years later there came to Franklin an acknowledgment by Strahan of the very friendly and effectual patronage which had been afforded to a distant kinswoman of his at Philadelphia by Franklin's family. The letter also eagerly urged Franklin to come to England once more, and with Franklin's reply, signed "Yours ever most affectionately," the old entente was fully re-established. In the high animal spirits aroused by the renewal of the former relationship, he fell back upon the technical terms of the printing house, so familiar to the two friends, for the purpose of illustrating his pet proposition that England would never be at rest until all the enormous salaries, emoluments, and patronage of her great offices were abolished, and these offices were made, instead of places of profit, places of expense and burthen. Ambition and avarice, he said, are each of them strong passions, and when they are united in the same persons, and have the same objects in view for their gratification, they are too strong for public spirit and love of country, and are apt to produce the most violent factions and contentions. They should therefore be separated and made to act one against the other. Those places, to speak in our old style, brother type, may be for the good of the chapel, but they are bad for the master, as they create constant quarrels that hinder the business. For example, here are near 2 months that your government has been employed in getting its form to press, which is not yet fit to work on, every page of it being squabbled, and the whole ready to fall into pie. The founts, too, must be very scanty or strangely out of sorts, since your compositors cannot find either upper or lower case letters sufficient to set the word administration, but are forced to be continually turning for them. However, to return to common, though perhaps too saucy language, don't despair, you have still one resource left, and not a bad one, since it may reunite the empire. We have some remains of affection for you, and shall always be ready to receive and take care of you in case of distress. So if you have not sense and virtue enough to govern yourselves, e'en dissolve your present old crazy constitution, and send members to Congress. This is the letter that Franklin said was mere chit-chat between themselves over the second bottle. Where America was concerned, Strahan was almost credulous enough to have even swallowed the statement in Franklin's humorous letter to the editor of a newspaper, written about the time of the Stamp Act in ridicule of English ignorance respecting America, that the grand leap of the whale in his chase of the cod up the fall of Niagara was esteemed by all who had seen it as one of the finest spectacles in nature. In 1783, Captain Nathaniel Falconer, another faithful friend of Franklin, wrote to him with the true disregard of an old sea-dog for spelling and syntax, "I've been over to your old friend's, Mr. Strahan's, and find him just the same man, believes every lie he hears against the United States, the French army, and our army have been killing each other, and that we shall be glad to come to this country again." In reply, Franklin said, "I've still a regard for Mr. Strahan, in remembrance of our ancient friendship, though he has, as a member of Parliament, dipped his hands in our blood. He was always as credulous as you find him." And if what Franklin further says in this letter is true, Strahan was not only credulous himself, but not above publishing mendacious letters about America as written from New York, which in point of fact were fabricated in London. A little over a year later, when the broken bones of the ancient friendship had reknit, Franklin had his chance to remind Strahan of the extent to which he and those of the same mind with him had been deceived by their gross misconceptions of America. His opportunity came in the form of a reply to a letter from Strahan, withholding his assent from the idea of Franklin, so utterly repugnant to the working principles of Strahan's party associates, that public service should be rendered gratuitously. "There are, I make no doubt," said Franklin, "many wise and able men who would take as much pleasure in governing for nothing as they do in playing chess for nothing. It would be one of the noblest of amusements." Then, when he has fortified the proposition by some real or fancied illustrations drawn from French usages, he proceeds to unburden his mind to Strahan with a degree of candour that must have made the latter wince a little at times. "I allow you," he said, "all the force of your joke upon the vagrancy of our Congress. They have a right to sit where they please, of which perhaps they have made too much use by shifting too often. But they have two other rights, those of sitting when they please, and as long as they please, in which methinks they have the advantage of your Parliament, for they cannot be dissolved by the breath of a minister, or sent packing as you were the other day, when it was your earnest desire to have remained longer together. You fairly acknowledge that the late war terminated quite contrary to your expectation. Your expectation was ill-founded, for you would not believe your old friend who told you repeatedly that by those measures England would lose her colonies, as Epictetus warned in vain his master that he would break his leg. You believed rather the tales you heard of our poltroonery, of impotence of body and mind. Do you not remember the story you told me of the Scotch sergeant who met with a party of 40 American soldiers, and though alone disarmed them all, and brought them in prisoners? A story almost as improbable as that of the Irishman, who pretended to have alone taken and brought in 5 of the enemy by surrounding them. And yet, my friend, sensible and judicious as you are, but partaking of the general infatuation, you seem to believe it. The word general puts me in mind of a general, your General Clarke, who had the folly to say in my hearing at Sir John Pringle's that with 1,000 British grenadiers he would undertake to go from one end of America to the other, and geld all the males, partly by force and partly by a little coaxing. It is plain he took us for a species of animals, very little superior to brutes. The Parliament, too, believed the stories of another foolish general, I forget his name, that the Yankees never felt bold. Yankee was understood to be a sort of Yahoo, and the Parliament did not think the petitions of such creatures were fit to be received and read in so wise an assembly. What was the consequence of this monstrous pride and insolence? You first sent small armies to subdue us, believing them more than sufficient, but soon found yourselves obliged to send greater. These, whenever they ventured to penetrate our country beyond the protection of their ships, were either repulsed or obliged to scamper out, or were surrounded, beaten, and taken prisoners. An America planter who had never seen Europe was chosen by us to command our troops, and continued during the whole war. This man sent home to you, one after another, 5 of your best generals, baffled, their heads bare of laurels, disgraced even in the opinion of their employers. Your contempt of our understandings in comparison with your own appeared to be not much better founded than that of our courage, if we may judge by this circumstance, that in whatever court of Europe a Yankee negotiator appeared, the wise British minister was routed, put in a passion, picked a quarrel with your friends, and was sent home with a flea in his ear. But after all, my dear friend, do not imagine that I am vain enough to ascribe our success to any superiority in any of those points. I am too well acquainted with all the springs and levers of our machine not to see that our human means were unequal to our undertaking, and that if it had not been for the justice of our cause, and the consequent interposition of Providence in which we had faith, we must have been ruined. If I had ever before been an atheist, I should now have been convinced of the being and government of a deity. It is he who abases the proud and favors the humble. May we never forget his goodness to us, and may our future conduct manifest our gratitude. It was characteristic of Franklin to open his heart to a friend in this candid way, even upon sensitive topics, and there can be no better proof of the instinctive confidence of his friends in the essential good feeling that underlay such candor than the fact that they never took offence at utterances of this sort. They knew too well the constancy of affection and placability of temper which caused him to justly say of himself in a letter to Strahan, "I like immortal friendships, but not immortal enmities." The retrospective letter from which we have just quoted had its genial afterglow, as all Franklin's letters had, when he had reason to think that he had written something at which a relative or a friend might take umbrage. "But let us leave these serious reflections," he went on, "and converse with our usual pleasantry. I remember your observing once to me, as we sat together in the House of Commons, that no 2 journeymen printers, within your knowledge, had met with such success in the world as ourselves. You were then at the head of your profession, and soon afterwards became a member of Parliament. I was an agent for a few provinces, and now act for them all. But we have risen by different modes. I, as a Republican printer, always like to form well plain down, being averse to those overbearing letters that hold their heads so high as to hinder their neighbours from appearing. You, as a monarchist, chose to work upon crown paper, and found it profitable, while I worked upon pro patria, often called fool's cap, with no less advantage. Both our heaps hold out very well, and we seem likely to make a pretty good day's work of it. With regard to public affairs, to continue in the same style, it seems to me that the compositors in your chapel do not cast off their copy well, nor perfectly understand imposing. Their forms, too, are continually pestered by the outs and doubles that are not easy to be corrected, and I think they were wrong in laying aside some faces, and particularly certain headpieces that would have been both useful and ornamental. But courage, the business may still flourish with good management, and the master become as rich as any of the company." Less than 2 years after these merry words were penned, Franklin wrote to Andrew Strahan, Strahan's son, saying, I condole with you most sincerely on the departure of your good father and mother, my old and beloved friends. End of section 25. Section 26 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 3, Franklin's British Friends. Equally dear to Franklin, though in a different way, was Jonathan Shipley, the Bishop of St. Asaph's, whom he termed in a letter to Georgiana, one of the bishop's daughters, that most honored and ever beloved friend. In this same letter Franklin speaks of the bishop as the good bishop, and then, perhaps not unmindful of the unflinching servility with which the bench of bishops had supported the American policy of George III, exclaims, "Strange that so simple a character should sufficiently distinguish one of that sacred body." During the dispute with the colonies, the bishop was one of the wise Englishmen who could have settled the questions at issue between England and America to the ultimate satisfaction of both countries with little difficulty, if they had been given a carte blanche to agree with Franklin on the terms upon which the future dependence of America was to be based. Two productions of his, the Sermon before the Society for Propagating the Gospel in Foreign Parts, and his speech intended to have been spoken on the bill for altering the charters of the colony of the Massachusetts Bay, were among the compositions which really influenced the course of the events that preceded the American Revolution. We know from Franklin's pen that the sermon was for a time universally approved and applauded, and in letters to Thomas Cushing he said that the speech was admired in England as a masterpiece of eloquence and wisdom, and had an extraordinary effect in changing the sentiments of multitudes with regard to America. For both sermon and speech the bishop was all the more to be honored by Americans because, as Franklin observed to Galloway of the sermon, the bishop's censure of the mother country's treatment of the colonies, however tenderly expressed, could not recommend him at court or conduce in the least to his promotion. On the contrary, it probably cost him the most splendid temporal reward that could be conferred upon a churchman, the Archbishopric of Canterbury, for when Charles James Fox was desirous of elevating him to that exalted office, the king defeated his intentions by hastily appointing another person to it. At Chilbolton by Twyford, the country seat of the bishop, some of the most pleasant days that Franklin spent in England were passed. So fond of Franklin were the bishop and his wife that the latter carried in her memory even the ages of all Franklin's children and grandchildren. As he was on the point of leaving Twyford at the end of the 3 weeks' visit, during which he began the Autobiography, she insisted on his remaining that day, so that they might all celebrate the anniversary of Benjamin Batch's birth together. Accordingly, at dinner there was, among other things, a floating island, such as the hosts always had on the several birthdays of their own 6 children, all of whom, with one exception, were present, as well as a clergyman's widow, upwards of 100 years old. The story is thus told by Franklin to his wife. The chief toast of the day was Master Benjamin Batch, which the venerable old lady began in a bumper of mountain. The bishop's lady politely added, "and that he may be as good a man as his grandfather." I said I hoped he would be much better. The bishop, still more complacent than his lady, said, "We will compound the matter, and be contented if he should not prove quite so good. This chit-chat is to yourself only, in return for some of yours about your grandson, and must only be read to Sally, and not spoken of to anybody else. For you know how people add and alter silly stories that they hear, and make them appear 10 times more silly." The room at the bishop's home in which the Autobiography was begun was ever subsequently known as Franklin's room. After his return to America from France, Catherine Louisa Shipley, one of the bishop's daughters, wrote to him, "We never walk in the garden without seeing Dr. Franklin's room and thinking of the work that was begun in it." In a letter to the bishop in 1771, Franklin says, "I regret my having been obliged to leave that most agreeable retirement which good Mrs. Shipley put me so kindly in possession of. I now breathe with reluctance the smoke of London when I think of the sweet air of Twyford. And by the time your races are over, or about the middle of next month, if it should then not be unsuitable to your engagements or other purposes, I promise myself the happiness of spending another week or two where I so pleasantly spent the last. Close behind this letter went also one of his books, which he hoped that Miss Georgiana, another daughter of the bishop, would be good enough to accept as a small mark of his regard for her philosophic genius, and a quantity of American dried apples for Mrs. Shipley. A month later he writes to the bishop that he had been prevented from coming to Twyford by business, but that he proposed to set out on the succeeding Tuesday for that sweet retreat. How truly sweet it was to him! A letter that he subsequently wrote to Georgiana from Passy enables us in some measure to realize. Among other things, it contained these winning and affecting words: "Accept my thanks for your friendly verses and good wishes. How many talents you possess! Painting, poetry, languages, etc., etc., all valuable, but your good heart is worth the whole. Your mention of the summer house brings fresh to my mind all the pleasures I enjoyed in the sweet retreat at Twyford, the hours of agreeable and instructive conversation with the amiable family at table, with its father alone, the delightful walks in the gardens and neighbouring grounds, pleasures past and gone forever. Since I've had your father's picture, I'm grown more covetous of the rest. Every time I look at your second drawing, I have regretted that you have not given to your Juno the face of Anna Maria, to Venus that of Emily or Betsy, and to Cupid that of Emily's child, as it would have cost you but little more trouble. I must, however, beg that you will make me up a complete set of your little profiles, which are more easily done. You formerly obliged me with that of the father, an excellent one. Let me also have that of the good mother, and of all the children. It will help me to fancy myself among you, and to enjoy more perfectly in idea the pleasure of your society. My little fellow-traveller, the sprightly Hetty, with whose sensible prattle I was so much entertained, why does she not write to me? If Paris affords anything that any of you wish to have, mention it. You will oblige me. It affords everything but peace. Ah, when shall we again enjoy that blessing?" Previously he had written to Thomas Digges that the portrait of the bishop mentioned by him had not come to hand, nor had he heard anything of it, and that he was anxious to see it, having no hope of living to see again the much-loved and respected original. His request for the little profiles of the Shipleys was complied with, we know, because in a letter to the bishop some 2 years afterwards he said, "Your shades are all placed in a row over my fireplace, so that I not only have you always in my mind, but constantly before my eyes." This letter was written in reply to a letter from the bishop, which was the first to break the long silence that the war between Great Britain and America had imposed upon the two friends. After so long a silence, and the long continuance of its unfortunate causes, Franklin began: "A line from you was a prognostic of happier times approaching, when we may converse and communicate freely, without danger from the malevolence of men enraged by the ill success of their distracted projects." Among the entries in the desultory journal that Franklin kept of his return from France to America are these relating to the visit paid him at Southampton by the bishop. "Wrote a letter to the Bishop of St. Asaph, acquainting him with my arrival, and he came with his lady and daughter, Miss Kitty, after dinner to see us. They talk of staying here as long as we do. Our meeting was very affectionate. For 2 or 3 days the reunited friends all lodged at the Star at Southampton, and took their meals together. The day before his ship sailed, Franklin invited the bishop and his wife and daughter to accompany him on board, and when he retired it was with the expectation that they would spend the night on the ship. But when he awoke the next morning he found that they had thoughtfully left the ship after he retired to relieve the poignancy of the farewell, and that he was off on his westward course." In his last letter to the bishop, Franklin expresses his regret that conversation between them at Southampton had been cut short so frequently by third persons, and thanks him for the pleasure that he derived from the copy of Paley's Moral Philosophy given to him by the bishop there. Along with the usual contradiction of the English and Loyalist view at this time of our national condition, and the usual picture of himself encircled by his grandchildren, he indulges in these striking reflections about the checkered fate of parental expectations. "He that raises a large family does indeed, while he lives to observe them, stand, as Watts says, a broader mark for sorrow. But then he stands abroad a mark for pleasure, too. When we launch our little fleet of barks into the ocean, bound to different ports, we hope for each a prosperous voyage. But contrary winds, hidden shoals, storms, and enemies come in for a share in the disposition of events. And though these occasion a mixture of disappointment, yet, considering the risk where we can make no insurance, we should think ourselves happy if some return with success. Timed as they were, the force of these reflections were not likely to be lost upon the bishop. Some years before, Georgiana had married with his bitter disapproval Francis Hare Naylor, the writer of plays and novels, the author of the History of the Helvetic Republics, who was so unfortunate as to be arrested for a debt during his courtship while in the episcopal coach of the bishop with Georgiana and her parents. After the bishop refused to recognize the husband, the Duchess of Devonshire settled an annuity of £300 a year upon the couple, and among the wise, weighty letters of Franklin is one that he wrote from France to Georgiana after a marriage, in which he replies to her inquiries about the opening that America would afford to a young married couple, and refers to this annuity. The concluding portion of this letter also has its value as another illustration of the calm manner in which Franklin looked forward to his end. He tells Georgiana that, if he should be in America when they were there, his best counsels and services would not be wanting, and that to see her happily settled and prosperous there would give him infinite pleasure, but that, of course, if he ever arrived there, his stay could be but short. Franklin survived the bishop, and his letter to Catherine in reply to hers, announcing the death of her father, is in his best vein. That excellent man has then left us. His departure is a loss, not to his family and friends only, but to his nation and to the world, for he was intent on doing good, had wisdom to devise the means, and talents to promote them. His sermon before the Society for Propagating the Gospel, and his speech intended to have been spoken, are proofs of his ability as well as his humanity. Had his counsels in those pieces been attended to by the ministers, how much bloodshed might have been prevented, and how much expense and disgrace to the nation avoided. Your reflections on the constant calmness and composure attending his death are very sensible. Such instances seem to show that the good sometimes enjoy, in dying, a foretaste of the happy state they are about to enter. According to the course of years, I should have quitted this world long before him. I shall, however, not be long in following. I am now in my 84th year, and the last year has considerably enfeebled me, so that I hardly expect to remain another. You will then, my dear friend, consider this as probably the last line to be received from me, and as a taking leave. Present my best and most sincere respects to your good mother, and love to the rest of the family, to whom I wish all happiness, and believe me to be, while I do live, yours most affectionately. His friendship in this instance, as usual, embraced the whole family. In a letter in 1783 to Sir William Jones, the accomplished lawyer and Oriental scholar who married Anna Maria, one of the bishop's daughters, he said that he flattered himself that he might in the ensuing summer be able to undertake a trip to England for the pleasure of seeing once more his dear friends there, among whom the bishop and his family stood foremost in his estimation and affection. To the bishop himself he wrote from Passy in the letter which mentioned the shades of the Shipleys above his fireplace. 4 daughters, how rich! I have but one, and she necessarily detained from me at 1,000 leagues distance. I feel the want of that tender care of me which might be expected from a daughter, and would give the world for one. And later in this letter he says, with the bountiful affection which made him little less than a member of the families of some of his friends, please to make my best respects acceptable to Mrs. Shipley, and embrace for me tenderly all our dear children. At the request of Catherine, he wrote The Art of Procuring Pleasant Dreams, in which hygiene and the importance of preserving a good conscience are so gracefully blended, and received from her a reply, in which, after declaring that it flattered her exceedingly that he should employ so much of his precious time in complying with her request, she put to him the question, But where do you read that Methuselah slept in the open air? I have searched the Bible in vain to find it. When Sir William Jones was on the eve of being married to Anna Maria, and of sailing away to India, where he was to win so much distinction, Franklin wrote to him the letter already mentioned, joining his blessing on the union with that of the good bishop, and expressing the hope that the prospective bridegroom might return from that corrupting country with a great deal of money honestly acquired, and with full as much virtue as he carried out. The affection that he felt for Catherine and Georgiana, his letters to them from which we have already quoted, sufficiently reveal. Of the four daughters, Georgiana was perhaps his favorite, and she is an example with Mary Stevenson of the subtle magnetism that his intellect and nature had for feminine affinities of mind and temperament. It was to Georgiana when a child that he wrote his well-known letter containing an epitaph on her squirrel which had been dispatched by a dog. The letter and epitaph are good enough specimens of his humour to be quoted in full. Dear Miss, I lament with you most sincerely the unfortunate end of poor Mungo. Few squirrels were better accomplished, for he had had a good education, had travelled far, and seen much of the world, as he had the honour of being for his virtues your favourite. He should not go like common scugs without an elegy or an epitaph. Let us give him one in the monumental style and measure, which being neither prose nor verse is perhaps the properest for grief, since to use common language would look as if we were not affected, and to make rhymes would seem trifling in sorrow. Epitaph. Alas, poor Mungo, happy wert thou, hadst thou known thy own felicity. Remote from the fierce bald eagle, tyrant of thy native woods, thou hast naught to fear from his piercing talons, nor from the murdering gun of the thoughtless sportsman. Safe in thy wired castle, Grimalkin never could annoy thee. Daily wert thou fed with the choicest viands by the fair hand of an indulgent mistress. But discontented, thou wouldst have more freedom. Too soon, alas, didst thou obtain it, and wandering thou art fallen by the fangs of wanton, cruel ranger. Learn hence, ye who blindly seek more liberty, whether subjects, sons, quarrels, or daughters, that apparent restraint may be real protection, yielding peace and plenty with security. You see, my dear miss, how much more decent and proper this broken style is than if we were to say by way of epitaph, here Scug lies snug as a bug in a rug. And yet perhaps there are people in the world of so little feeling as to think that this would be a good enough epitaph for poor Mungo. If you wish it, I shall procure another to succeed him, but perhaps you will now choose some other amusement. Two of Georgiana's letters to Franklin after his arrival in France are very interesting, and one of them especially could not have been written by any but a highly gifted and accomplished woman. In this letter, the first of the two, she begins by expressing her joy at unexpectedly receiving a letter from him. How good you were, she exclaimed, to send me your direction, but I fear I must not make use of it as often as I could wish, since my father says it will be prudent not to write in the present situation of affairs. I'm not of an age to be so very prudent, and the only thought that occurred to me was your suspecting that my silence proceeded from other motives. I could not support the idea of your believing that I love and esteem you less than I did some few years ago. I therefore write this once without my father's knowledge. You are the first man that ever received a private letter from me, and in this instance I feel that my intentions justify my conduct, but I must entreat that you will take no notice of my writing when next I have the happiness of hearing from you. She then proceeds to tell Franklin all about her father, her mother, her sister Emily, and Emily's daughter, a charming little girl, near 15 months old, whom her aunts reckon a prodigy of sense and beauty. The rest of her sisters, she said, continue in statu quo. Whether that proceeded from the men being difficult or from their being difficult, she left him to determine. His friends all loved him almost as much as she did, as much she would not admit to be possible. Dr. Pringle had made her extremely happy the preceding winter by giving her a print of her excellent friend, which was certainly very like him, although it wanted the addition of his own hair to make it complete. But as it was, she prized it infinitely, now that the dear original was absent. She then has a word to say about Smith's Wealth of Nations, Gibbon's History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, and the Economics, which she had read with great attention, as indeed everything else she could meet with relative to Socrates, for she fancied she could discover in each trait of that admirable man's character a strong resemblance between him and her much-loved friend. The same clearness of judgment, the same uprightness of intention, and the same superior understanding. Other words are bestowed on the account which Sir William Hamilton had lately given her of a new electrical machine invented in Italy, the happiness that she would enjoy if Franklin were in England to explain it to her, and the envy excited in her by the opportunities that his grandson had for showing him kindness and attention. Did my family, she further declares, know of my writing, my letter would scarce contain the very many things they would desire me to say for them. They continue to admire and love you as much as they did formerly, nor can any time or event in the least change their sentiments. She then concludes, partly in French and partly in English, in these words: Adieu, mon cher Socrate, conservez-vous pour la moi, de moi et pour mille autres raisons plus importantes. Je ne vous en dirai pas davantage pour aujourd'hui, mais je veux espérer de vous entretenir plus à mon aise avant qu'il soit long. Pray write whenever a safe conveyance opens, since the receiving letters is reckoned very different from answering them. I must once more repeat, nobody knows of this scroll. A word to the wise, as poor Richard says. In her second letter, Georgiana speaks of the difficulties she experienced in having her letters conveyed safely to Passy. Strange, she declared, that I should be under the necessity of concealing from the world a correspondence which it is the pride and glory of my heart to maintain. His dialogue with the gout, she said, was written with his own cheerful pleasantry, and La Belle et la Mauvaise Jambe recalled to her mind those happy hours they once passed in his society, where they were never amused without learning some useful truth, and where she first acquired a taste pour la conversation badinante and réfléchie. Her father grew every year fonder of the peace of Twyford. Having found his endeavours to serve his country ineffectual, he had yielded to a torrent which it was no longer in his power to control. Sir John Pringle, Franklin's friend, had left London and gone to reside in Scotland. She feared that he was much straitened in his circumstances. He looked ill and was vastly changed from what he remembered him. Dr. Priestley, another friend of Franklin, was then on a short visit to his friends in town. Good Dr. Price, another friend of Franklin, called on them often and gave them hopes of a visit to Twyford. The letter also informed Franklin that the first opportunity that they had of sending a parcel to Paris he might expect all their shades, and expressed her gratitude to Mr. Jones for undertaking the care of her letter, and giving her an opportunity of assuring Franklin how much she did and ever should continue to love him. Catherine Ray was not far wrong when she spoke of Franklin as a conjurer. Catherine Shipley's letter to him, after she had parted with him at Southampton, though without the romantic flush of these two letters, spoke the same general language of deep-seated affection. She was quite provoked with herself, she said, when she got to Southampton, that she had not thought of something, such as a pincushion, to leave with him, that might have been useful to him during the voyage, to remind him of her. "Did you ever taste the ginger cake," she asked, "and think it had belonged to your fellow traveller? In short, I want some excuse for asking whether you ever think about me." And from this letter it appears that he had a place in the hearts of Emily and Betsy too. She had had a letter from Emily, Catherine further said that night, after she got home, to inquire whether his stay at Southampton would allow time for her coming to see him. Betsy regretted much that she had lost that happiness, and the writer had written to dear Georgiana a long account of him, for she knew every circumstance would be interesting to her. "Indeed, my dear sir," the letter ended, "from my father and mother down to their youngest child, we all respect and love you." When Franklin was told by Georgiana that Sir John Pringle was pinched by poverty and looked ill, he must have been sorely distressed, for Sir John he once described as his steady good friend. A pupil of Boerhaave, a high authority upon the application of sanitary science to the prevention of dysentery and hospital fevers, physician to the Queen and president of the Royal Society, Dr. Pringle was one of the distinguished men of his time. What churchmen were to the preservation of classical learning before teaching became a special calling, physicians were to general scientific knowledge before science became such. And among these physicians he occupied an honourable position. His speech in giving the last medal of the Royal Society on the subject of the discoveries relating to the air, Franklin wrote to Jan Ingenhoutz, and did him great honour. He was quite unlike the courtiers who sought to convince King Canute that he could stay the incoming tide by his command, as George III found out when he asked him, after the outbreak of the American Revolution, to pronounce an opinion in favour of the substitution of blunt for pointed lightning rods on Kew Palace. The laws of nature, Sir John hinted, were not changeable at royal pleasure, but positions of honour and profit, he soon learnt, if he did not know it before, were. for he fell into such disfavor with the king that he had to resign as president of the Royal Society, and was deprived of his post as physician to the queen. The circumstances on which his disgrace originated leave us at but little loss to understand why the king should have become such a dogged partisan of blunt conductors. Prior to the Revolution, Franklin had been consulted by the British Board of Ordnance as to the best means of protecting the arsenals at Purfleet from lightning, and after he had visited the powder magazine there, the Royal Society too was asked by the board for its opinion. The Society accordingly appointed a committee of learned men, including Cavendish and Franklin, to make a report on the subject. All of the committee, except Benjamin Wilson, who dissented, reported in favor of pointed conductors as against blunt ones, and Franklin, the inventor of pointed lightning rods, drew up the report. The scientific controversy that followed soon assumed a political character when Franklin dropped the philosophical task of snatching the lightning from the skies for the rebellious task of snatching the scepter from a tyrant. When he heard that George III was, like Ajax, obstinate enough to defy even the lightning, he wrote to an unknown correspondent, "The king's changing his pointed conductors for blunt ones is therefore a matter of small importance to me. If I had a wish about it, it would be that he had rejected them altogether as ineffectual. For it is only since he thought himself and family safe from the thunder of heaven that he dared to use his own thunder in destroying his innocent subjects." Dr. Ingenhouse, however, was not so self-contained, and made such an angry attack on Wilson that Franklin, who invariably relied in such cases upon silence and the principles that truth is a cat with 9 lives to defend him, laughingly remarked, "He seems as much heated about this one point as the Jansenists and Molinists were about the 5. As for King George, he had at least the satisfaction of realizing that his people still had a ready fund of wit for timely use." One only couplet of the period, referring to Franklin's famous kite, ran in this way: "He with a kite drew lightning from the sky, and like a kite he pecked King George's eye." Another more polished poet penned these neat lines: "While you, great George, for knowledge hunt, and sharp conductors change for blunt, the empire's out of joint." Franklin's another course pursues, in all your thunder heedless views, by keeping to the point. If we may believe Franklin, Sir John held the efficacy of the healing art in very moderate esteem. The reader has already been told of the humorous manner in which he let it be known that in his opinion of the 2 classes of practitioners, old women and regular physicians, the former had done the most to save the honour of the profession. Franklin also informed Dr. Rush that Sir John once told him 92 fevers out of 100 cured themselves, 4 were cured by art, and 4 proved fatal. But many people must have had a more favourable opinion of the professional value of Sir John than Sir John himself had, for his conversations were in high repute. On this point there is some evidence in a letter from Franklin to Dr. Thomas Bond, who was desirous of giving his son Richard the benefit of a foreign medical education. Referring to Sir John, Franklin wrote, "Every Wednesday evening he admits young physicians and surgeons to a conversation at his house, which is thought very improving to them. I will endeavour to induce your son there when he comes to London. And to tell you frankly my opinion, I suspect there is more valuable knowledge in physic to be learnt from the honest, candid observations of an old practitioner, who is past all desire of more business, having made his fortune, who has none of the professional interest in keeping up a parade of science to draw pupils, and who by experience has discovered the inefficacy of most remedies and modes of practice, than from all the former lectures of all the universities upon earth." That Dr. John cured at least 1 patient, we are told by Dr. Rush on the authority of Franklin, but it was only himself of a tremor, and that by simply ceasing to take snuff. Dr. Pringle and himself, Franklin told Dr. Rush, observed that tremors of the hands were more frequent in France than elsewhere, and probably from the excessive use of snuff. He concluded, says Dr. Rush, that there was no great advantage in using tobacco in any way, for that he had kept company with persons who used it all his life, and no one had ever advised him to use it. The doctor in the 81st year of his age declared he had never snuffed, chewed, or smoked. Among the persons who sought Sir John's professional advice was Franklin himself. It was in relation to a cutaneous trouble which vexed him for some 14 years, and broke out afresh when he was in his 83rd year. But the best medicine that Franklin ever obtained from Sir John was his companionship upon 2 continental tours, one of which was inspired by the latter's desire to drink the waters at Paramount. and the other by the attractions of the French capital. When the news of Sir John's death reached Franklin at Passy, he paid the usual heartfelt tribute. "We have lost our common friend," he wrote to Jan Ingenhouse, "the excellent Pringle. How many pleasing hours you and I have passed together in his company." Another English physician for whom Franklin entertained a feeling of deep affection was the Quaker Dr. John Fothergill. After the death of this friend, in a letter to Dr. John Coakley Lettsome, still another friend of his and one of the famous English physicians of the 18th century, he expressed this extraordinary opinion of Dr. Fothergill's worth: "If we may estimate the goodness of a man by his disposition to do good, and his constant endeavors and success in doing it, I can hardly conceive that a better man has ever existed." No faint praise to be uttered by the founder of the Junto, and one who had valued above all things the character of a doer of good. Like Sir John Pringle, Dr. Fothergill belonged to the class of physicians who pursued medicine as if it were a mistress not to be wooed except with the favour of the other members of the scientific sisterhood. He was an ardent botanist, and his collection of botanical specimens and paintings on vellum of rare plants was among the remarkable collections of his age. Two of his correspondents were the Pennsylvania botanists John Bartram and Humphrey Marshall, who brought to his knowledge of flora in many shining instances unknown to the woods and fields of the Old World. His medical writings were held in high esteem, and were published after his death under the editorial supervision of Dr. Lettsome. As a practitioner he was eminently successful, and numbered among his patients many representatives of the most powerful and exclusive circles in London. What the extent of his practice was we can infer from a question put to him by Franklin in 1764. By the way, he asked, "When do you intend to live, that is, to enjoy life? When will you retire to your villa, give yourself repose, delight in viewing the operations of nature in the vegetable creation, assist her in her works, get your ingenious friends at times about you, make them happy with your conversation, and enjoy theirs? Or if alone, amuse yourself with your books and elegant collections? To be hurried about perpetually from one sick chamber to another is not living. Do you please yourself with the fancy that you are doing good? You are mistaken. Half the lives you save are not worth saving, as being useless, and almost all the other half ought not to be saved, as being mischievous. Does your conscience never hint to you the impiety of being in constant warfare against the plans of Providence? Disease was intended as the punishment of intemperance, sloth, and other vices, and the example of that punishment was intended to promote and strengthen the opposite virtues. All of which, of course, except the suggestion about retirement, which was quite in keeping with Franklin's conception of a rational life, was nothing more than humorous paradox on the part of a man who loved all his fellow creatures too much to despair of any of them. End of section 26. Section 27 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 4, Franklin's British Friends. When Franklin himself was seized with a grave attack of illness shortly after his arrival in England on his first mission, Dr. Fothergill was his physician, and seems to have cupped and physicked him with drastic assiduity. The patient was not a very docile one, for he wrote to Deborah that, too soon thinking himself well, he ventured out twice, and both times got fresh cold and fell down again, and that his good doctor grew very angry with him for acting contrary to his cautions and directions, and obliged him to promise more observance for the future. Always to Franklin the doctor remained, the good Dr. Fothergill, even in a codicil to his will, in bequeathing to one of his friends the silver cream pot given to him by the doctor, with the motto, "Keep bright the chain." He refers to him by that designation. Nor were his obligations as a patient the only obligations that Franklin owed to his friend. When his early letters on electricity were sent over to England, only to be laughed at in the first instance, they happened to pass under the eye of the doctor. He saw their merit, advised their publication, and wrote the preface to the pamphlet in which they were published by Cave. But the things for which Franklin valued the doctor most were his public spirit and philanthropy. He was well known in Philadelphia, and when Franklin arrived in London in 1757, he was actively assisted by the doctor in his effort to secure a settlement of the dispute over taxation between the Pennsylvania Assembly and the proprietaries. Afterwards, when Franklin's second mission to England was coming to an end, the doctor was drawn deeply into a vain attempt made by Lord Howe and his sister and David Barclay, another Quaker friend of Franklin, to compose the American controversy by an agreement with Franklin. For this business, among other reasons, because of his daily visits among the great in the practice of his profession, of which Franklin speaks in his history of these negotiations, he would have been a most helpful ally, if the quarrel had not become so embittered. But as it was, the knot which the negotiators were striving to disentangle was too intricate for anything but the edge of the sword. When the negotiations came to nothing, the good doctor, who knew the sentiments of the great in London at that time, if any private person did, had no advice to give to Franklin except, when he returned to America, to get certain of the doctor's friends in Philadelphia and 2 or 3 other persons together, and to inform them that, whatever specious pretenses were offered by the English ministry, they were all hollow, and that to obtain a larger field on which to fatten a herd of worthless parasites was all that was regarded. It was a bad day indeed for England when one of the best men in the land could hold such language. The silk experiment in Pennsylvania furnished still another congenial field for the cooperation of Franklin and Dr. Fothergill, and in a letter to Franklin the latter also declared in startlingly modern terms that in the warmth of his affection for mankind he could wish to see the institution of a college of justice, where the claims of sovereigns should be weighed, an award given, and war only made on him who refused submission. Dr. Fothergill, who was among the best men I've known, and a great promoter of useful projects, is the way in which Franklin alludes to the doctor in the Autobiography. He then states in the same connection the plan that he submitted to the doctor for the more effectual cleaning and keeping clean the streets of London and Westminster. But this plan, though not unworthy of the public zeal and ingenuity of its author, is too embryonic when contrasted with modern municipal methods, and too tamely suggestive of the broom and dustpan of ordinary domestic housekeeping, to deserve detailed attention. Franklin was eminently what Dr. Johnson called a clubbable man. When in England, he often dined at the London Coffee House in Ludgate Hill with the group of scientific men and liberal clergymen who frequented the place, and of whom he spoke on one occasion as that excellent collection of good men, the club at the London. He also sometimes dined at St. Paul's Coffee House and the Dog Tavern on Garlick Hill, and with the Society of Friends to the Cause of Liberty at Paul's Head Tavern, Cateaton Street, where, upon every 4th day of November, the landing of King William and the glorious Revolution were enthusiastically toasted. When he ate or drank at a club, he liked to do so in an atmosphere of free thought and free speech. Religion, spiced with heresy, and politics flavored with liberalism, were the kinds of religion and politics that best suited his predilections. It was at St. Paul's Coffee House that he became acquainted with Dr. Richard Price, the celebrated clergyman and economist, who was then preaching every Sunday afternoon at Newington Green, where Franklin advised Sir John Pringle to go to hear in the doctor a preacher of rational Christianity. It is probable that Sir John, in inquiring of Franklin where he could go to hear such a preacher, was moved rather by curiosity than piety, for Franklin wrote to Dr. Price, "At present, I believe he has no view of attending constantly anywhere, but now and then only as it may suit his convenience." The acquaintance between Franklin and Dr. Price, once formed, became a deeply rooted friendship, and on Franklin's part it was accompanied by a degree of admiration for the doctor's abilities which hurried him on one occasion into language that had little in common with the sober language in which his judgments were usually pronounced. Of Dr. Price's appeal to the public on the subject of the national debt, he wrote to the author in the most enthusiastic terms, it being, in my opinion, he said, considering the profound study and steady application of mind that the work required, and the sound judgment with which it is executed, and its great and important utility to the nation, the foremost production of human understanding that this century has afforded us. And to Franklin on one occasion, this friend wrote that he considered his friendship one of the honors and blessings of his life. When the American controversy arose, Dr. Price zealously espoused the cause of the colonies, and this still further strengthened the friendship between the two. For his observations on civil liberty and the justice and policy of the war with America, the city of London presented him with the freedom of the city in a gold box of £50 value. And so outspoken was he in the expression of his political convictions that Franklin wrote to John Winthrop in 1777 that his friends, on his account, were under some apprehensions from the violence of government in consequence of his late excellent publications in favor of liberty. Indeed, so near was he to making the American cause absolutely his own that Congress, while the American war was still raging, even invited him to become an American citizen and to assist in regulating the American finances, but that was one step further than he was willing to go. In a letter to Joseph Priestley shortly after the Battle of Bunker's Hill, Franklin makes an amusing allusion to the mathematical genius of Dr. Price, which was equal to the abstrusest problems involved in the calculation of annuities. Britain, he said, at the expense of $3 millions, has killed 150 Yankees this campaign, which is £20,000 a head, and at Bunker's Hill she gained a mile of ground, half of which she lost again by our taking post on Ploughed Hill. During the same time, 60,000 children have been born in America. From these data, Dr. Price's mathematical head will easily calculate the time and expense necessary to kill us all and conquer our whole territory. Always in the American controversy, Franklin relied upon the loins as well as the hands of the colonists for the final victory. While mentioning Priestley, we might recall the compliment in a letter from Franklin to Dr. Price, in which the former brought the names of Priestley and Price into a highly honorable conjunction. Speaking of dissensions in the Royal Society, he said, "Disputes, even on small matters, often produce quarrels for want of knowing how to differ decently." An art which it is said scarce anybody possesses but yourself and Dr. Priestley. Dr. Price was one of the habitués of the London coffee house, and in Franklin's letters to him from Passy there are repeated references to the happy hours that the writer had spent there. "I never think of the hours I so happily spent in that company," he said in one letter, "without regretting that they are never to be repeated, for I see no prospect of an end to the unhappy war in my time." In another letter he concluded with a heartfelt wish that he might embrace Dr. Price once more and enjoy his sweet society in peace among his honest, worthy, ingenious friends at the London. In another letter, after peace was assured, he said that he longed to see and be merry with the club, and in a still later letter he told Dr. Price that he might pop in some Thursday evening when they least expected him. In enclosing, on one occasion, to Dr. Price a copy of his Rabelaisian Jeu d'Esprit on perfumes, which was intended also for the eye of Priestley, Franklin cracks an obscene joke at the expense of Priestley's famous researches with regard to gases. But when Dr. Price states in his reply, "We have been entertained with the pleasantry of it and the ridicule it contains," we are again reminded that the 18th century was not the 20th. Dr. Price was one of the correspondents to whom Franklin expounded his theory that England's only chance for self-reformation was to render all places unprofitable and the king too poor to give bribes and pensions. "Till this is done," he said, "which can only be by a revolution, and I think you have not virtue enough left to procure one, your nation will always be plundered, and obliged to pay by taxes the plunderers for plundering and ruining. Liberty and virtue therefore join in the call. Come out of her, my people." In a later letter he returns to the same subject in these words so pregnant with meaning for a student of the political conditions which palsied the influence of Chatham and Burke in their effort to avert the American war. "As it seems to be a settled point at present that the minister must govern the Parliament, who are to do everything he would have done, and he is to bribe them to do this, and the people are to furnish the money to pay these bribes. The Parliament appears to me a very expensive machine for government, and I apprehend the people will find out in time that they may as well be governed, and that it will be much cheaper to be governed by the minister alone, no Parliament being preferable to the present." There are also thoughtful observations in one of Franklin's letters to Dr. Price on the limited influence of Roman and Grecian oratory as compared with the influence of the modern newspaper. We now find, he observed, that it is not only right to strike while the iron is hot, but that it may be very practicable to heat it by continually striking. His last letter to Dr. Price was written less than a year before his own death. It refers to the death of the Bishop of St. Asaph's, and once more there is a mournful sigh from the tree of existence. My friends drop off one after another when my age and infirmities prevent my making new ones, he groaned, and if I still retain the necessary activity and ability, I hardly see among the existing generation where I could make them of equal goodness. So that the longer I live, I must expect to be very wretched. As we draw near the conclusion of life, nature furnishes with more helps to wean us from it, among which one of the most powerful is the loss of such dear friends. With Dr. Joseph Priestley, the famous clergyman and natural philosopher, Franklin was very intimate. The discoveries of Priestley, especially his discovery that carbonic acid gas is imbibed by vegetation, awakened Franklin's keenest interest, and some years before Priestley actually received a medal from the Royal Society for his scientific achievements, Franklin earnestly, though vainly, endeavored to obtain one for him. I find that you have set all the philosophers of Europe at work upon fixed air, he said in one of his letters to Priestley, and it is with great pleasure I observe how high you stand in their opinion, for I enjoy my friends' fame as my own. And no one who knows his freedom from all petty carking feelings of every sort, such as envy and jealousy, can doubt for a moment that he did. For a time fixed air aroused so much speculation that it was thought that it might even be a remedy for putrid fevers and cancers. The absorption of carbonic acid gas by vegetation is all simple enough now, but it was not so simple when Priestley wrote to Franklin that he had discovered that even aquatic plants imbibe pure air, and emit it as excrementitious to them in a dephlogisticated state. On one occasion Franklin paid his fellow philosopher the compliment of saying that he knew of no philosopher who started so much good game for the hunters after knowledge as he did. For a time Priestley enjoyed the patronage of Lord Shelburne, who, desirous of having the company of a man of general learning to read with him and superintend the education of his children, took Priestley from his congregation at Leeds, settled £300 a year upon him for 10 years, and £200 for life, with a house to live in near his country seat. So Franklin stated in a letter to John Winthrop when Priestley was engaged in the task of putting Lord Shelburne's great library into order. Subsequently, patron and client separated amicably, but before they did, Priestley consulted Franklin as to whether he should go on with the arrangement. The latter, in a few judicious sentences, counseled him to do so until the end of the term of 10 years, and by way of illustrating the frequent and troublesome changes that human beings make without amendment, and often for the worse, told his story of his youth. In my youth I was a passenger in a little sloop descending the river Delaware. There being no wind, we were obliged, when the ebb was spent, to cast anchor and wait for the next. The heat of the sun on the vessel was excessive, the company strangers to me, and not very agreeable. Near the river side I saw what I took to be a pleasant green meadow, in the middle of which was a large shady tree, where it struck my fancy I could sit and read, having a book in my pocket, and pass the time agreeably till the tide turned. I therefore prevailed with the captain to put me ashore. Being landed, I found the greatest part of my meadow was really a marsh, in crossing which to come to my tree I was up to my knees in mire, and I had not placed myself under its shade 5 minutes before the mosquitoes in swarms found me out, attacked my legs, hands, and face, and made my reading and my rest impossible. So that I returned to the beach and called for the boat to come and take me aboard again, where I was obliged to bear the heat I had strove to quit, and also the laugh of the company. Similar cases in the affairs of life have since frequently fallen under my observation. Deterrent as was the advice pointed by such a graphic story, Priestley did not take it, and fortunately for him, the pleasant green meadow and large shady tree to which he retired did not prove such a deceptive mirage. After the separation, Lord Shelburne endeavoured there to induce him to renew their former relation, but he declined. Priestley was one of the witnesses of the baiting to which Franklin was subjected at the cockpit on account of the Hutchinson letters, on the famous occasion of which it could be well said by every thoughtful Englishman a little later in the words of the ballad of Chevy Chase, "The child may rue that is unborn, the hunting of that day." or the speaking of that day, as Lord Campbell has parodied the lines. Priestley was also among those eyewitnesses of the scene who testified to the absolutely impassive countenance with which Franklin bore the ordeal. As he left the room, however, he pressed Priestley's hand in a way that indicated much feeling. The next day they breakfasted together, and Franklin told Priestley that if he had not considered the thing for which he had been so much insulted as one of the best actions of his life, and what he should certainly do again in the same circumstances, he could not have supported it. To Priestley also the world was first indebted for knowledge of the fact that when Franklin afterwards came to sign in France the treaty of alliance between that country and the United States, he took pains to wear the same suit of spotted Manchester velvet that he wore when he was treated with such indecency at the cockpit. From France, Franklin wrote to Priestley a letter expressing the horror, for no other term is strong enough to describe the sentiment, in which he held the unnatural war between Great Britain and her revolted colonies. "The hint you gave me jocularly," he said, "that you did not quite despair of the philosopher's stone, draws from me a request that when you have found it, you will take care to lose it again. For I believe in my conscience that mankind are wicked enough to continue slaughtering one another as long as they can find money to pay the butchers. But of all the wars in my time, this on the part of England appears to me the wickedest, having no cause but malice against liberty and the jealousy of commerce. And I think the crime seems likely to meet with its proper punishment, a total loss of her own liberty and the destruction of her own commerce." But Franklin was not too incensed to have his joke in the same letter over even such a grim subject for merriment as powder. "When I was at the camp before Boston," he declared, "the army had not 5 rounds of powder a man. This was kept a secret even from our people. The world wondered that we so seldom fired a cannon. We could not afford it." Another English friend of Franklin was Benjamin Vaughan, the son of a West Indian planter, and at one time the private secretary of Lord Shelburne. His family was connected with the House of Bedford, and his wife, Sarah Manning, was an aunt of the late Cardinal Manning. To Vaughan the reputation of Franklin is doubly indebted. In 1779 he brought out a new edition of Franklin's writings, and it was partly the entreaties of Abel James and himself which induced Franklin to continue the Autobiography, after work on it had been long suspended by its author because of the demands of the Revolution on his time. The spirit in which the edition of Franklin's writings was prepared found expression in the preface. "Can Englishmen," Vaughan asked, "read these things and not sigh at reflecting that the country which could produce their author was once, without controversy, their own?" Before Franklin left France, he longed to pay another visit to England, and this matter is touched upon in a letter to Vaughan, which sheds a sidelight upon the intimacy which existed between the two men. "By my doubts of the propriety of my going soon to London," he said, "I meant no reflection on my friends or yours. If I had any call there besides the pleasure of seeing those whom I love, I should have no doubts. If I live to arrive there, I shall certainly embrace your kind invitation and take up my abode with you." Some of the sagest observations ever made by Franklin are found in his letters to Vaughan, and several of his happy stories. The following reflections, prompted by English restraints upon commerce, were not intended to be taken literally, but they contain profound insight enough to merit transcription. "It is wonderful how preposterously the affairs of this world are managed. Naturally, one would imagine that the interest of a few individuals should give way to general interest. But individuals manage their affairs with so much more application, industry, and address than the public do theirs, that general interest most commonly gives way to particular. We assemble parliaments and councils to have the benefit of their collected wisdom, but we necessarily have at the same time the inconvenience of their collected passions, prejudices, and private interests. By the help of these, artful men overpower their wisdom and dupe its possessors, and if we may judge by the acts, arrays, and edicts all the world over for regulating commerce, an assembly of great men is the greatest fool upon earth." When Franklin sat down to write this letter, Vaughan had asked him what remedy he had for the growing luxury of his country, which gave so much offence to all English travellers without exception. In replying to this rather tactless question, Franklin's pen ran on until he had completed not so much a letter as an economic essay. Our people, he begins, are hospitable, and have indeed too much pride in displaying upon their tables before strangers the plenty and variety that our country affords. They have the vanity too of sometimes borrowing one another's plate to entertain more splendidly. Strangers being invited from house to house, and meeting every day with a feast, imagine what they see is the ordinary way of living of all the families where they dine. When perhaps each family lives a week after upon the remains of the dinner given, it is, I own, a folly in our people to give such offence to English travellers. The first part of the proverb is thereby verified, that fools make feasts. I wish in this case the other were as true, and wise men eat them. These travellers might, one would think, find some fault they could more decently reproach us with than that of our excessive civility to them as strangers. With this introduction he proceeds to say a good word for luxury. Is not the hope of one day being able to purchase and enjoy luxuries a great spur to labour and industry? He asked, and this question brought up one of the inevitable stories. The skipper of a shallop employed between Cape May and Philadelphia had done us some small service, for which he refused pay. My wife, understanding that he had a daughter, sent her as a present a new-fashioned cap. 3 years after, this skipper being at my house with an old farmer of Cape May, his passenger, he mentioned the cap, and how much his daughter had been pleased with it. But, says he, it proved a dear cap to our congregation. How so? When my daughter appeared in it at meeting, it was so much admired that all the girls resolved to get such caps from Philadelphia, and my wife and I computed that the whole could not have cost less than £100. True, says the farmer, but you do not tell all the story. I think the cap was nevertheless an advantage to us, for it was the first thing that put our girls upon knitting worsted mittens for sale at Philadelphia, that they might have wherewithal to buy caps and ribbons there. And you know that the industry has continued, and is likely to continue and increase to a much greater value, and answer better purposes. Upon the whole, I was more reconciled to this little piece of luxury, since not only the girls were made happier by having fine caps, but the Philadelphians by the supply of warm mittens. Then he argues still further as follows, that luxury may not always be such an evil as it seems. A shilling spent idly by a fool may be picked up by a wiser person who knows better what to do with it. It is therefore not lost. A vain, silly fellow builds a fine house, furnishes it richly, lives in it expensively, and in a few years ruins himself. But the masons, carpenters, smiths, and other honest tradesmen have been, by his employ, assisted in maintaining and raising their families. The farmer has been paid for his labour and encouraged, and the estate is now in better hands. There were exceptional cases, of course. If there be a nation, for instance, that exports its beef and linen to pay for its importation of claret and porter, while a great part of its people live upon potatoes and wear no shirts, wherein does it differ from the sot, who lets his family starve and sells his clothes to buy drink? He meant Ireland, it is needless to add. A little in this way, he confessed, was the exchange of American victuals for West Indian rum and sugar. The existence of so much want and misery in the world, he thought, was due to the employment of men and women in works that produced neither the necessaries nor the conveniences of life. Such people, aided by those who do nothing, consume the necessaries raised by the laborious. This idea he developed with his inborn lucidity, ending, however, of course, with the reflection that we should naturally expect from a man who was so thoroughly in touch with his kind, that upon the whole the quantity of industry and prudence among mankind exceeded the quantity of idleness and folly. This long rambling letter, he called it, this brief, pointed, and masterly letter, we term it, concludes quite in the style of one of Poor Richard's dissertations. Almost all the parts of our bodies require some expense. The feet demand shoes, the legs stockings, the rest of the body clothing, and the belly a good deal of victuals. Our eyes, though exceedingly useful, ask, when reasonable, only the cheap assistance of spectacles, which could not much impair our finances. But the eyes of the other people are the eyes that ruin us. If all but myself were blind, I should want neither fine clothes, fine houses, nor fine furniture. Another letter to Vaughan is really an essay on the criminal laws and the practice of privateering, and a wise, humane, and sprightly essay it is, fully worthy of a man who was entirely too far in advance of his age to approve the savage English laws which hanged a thief for stealing a horse, and had no better answer to make to the culprit when he pleaded that it was hard to hang a man for only stealing a horse, than the reply of Judge Burnet: "Man, thou art not to be hanged only for stealing, but that horses may not be stolen." Not unworthy either was this essay of a man whose benevolence was too clear-sighted and generous to be cheated by the pretence that the practice of privateering has its root in anything better than the rapacity of the highwayman. A highwayman, he said, was as much a robber when he plundered in a gang as when single, and a nation that made an unjust war was only a great gang. How could England, which had commissioned no less than 700 gangs of privateering robbers, he asked, have the face to condemn the crime of robbery in individuals and hang up 20 criminals in a morning? It naturally put one in mind of a Newgate anecdote. One of the prisoners complained that in the night somebody had taken his buckles out of his shoes. "What the devil?" says another. "Have we then thieves among us? It must not be suffered. Let us search out the rogue and pump him to death." Vaughan was a prolix correspondent, and in reading his letters we cannot but be reminded at times of the question put to him by Franklin when inveighing against the artifices adopted by booksellers for the purpose of padding books. After remarking that they were puffed up to such an extent that the selling of paper seemed the object, and printing on it only the pretence, he said, "You have a law, I think, against butchers' blowing of veal to make it look fatter. Why not one against booksellers' blowing of books to make them look bigger?" Vaughan was among the friends who did not fail to hasten to Southampton when Franklin touched there on his return from France to America. In what affectionate esteem Franklin held his two English friends, Dr. John Hawkesworth, the author and writer of oratorios, and John Stanley, the blind musician and organist of the Society of the Inner Temple, we have already seen. Stanley composed the music for Dr. Hawkesworth's oratorios, Zimri and the Fall of Egypt, and like music and words, the two friends themselves were blended in the mind of Franklin. Writing in the latter years of his life to another English friend of his, Thomas Jordan, the brewer, who had recently sent him a cask of porter, he had this to say about them in connection with the two satellites of Georgium Sidus, which Herschel had just discovered. "Let us hope, my friend, that when free from these bodily embarrassments we may roam together through some of the systems he has explored, conducted by some of our old companions already acquainted with them. Hawkesworth will enliven our progress with his cheerful, sensible converse, and Stanley accompany the music of the spheres." Several times in his letter Franklin refers to Hawkesworth as the good Dr. Hawkesworth, and it was from him that he learned to call Strahan Straney. Another English friend of Franklin was John Sargent, a London merchant, a director of the Bank of England, and a member of Parliament. The friendship was shared by Mrs. Sargent, whom I love very much, Franklin said in one of his letters to her husband. After his return from his second mission to England, he wrote to Sargent, asking him to receive the balance due him by Messrs. Browns and Collinson, and keep it for him or his children. "It may possibly," he declared, "soon be all I shall have left, as my American property consists chiefly of houses in our seaport towns, which your ministry have begun to burn, and I suppose are wicked enough to burn them all." In connection with Sargent, it may also be mentioned that he was one of the applicants with Franklin for the Ohio grant, and that it was at his country seat at Halstead in Kent that Lord Stanhope called for the purpose of taking Franklin to Hayes, the county seat of Chatham, where Chatham and Franklin met for the first time. Another English friend of Franklin was John Canton, who was, however, rather a scientific than a social comrade, though a fellow tourist of his on one of his summer excursions, and still another was Dr. Alexander Small, for whom he cherished a feeling of real personal affection. In one letter to Small he tells him that he had found relief from the gout by exposing his naked foot when he was in bed, and thereby promoting the process of transpiration. He gave the fact, he said to Small, in exchange for his receipt for tartar emetic, because the commerce of philosophy, as well as other commerce, was best promoted by taking care to make returns. In another letter to Small there is a growl for the American loyalists. "As to the refugees," he observed, "whom you think we were so impolitic in rejecting, I do not find they are missed here, or that anybody regrets their absence, and certainly they must be happier where they are, under the government they admire, and be better received among a people whose cause they espoused and fought for, than among those who cannot so soon have forgotten the destruction of their habitations and the spilled blood of their dearest friends and near relations." Then there is a reference in this letter to the learned and ingenious friends who had left Dr. Small and himself to join the majority in the world of spirits. Every one of them, he said, now knows more than all of us they have left behind. It is to me a comfortable reflection that since we must live forever in a future state, there is a sufficient stock of amusement in reserve for us, to be found in constantly learning something new to eternity, the present quantity of human ignorance infinitely exceeding that of human knowledge. Adieu, my dear friend, and believe me, in whatever world, yours most affectionately. In a subsequent letter there is a softer word for the loyalists. He believed, he said, that fear and error rather than malice occasioned their desertion of their country's cause and the adoption of the king's. The public resentment against them was then so far abated that none who asked leave to return were refused, and many of them then lived in America, much at their ease. But he thought that the politicians, who were a sort of people that loved to fortify themselves in their projects by precedent, were perhaps waiting before they ventured to propose the restoration of the confiscated estates of the Loyalists, to see whether the English government would restore the forfeited estates in Scotland to the Scotch, those in Ireland to the Irish, and those in England to the Welsh. He was glad that the Loyalists who had not returned to America had received, or were likely to receive, some compensation for their losses from England, but it did not seem so clearly consistent with the wisdom of Parliament for it to provide such compensation on behalf of the king, who had seduced these Loyalists by his proclamations. Some mad king in the future might set up such action on the part of Parliament as a precedent, as was realized by the Council of Brutes in the old fable, a copy of which he enclosed. The fable, of course, was not an old fable at all, but one of his own productions, in which the horse, with the boldness and freedom that became the nobleness of his nature, succeeded in convincing the council of the beasts, against the views of the wolves and foxes, that the lion should bestow no reward upon the mongrels, who sprung in part from wolves and foxes, and, corrupted by royal promises of great rewards, had deserted the honest dogs, when the lion, notwithstanding the attachment of these dogs to him, had, under the influence of evil counsellors, contracted an aversion to them, condemned them unheard, and ordered his tigers, leopards, and panthers to attack and destroy them. In this letter there is another reference to the Reformed Prayer Book, which Dr. Small and good Mrs. Baldwin had done him the honour, as we have seen, to approve. The things of this world, he said, took up too much of the little time left to him for him to undertake anything like a reformation in matters of religion. When we can sow good seed, we should, however, do it, and to wait with patience when we can do no better. Nature's time for their sprouting. A later letter assured Dr. Small that Franklin still loved England and wished it prosperity, but it had only another growl for the Loyalists. Someone had said, he declared, that we are commanded to forgive our enemies, but that we are nowhere commanded to forgive our friends. The Loyalists, after uniting with the savages for the purpose of burning the houses of the American Whigs and murdering and scalping their wives and children, had left them for the government of their king in England and Nova Scotia. We do not miss them, he said, nor wish their return, nor do we envy them their present happiness. This letter also mildly deprecates the honour that Small did him in naming him with Timoleon. I am like him only in retiring from my public labours, he declared, which indeed my stone and other infirmities of age have made indispensably necessary. The enthusiasm of the French people had drawn so freely upon the heroes of antiquity for a parallel to him, that Dr. Small perhaps had to put up with Timoleon in default of a better classical congener. Other English friends of Franklin were John Allen, Edward Brigden, Edmund Burke, Mrs. Thompson, John Whitehurst, Anthony Tissington, Thomas Vinney, and Caleb Whiteford. Our attention has already been called to his pithy reflections on early marriages in one of his letters to John Allen. Treat your wife, he said in the concluding sentences of this admirable letter, always with respect. It will procure respect to you, not from her only, but from all that observe it. Never use a slighting expression to her, even in jest, for slights in jest, after frequent bandyings, are apt to end in angry earnest. Be studious in your profession, and you will be learned. Be industrious and frugal, and you will be rich. Be sober and temperate, and you will be healthy. Be in general virtuous, and you will be happy. At least you will, by such conduct, stand the best chance for such consequences. In another letter to Allen, with his unerring good sense, he makes short work of the perverse prejudice against intermarriage with the deceased wife's sister, which was destined to die so hard in the English mind. To Edward Bridgen, a merchant of London, Franklin referred in a letter to Governor Alexander Martin of North Carolina as a particular friend of mine and a zealous one of the American cause. The object of the letter was to reclaim from confiscation property in that state belonging to Bridgen. And it was to Bridgen that Franklin made the suggestion that instead of repeating continually upon every halfpenny the dull story that everybody knew, and that it would have been no loss to mankind if nobody had ever known, that George III was King of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, etc., etc., there should be inscribed on the coin some important proverb of Solomon, some pious, moral, prudential, or economical precept, calculated to leave an impression upon the mind, especially of young persons, such as on some: the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom; on others, honesty is the best policy; on others, he that by the plough would thrive, himself must either hold or drive; on others, keep thy shop, and thy shop will keep thee; on others, a penny saved is a penny got; on others, he that buys what he has no need of will soon be forced to sell his necessaries; and on others, early to bed and early to rise will make a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. End of section 27. Section 28 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 5, Franklin's British Friends. With Edmund Burke, Franklin does not appear to have been intimate, but they knew each other well enough for the former, in a letter to the latter, to term the friendship between them an old friendship. It was Burke who remarked, when Franklin was examined before the House of Commons on American affairs, that it was as if a schoolmaster was being catechized by his pupils. For every reason, the judgment of so great a man about such an incident has its value, but among other reasons because Burke was accounted one of the best informed men in England in relation to American affairs. The only glimpse we obtain of Mrs. Thompson is in a letter written to her by Franklin from Paris, shortly after his arrival in France in 1776, but the raillery of this letter is too familiar in tone to have marked the course of anything but real intimacy. "You are too early, hussy," he wrote, "as well as too saucy, in calling me rebel. You should wait for the event, which will determine whether it is a rebellion or only a revolution. Here the ladies are more civil. They call us les insurgents, a character that usually pleases them, and methinks all other women who smart, or have smarted, under the tyranny of a bad husband, ought to be fixed in revolution principles, and act accordingly." Then Mrs. Thompson is told some gossipy details about a common friend whom Franklin had seen during the preceding spring at New York, and these are succeeded by some gay sallies with regard to Mrs. Thompson's restlessness. "Pray learn," he said, "if you have not already learnt, like me, to be pleased with other people's pleasures, and happy with their happiness, when none occur of your own, and then perhaps you will not soon be weary of the place you chance to be in, and so fond of rambling to get rid of your ennui. I fancy you have hit upon the right reason of your being weary of St. Omer's, viz., that you are out of temper, which is the effect of full living and idleness. A month in Bridewell, beating hemp upon bread and water, would give you health and spirits, and subsequent cheerfulness and contentment with every other situation. I prescribe that regimen for you, my dear, in pure goodwill, without a fee. And let me tell you, if you do not get into temper, neither Brussels nor Liesel will suit you. I know nothing of the price of living in either of those places, but I'm sure a single woman, as you are, might with economy, upon £200 a year, maintain herself comfortably anywhere, and me into the bargain. Do not invite me in earnest, however, to come and live with you, for being posted here, I ought not to comply, and I'm not sure I should be able to refuse." This letter was written shortly after Franklin's arrival in France, but he had already caught the infection of French gallantry. It closes with a lifelike portrait of himself. "I know you wish you could see me," he said, "but as you can't, I will describe myself to you. Figure me in your mind as jolly as formerly, and as strong and hearty, only a few years older. Very plainly dressed, wearing my thin, grey, straight hair, that peeps out under my only coiffure, a fine fur cap, which comes down my forehead almost to my spectacles. Think how this must appear among the powdered heads of Paris. I wish every gentleman and lady in France would only be so obliging as to follow my fashion, comb their own heads as I do mine, dismiss their frisure, and pay me half the money they paid to them. You see, the gentry might well afford this, and I could then enlist those friseurs, who are at least 100,000, and with the money I would maintain them, make a visit with them to England, and dress the heads of your ministers and privy councillors, which I conceive to be at present un peu d'arrangé. Adieu, madcap, and believe me ever your affectionate friend and humble servant." John Whitehurst, who was a maker of watches and philosophical instruments, and the author of an inquiry into the original state and formation of the earth, and his friend Anthony Tissington, were residents of Derbyshire. Some of Whitehurst's letters to Franklin are still in existence, but none from Franklin to Whitehurst are. A letter from Franklin to Tissington has preserved one of the writer's characteristic stories. After speaking of the rheumatic pains to which Mrs. Tissington was subject, he said, "'Tis a most wicked distemper, and often puts me in mind of the saying of a Scotch divine to some of his brethren, who were complaining that their flocks had of late been infected with Arianism and Socianism. Mine, says he, is infected with a worse ism than either of those. Pray, brother, what can that be? It is the rheumatism." Thomas Viney was a wheel manufacturer of Tenterden, Kent. In a letter to him, Franklin tells him that he cannot, without extreme reluctance, think of using any arguments to persuade him to remove to America, because of the pain that the removal would occasion to Viney's brother. Possibly, however, he added, Viney might afterwards judge it not amiss, when the many children that he was likely to have were grown up, to plant one of them in America, where he might prepare an asylum for the rest, should any great calamity, which might God avert, befall England. A man he knew, who had a number of sons, used to say that he chose to settle them at some distance from each other, for he thought they throve better, as he remarked that cabbages growing too near together were not so likely to come to a head. "I shall be asleep before that time," Franklin continued. "Otherwise he might expect and command my best advice and assistance. But as the ancients, who knew not how to write, had a method of transmitting friendships to posterity, the guest who had been hospitably entertained in a strange country breaking a stick with every one who did him a kindness, and the producing such a tally at any time afterwards by a descendant of the host to a son or grandson of the guest, was understood as a good claim to special regard besides the common rights of hospitality. So if this letter should happen to be preserved, your son may produce it to mine, as an evidence of the good will that once subsisted between their fathers, as an acknowledgment of the obligations you laid me under by your many civilities when I was in your country, and a claim to all the returns due from me, if I had been living." Another letter from Franklin to Viney was written at Passy. He joined most heartily, he said, with Viney in his prayers that the Almighty, who had favored the just cause, would perfect his work and establish freedom in the New World as an asylum for those of the old who deserved it. He thought the war a detestable one, and grieved much at the mischief and misery it was occasioning to many, his only consolation being that he did all in his power to prevent it. What a pleasure it would be to him, on his return to America, to see his old friend and his children settled there. I hope, Franklin concluded, he will find vines and fig trees there for all of them, under which we may sit and converse, enjoying peace and plenty, a good government, good laws, and liberty, without which lose half their value. Caleb Whiteford resided at No. 8 Craven Street, London, or next door to Mrs. Stevenson's, where Franklin resided during his 2 missions to England, and the friendship between Franklin and himself, though very cordial on Whiteford's part, would seem to have been on Franklin's part, though cordial, the friendship mainly of mere propinquity. Far more significant were the ties which bound Franklin to such English friends as Peter Collinson, the Reverend George Whitefield, Lord Le Despencer, James Hutton, David Hartley, and George Whatley. Peter Collinson was a London mercer who had a considerable correspondence with America. He not only enjoyed an acquaintance with men of prominence and influence in the colonies, but he earnestly interested himself in promoting the production of American flax, hemp, silk, and wine. He was a fellow of the Royal Society, besides being one of the founders of the Society of Antiquaries, and it was directly due to the electric tubes sent over by him to the Library Company of Philadelphia that Franklin entered upon those experiments in electricity which he communicated to Collinson in a series of memorable letters that brought lasting renown to their author when given to the world by Collinson. In a letter to Michael Collinson, Franklin speaks of Peter Collinson as our dear departed friend, and pays a feeling tribute to his unselfish patronage of the library at Philadelphia. He alludes to the valuable presents made to the library by Collinson and others whose generosity had been kindled by Collinson's zeal. And he states the remarkable fact that for more than 30 years successively Collinson had participated in the annual selection of books for the library, and had shouldered the whole burden of buying them in London and shipping them to Philadelphia without ever charging or even accepting any consideration for his trouble. Nay, more, during the same time he had transmitted to the directors of the Library Company the earliest account of every new European improvement in agriculture and the arts, or discovery in philosophy. Curious in botany as Collinson may have been, it is not hazardous to say that he never gathered or sowed any seed more fruitful than these benefactions, and we can readily understand how deeply his friendship must have been cherished by a spirit so congenial with his as that of Franklin. They were friends before they ever met, but it was not until Franklin arrived in London on his first mission to England that they greeted each other face to face. Franklin's first letter to America, written the day after he reached London, was hastily penned at Collinson's house, and the next day John Hanbury, the great Virginia merchant, by an arrangement with Collinson, called for Franklin in his carriage and conveyed him to the house of Lord Granville for an interview with that nobleman. The letters from Franklin to Collinson on the subject of electricity are, we hardly need to say, the most important of the former's letters to him, but very valuable too are some of his observations and other letters to his correspondent on political conditions in Pennsylvania and the relations between the colonies and the mother country. To the scientific letters and to these observations we shall have occasion to revert further on, beyond a reference to some black silk sent by Collinson to Deborah, with a generous disregard of the fact that the foul meadow grass seed that Franklin had sent to him from America never came up. The correspondence between Collinson and Franklin is marked by few intimate features. It was, however, on the back of a letter from Franklin to Collinson, in which the former condoled with the latter on the loss of his wife, that this good man, for such we must believe Collinson to have been, endorsed these singular comments, the offspring probably of purely morbid self-reproach. There was no occasion of any philosophy on this ever to be lamented occasion. Peter Collinson had few feelings but for himself. The same principle that led him to deprive his son of his birthright, when that son lay in the agonies of death and knew not what he put his hand to, supported Peter Collinson in the loss of the best of women in a manner that did no honour to his feelings, his gratitude, or his humanity. The eye of the reader has already been drawn to the Reverend George Whitefield, whose eloquence, we are told by Franklin in the Autobiography, had a wonderful power over the hearts and purses of his hearers. After the death of Whitefield, Franklin paid this handsome tribute to him in a letter to Robert Morris and Thomas Leach. I knew him intimately upwards of 30 years. His integrity, disinterestedness, and indefatigable zeal in prosecuting every good work I have never seen equaled, I shall never see exceeded. To Franklin, too, we are indebted for a striking description of his characteristics as an orator when he came over to Philadelphia from Ireland, and after being at first permitted to preach in some churches, was later compelled to preach in the fields, because the clergy took a dislike to him and refused him their pulpits. He had a loud and clear voice, and articulated his words and sentences so perfectly that he might be heard and understood at a great distance, especially as his auditories, however numerous, observed the most exact silence. He preached one evening from the top of the courthouse steps, which are in the middle of Market Street, and on the west side of Second Street, which crosses it at right angles. Both streets were filled with his hearers to a considerable distance. Being among the hindmost in Market Street, I had the curiosity to learn how far he could be heard by retiring backwards down the street towards the river, and I found his voice distinct till I came near Front Street, when some noise in the street obscured it. Imagining then a semicircle of which my distance should be the radius, and that it were filled with auditors, to each of whom I allowed 2 square feet, I computed that he might well be heard by more than 30,000. This reconciled me to the newspaper accounts of his having preached to 25,000 people in the fields, and to the ancient histories of generals haranguing whole armies, of which I had sometimes doubted. By experience, Franklin came to distinguish easily between Whitefield's newly composed sermons and those which he had often preached in the course of his travels. His delivery of the latter was so improved by frequent repetitions that every accent, every emphasis, every modulation of voice was so perfectly well turned and well placed that, without being interested in the subject, one could not help being pleased with the discourse. A pleasure of much the same kind with that received from an excellent piece of music. Notwithstanding the extraordinary influence of Whitefield's oratory over his auditors, to which Franklin testifies so unqualifiedly, it is obvious enough, as we have seen, that a nature so little given to extreme forms of enthusiasm as that of Franklin could not but regard the hysteria produced by it with some degree of contemptuous amusement. Who, he asked in his essay on shavers and trimmers in the Pennsylvania Gazette, has been more notorious for shaving and fleecing than that apostle of apostles, that preacher of preachers, the Reverend M.G.W.? But I forbear making farther mention of the spiritual shaver and trimmer, lest I should affect the minds of my readers as deeply as his preaching has affected their pockets. This was mere jesting on the part of a man to whom everything had its humorous as well as its serious side. Very different in spirit are some of the passages in Franklin's letters to Whitefield. "I'm glad to hear," he wrote on one occasion, "that you have frequent opportunities of preaching among the great. If you can gain them to a good and exemplary life, wonderful changes will follow in the manners of the lower ranks. For ad exemplum regis, etc." On this principle Confucius, the famous Eastern reformer, proceeded. When he saw his country sunk in vice and wickedness of all kinds triumphant, he applied himself first to the grandees, and having by his doctrine won them to the cause of virtue, the commons followed in multitudes. The mode has a wonderful influence on mankind, and there are numbers who perhaps fear less the being in hell than out of the fashion. Our most Western reformations began with the ignorant mob, and when numbers of them were gained, interest and party views drew in the wise and great. Where both methods can be used, reformations are likely to be more speedy. Oh, that some method could be found to make them lasting! He who discovers that will, in my opinion, deserve more 10,000 times than the inventor of the longitude. Another letter from Franklin to Whitefield is not only distinguished by the same missionary accent, but also by the deep-seated loyalty to the English crown, which was so slow in yielding first to disillusionment and then to detestation. Alluding to Whitefield's desire to be the chaplain of an American army, he said that he wished that they could be jointly employed by the crown to settle a colony on the Ohio. "What a glorious thing," he exclaimed, "it would be to settle in that fine country a large, strong body of religious and industrious people! What a security to the other colonies, and advantage to Britain by increasing her people, territory, strength, and commerce! Might it not greatly facilitate the introduction of pure religion among the heathen, if we could, by such a colony, show them a better sample of Christians than they commonly see in our Indian traders, the most vicious and abandoned wretches of our nation? Life, like a dramatic piece, should not only be conducted with regularity, but methinks it should finish handsomely. Being now in the last act, I begin to cast about for something fit to end with, or, if mine be more properly compared to an epigram, as some of its few lines are but barely tolerable, I am very desirous of concluding with a bright point. In such an enterprise I could spend the remainder of life with pleasure, and I firmly believe God would bless us with success if we undertook it with a sincere regard to his honor, the service of our gracious King, and, which is the same thing, the public good. From the joint enterprise of settling a colony on the Ohio with Whitefield to the joint enterprise of abridging the Book of English Prayer with Lord Le Despencer, was a far cry, but not too far for Franklin, as we have seen. Lord Le Despensay, or Sir Francis Dashwood, as he was known when he was one of the jolly monks of Medmenham Abbey, was numbered by Franklin among his best friends, and at West Wycombe, the country seat of this nobleman, Franklin spent many happy hours. On one occasion he writes to his son that he has passed 16 days there most agreeably. On another occasion he tells him that he has just come to West Wycombe to spend a few days and breathe a little fresh air. "I'm in this house," he said, "as much at my ease as if it was my own, and the gardens are a paradise." After a journey to Oxford with Lord Le Despensay, he informed the same correspondent that the former was very good to him on all occasions, and seemed of late very desirous of his company. Whatever else the owner of West Wycombe may have been, Franklin's letters leave us no room to doubt that he was a capital host. To a very different type of character in every respect belonged James Hutton, another dear friend of Franklin. He was a bookseller at the Sign of the Bible and Son, west of Temple Bar, and for 55 years a zealous member of the Moravian Church. His interest in the missionary labors of that church, his benevolence, which knew no sectarian limitations, his sense and simplicity of manners, won for him an honorable standing even in court circles. We are told by William Temple Franklin that he was highly esteemed by George III and his consort, and was well known to many of the English nobility and men of letters, not being refused admittance to the highest ranks even at Buckingham House, though his ardent benevolence inclined him greatly to neglect his own dress, that he might better feed the hungry and cover the naked. A man of that kind always had easy access to the heart of Franklin, open though its hospitable portals were to other friends of a very different description. In a letter to David Hartley from Passy, Franklin speaks of Hutton in these terms: "An old friend of mine, Mr. Hutton, a chief of the Moravians, who is often at the Queen's palace, and is sometimes spoken to by the king, was over here lately." In a letter to Hutton himself from Passy, Franklin applies to him the term "my dear old friend," which with its different variations meant with him the high water mark of intimacy. Hutton is also brought to our sight, though in a droll way, in the Craven Street Gazette, the mock chronicle, in which Franklin, with the delicacy and richness of humour all his own, pictures No. 7 Craven Street as a court, Mrs. Stevenson as a queen, with lords and ladies in her train, and Hutton and himself as rivals for the good graces of Dolly Blunt, Polly's friend. This morning the Gazette notes, under date of Tuesday, September 25, "My good Lord Hutton called at Craven Street House, and inquired very respectfully and affectionately concerning the welfare of the Queen. He then imparted to the big man, Franklin himself, a piece of intelligence important to them both, and but just communicated by Lady Hawkesworth, viz., that the amiable and delectable companion, Miss Dorothea B. Blunt, had made a vow to marry absolutely him of the two whose wife should first depart this life. It is impossible to express the various agitations of mind appearing in both their faces on this occasion: vanity at the preference given them over the rest of mankind, affection to their present wives, fear of losing them, hope, if they must lose them, to obtain the proposed comfort, jealousy of each other in case both wives should die together, etc., 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 all working at the same time jumbled their features into inexplicable confusion. They parted at length with professions and outward appearances, indeed, of ever enduring friendship, but it was shrewdly suspected that each of them sincerely wished health and long life to the other's wife, and that, however long either of these friends might like to live himself, the other would be very well pleased to survive him. Hutton was one of the simple and warm-hearted friends of Franklin, who endeavoured by their individual exertions to accelerate the restoration of peace between Great Britain and America, and like all of Franklin's English friends who kept up a correspondence with him while the war was going on, he had to read some scathing fulminations against England. "You have lost by this mad war," Franklin said in one letter to Hutton, "and the barbarity with which it has been carried on, not only the government and commerce of America, and the public revenues and private wealth arising from that commerce, but what is more, you have lost the esteem, respect, friendship, and affection of all that great and growing people who consider you at present, and whose posterity will consider you, as the worst and wickedest nation upon earth." 12 days later Franklin annexed a postscript to this letter, which must have been an even severer trial to Hutton's equanimity than the letter itself. "I abominate with you," he said, "all murder, and I may add that the slaughter of men in an unjust cause is nothing less than murder. I therefore never think of your present ministers and their abettors, but with the image strongly painted in my view of their hands, red, wet, and dropping with the blood of my countrymen, friends, and relations. Franklin's opinion of the king was imparted to Hutton in terms fully as indignant. The letter in which this was done was prompted by a letter from Hutton to a third person, giving an account of some abominable murders inflicted by American frontiersmen upon the poor Moravian Indians. This time it was not English, but American hands that were red with blood, but Franklin was resourceful enough all the same to fix the responsibility for the murders by a train of indirect reasoning on the king. Why, he asked, had a single man in England who happened to love blood and to hate Americans been permitted to gratify that bad temper by hiring German murderers and joining them with his own to destroy, in a continued course of bloody years, near 100,000 human creatures, many of them possessed of useful talents, virtues, and abilities to which he had no pretension? It was he who had furnished the savages with hatchets and scalping knives, and engaged them to fall upon defenseless American farmers and murder them with their wives and children, paying for their scalps, of which the account kept in America already mounted, he had heard, to near 2,000. Perhaps the people of the frontiers, he declared, exasperated by the cruelties of the Indians, had been induced to kill all Indians that fell into their hands without distinction, so that even these horrid murders of the poor Moravians might be laid to the king's charge. And yet, said Franklin, this man lives, enjoys all the good things this world can afford, and is surrounded by flatterers who keep even his conscience quiet by telling him he is the best of princes. I wonder at this, but I cannot therefore part with the comfortable belief of a divine providence, and the more I see the impossibility from the number and extent of his crimes of giving equivalent punishment to a wicked man in this life, the more I am convinced of a future state in which all that here appears to be wrong shall be set right, all that is crooked made straight. In this faith let you and I, my dear friend, comfort ourselves. It is the only comfort in the present dark scene of things that is allowed us. End of section 28. Section 29 of Benjamin Franklin's Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 6, Franklin's British Friends. The friendship between Franklin and David Hartley had to endure the concussion of some knocks even harder than these. Hartley was the son of David Hartley, the philosopher, from whom Hartley Coleridge, the poet, derived his name. He was a B.A. of Corpus Christi, Oxford, and a Fellow of Merton College, and represented Hull in Parliament from 1774 to 1780, and from 1782 to 1784. An adherent of Lord Rockingham and a warm friend of Franklin, he was naturally enough selected as the British plenipotentiary to assist in drawing up the treaty of peace between Great Britain and America. Before this time, however, he had been engaged in a protracted correspondence with Franklin, marked by a degree of liberality and humane feeling on his part, which did him great honor. To alleviate the condition of American prisoners in England, to promote the exchange of these prisoners and British prisoners in America, to bring about a reunion between Great Britain and her colonies, and that failing a separation attended by as little mutual animosity as possible, were the generous objects to which his efforts were addressed. In pursuing these objects, he must have found it difficult at times to submit meekly to some of the ireful invective against his king, parliament, and people, which punctuates Franklin's solicitation of his mediatory offices in behalf of American prisoners, and pleas for a peace between Great Britain and America, attended by really generous concessions upon the part of Great Britain. The year after his arrival in France as our minister, Franklin wrote to Hartley, "As to our submitting to the government of Great Britain, it is vain to think of it. She has given us by her numberless barbarities in the prosecution of the war, and in the treatment of prisoners by her malice in bribing slaves to murder their masters, and savages to massacre the families of farmers. with her baseness in rewarding the unfaithfulness of servants and debauching the virtue of honest seamen entrusted with our property, so deep an impression of her depravity that we never again can trust her in the management of our affairs and interests. As the war went on, leaving its trail of blood and increasing hatred behind it, his language at times becomes even more intense. About a year and a half later, he wrote to Hartley, "We know that your king hates Whigs and Presbyterians, that he thirsts for our blood, of which he has already drunk large draughts, that his servile, unprincipled ministers are ready to execute the wickedest of his orders, and his venal parliament equally ready to vote them just." This outburst was evoked by what he conceived to be a cunning effort of the English ministry to divide America and her French ally. The next outburst was provoked by the same cause. "The truth is," he said, "we have no kind of faith in your government, which appears to us as insidious and deceitful as it is unjust and cruel. Its character is that of the spider in Thomson, cunning and fierce, mixture abhorred." Finally, all the hurrying feelings aroused in him at times by what he called bloody and insatiable malice and wickedness became condensed in an abstract term so full of passion as devilism. Franklin was not the man to take hold of the handles of a plough and then turn back. In his correspondence with Hartley, as with his other English friends after he entered upon his mission to France, is the clearest recognition of the fact, to use his own robust figure of speech, that England had lost limbs which would never grow again, and his unwavering resolution to give his assent to nothing less than the complete independence of the colonies. For him, for his country, there were never more to be any connecting links between Great Britain and America, except those of mere international goodwill and commercial comity. Upon propositions of every sort looking to a reconciliation between the two lands, he lingered solely for the purpose of obtaining for America, when peace finally came, as large a measure of territorial aggrandizement as he could possibly secure. Of a conciliatory bill of which Hartley sent him a copy, he said, "He might have erected a wall of brass round England, if such a measure had been adopted, when Friar Bacon's brazen head cried out, 'Time is,' but the wisdom of it was not seen till after the fatal cry of 'Time's past.'" It was the almost pathetic desire of such correspondence of Franklin as Hartley to save some sort of organic tie between the two countries from the wreckage wrought by the fatal policy of the British ministry, which makes it difficult for us to read Franklin's French letters to men like Hutton and Hartley without feeling that the harsh terms which he often employed in these letters about the English king, parliament, and people were hardly fair to that courageous and high-minded band of English patriots who made the American cause almost as much theirs as his own, and stopped only short of treason in the assertion of their belief that the immemorial liberties of England, as well as the liberties of America, were staked upon the issue of the American contest. It was the extreme outspoken dissatisfaction with which English Whigs regarded the effort of the British ministry to force its own violent and technical views of colonial policy upon America that made it possible for Franklin to write to Englishmen as he did about their government without exciting either frank or sullen resentment. But there was undoubtedly still another reason with which politics had nothing to do. These Whigs not only respected the manly candor with which Franklin expressed convictions that they knew had been formed by a singularly enlightened, generous, and sober mind, once devotedly attached by the strongest ties of tradition and affection to the colonial connection between Great Britain and America, but they had been too intimate with him personally not to be aware that it was not in his nature to harbor any real or lasting malignity of feeling towards any one. And that this view of his character was correct is shown by more than one feature of his correspondence with Hartley. In a letter to Hartley he said that, when Hartley's nation was hiring all the cutthroats it could collect of all countries and colors to destroy the Americans, it was hard to persuade the Americans not to ask or accept of aid from any country that might be prevailed with to grant it, and this from the hope that, though the British men thirsted for their blood and pursued them with fire and sword, they might in some future time treat them kindly. But the outbreak does not seem so fierce when he goes on to say, America has been forced and driven into the arms of France. She was a dutiful and virtuous daughter. A cruel mother-in-law turned her out of doors, defamed her, and sought her life. All the world knows her innocence and takes her part, and her friends hope soon to see her honorably married. One of the peculiarities of that kindly and facetious nature was that its sense of humor would at times work its way even between the lines of formal state papers, to say nothing of letters to a familiar friend on the conduct of an enemy. Nor could Hartley doubt that the old well-springs of mirth and loving kindness were as full as ever to overflowing, when in response to a letter from him to Franklin, containing the Scotch ballad Auld Robin Gray, he received this lively application of the ballad to existing conditions. I cannot make an entire application of it to present circumstances, but taking it in parts and changing persons, some of it is extremely apropos. First, Jenny may be supposed Old England, and Jamie America. Jenny laments the loss of Jamie, and recollects with pain his love for her, his industry and business to promote her wealth and welfare, and her own ingratitude. Young Jamie loved me weel, and saw me for his bride, but saving any crown, he had nothing beside. To make that crown a pound, my Jamie gang to sea, and the crown and the pound were all for me. Her grief for this separation is expressed very pathetically. The ship was a wrack. Why did nae Jenny die? Oh, why was I spared to cry, Wae is me? There is no doubt but that honest Jamie had still so much love for her as to pity her in his heart, though he might at the same time be not little angry with her. Towards the conclusion we must change the persons and let Jamie be Old England, Jenny America, and Old Robin Gray the kingdom of France. Then honest Jenny, having made a treaty of marriage with Gray, expresses her firm resolution of fidelity in a manner that does honour to her good sense and her virtue. I may not think of Jamie, for that would be a sin, but I maun do my best, a good wife to be, for Auld Robin Gray is very kind to me. How was it possible for Hartley to remain angry with a man like this, even if he was told by him in another letter that, though there could be but few things in which he would venture to disobey the orders of Congress, he would nevertheless instantly renounce the commission that he held from it, and banish himself forever from so infamous a country as America, if Congress were to instruct him to seek a truce of 10 years with Great Britain, with the stipulation that America was not to assist France during that time, if the war between Great Britain and France continued. This was trying, though not so trying perhaps as his statement in still another letter to Hartley that he thought of his reasoning to show that if France should require of America something unreasonable, America would not be obliged by the treaty between them to continue the war as her ally. What he supposed an honest woman would think if a gallant should entertain her with suppositions of cases in which infidelity to her husband would be justifiable. Nor was the merry adaptation of the ballad of Old Robin Gray the only thing of the kind that tended to relieve the tension of the reproaches heaped by Franklin upon Great Britain in his letters to Hartley. In the same letter in which he depicts the king as thirsty for still further draughts of American blood, and repels with apparently hot wrath the suggestion of Hartley that the alliance between France and America was the greatest stumbling block in the way of peace between Great Britain and France, he tells Hartley that the proposition to separate France and America puts him in mind of the comic farce entitled Godsend or the Wreckers. It was not hard, of course, for him to be put in mind of something conceived by his own mind. The farce opens with this stage introduction: a ship riding at anchor in a great storm, a lee shore full of rocks, and lined with people furnished with axes and carriages to cut up wrecks, knock the sailors on the head, and carry off the plunder, according to custom. Then, after a lively dialogue between the wreckers, who have grown impatient with the staunch way in which the ship is riding out the storm, they put off in a boat in the hope of luring her to the shore, and come under her stern, and try to persuade her captain, in the course of another lively dialogue, that his cable is a damned rotten French cable, and will part of itself in half an hour, only to be told by the captain that they are rogues, and offer nothing but treachery and mischief, and that his cable is good and strong, and would hold long enough to balk their projects. The dialogue ends with the exclamation by the spokesman of the wreckers, "Come, my lads, let's be gone." This fellow is not so great a fool as we took him to be. Familiar affection glistens in every line of the letters from Franklin to George Whately, and one of them is suffused with the genial warmth of his best social hours. After some strictures on an epitaph by Pope, he said in this letter, "I like better the concluding sentiment in the old song called The Old Man's Wish, wherein, after wishing for a warm house in a country town, an easy horse, some good old authors, ingenious and cheerful companions, a pudding on Sundays with stout ale, and a bottle of Burgundy, etc., etc., in separate stanzas, each ending with this burthen: May I govern my passions with an absolute sway, grow wiser and better as my strength wears away, without gout or stone by a gentle decay. He adds, with a courage undaunted may I face my last day, and when I'm gone, may the better sort say, in the morning when sober, in the evening when mellow, he's gone and has not left behind him his fellow, for he governed his passions, etc. But what signifies our wishing? Things happen after all as they will happen. I've sung the wishing song 1,000 times when I was young, and now find it fourscore that the three contraries have befallen me, being subject to the gout and the stone, and not being yet master of all my passions, like the proud girl in my country who wished and resolved not to marry a parson, nor a Presbyterian, nor an Irishman, and at length found herself married to an Irish Presbyterian parson. In the course of one of the summer rambles, which he took every year for 20 years for health and recreation, Franklin twice visited Scotland, once in 1759 and once in 1771, as the result of civilities received by him in that country at the hands of Sir Alexander Dick, the president of the College of Physicians at Edinburgh, and Henry Home, Lord Kames, a judge of the Court of Session and author of the Elements of Criticism and the Sketches of the History of Man. He became a fast friend of these two eminent men. After completing with his son a tour of nearly 1,500 miles, in 1759 he wrote to Sir Alexander Dick, whose guests they had been for a time, that the many civilities, favours, and kindnesses heaped upon them while they were in Scotland had made the most lasting impression upon their minds, and endeared that country to them beyond expression. In the same letter he asked Sir Alexander to assure Lady Dick that he had great faith in her parting prayers, that the purse she honoured him with would never be quite empty. His letters to Lord Kames testified in even stronger terms to the happy hours that he had spent in Scotland on this visit. How unfortunate I was, he wrote to him, that I did not press you and Lady Kames more strongly to favour us with your company farther. How much more agreeable would our journey have been if we could have enjoyed you as far as York. We could have beguiled the way by discoursing of 1,000 things that now we may never have an opportunity of considering together. For conversation warms the mind, enlivens the imagination, and is continually starting fresh game that is immediately pursued and taken, and which would never have occurred in the duller intercourse of epistolary correspondence. So that whenever I reflect on the great pleasure and advantage I received from the free communication of sentiment in the conversations we had at Kames, and in the agreeable little rides to the Tweed side, I shall forever regret our premature parting. Even more fervid was the conclusion of this letter. Our conversation till we came to York was chiefly a recollection of what we had seen and heard, the pleasure we had enjoyed, and the kindness we had received in Scotland, and how far that country had exceeded our expectations. On the whole, I must say, I think the time we spent there was 6 weeks of the densest happiness I've met with in any part of my life, and the agreeable and instructive society we found there in such plenty has left so pleasing an impression on my memory, that did not strong connections draw me elsewhere, I believe Scotland would be the country I should choose to spend the remainder of my days in. In a later letter to Lord Kames, he returns to the same pleasing field of association. Your invitation to make another jaunt to Scotland, and offer to meet us halfway en famille, was extremely obliging. Certainly I never spent my time anywhere more agreeably, nor have I been in any place where the inhabitants and their conversation left such lastingly pleasing impressions on my mind, accompanied with the strongest inclination once more to visit that hospitable, friendly, and sensible people. When we recall Franklin's distaste for theology and metaphysics, the humor that ever lurked about his lips, and Sidney Smith's famous observation that it requires a surgical operation to get a joke into a Scotchman's head, we may well experience a sensation of momentary surprise when we read these earnest tributes to the charm of Scotch social conditions in 1759. A sense of surprise increased by the fact that in the Autobiography Franklin ends a little dissertation on the odious nature of disputation with these words: "Persons of good sense, I have since observed, seldom fall into it except lawyers, university men, and men of all sorts that have been bred at Edinburgh." But all such sensations of surprise pass away when we remember that manly simplicity, practical sagacity, a spirit of enterprise, and a love of learning, which no discouragements can chill, were also Scotch characteristics that Franklin shared with Scotch men. When Franklin returned in 1771 to the odious smells, barbarous sounds, bad suppers, excellent hearts, and most enlightened understandings, amid which Sidney Smith, with his exaggerated humour, afterwards pictured himself as dwelling when he was a resident of Edinburgh, William Franklin did not accompany him. In Scotland, Franklin wrote to his son after this second visit: "I spent 5 days with Lord Kaimes at his seat, Blair Drummond, near Stirling, 2 or 3 days at Glasgow, 2 days at Carron Iron Works, and the rest of the month in and about Edinburgh, lodging at David Hume's, who entertained me with the greatest kindness and hospitality, as did Lord Kaimes and his lady. All our old acquaintance there, Sir Alexander, Dick, and Lady, Mr. McGowan, Doctors Robertson, Cullen, Black, Ferguson, Russell, and others, inquired affectionately of your welfare. I was out 3 months, and the journey was evidently of great service to my health." The letters from Franklin to Lord Kaimes cover a great variety of topics, and to his observations on some of these topics, which were of a political or scientific nature, we shall return in other connections. One letter was written when Franklin was on the eve of sailing from Portsmouth to America in 1762, and that the moment of embarkation upon the perilous seas of that time was a solemn one is manifest enough in its opening statements. "My dear Lord, I am now waiting here only for a wind to waft me to America, but cannot leave this happy island and my friends in it without extreme regret, though I am going to a country and a people that I love. I am going from the old world to the new, and I fancy I feel like those who are leaving this world for the next. Grief at the parting, fear of the passage, hope of the future." But never were votive chaplets woven and gratefully suspended by a voyager after a more prosperous passage than this. Franklin left England in company with 10 sail of merchant ships, under the convoy of a man of war, touched at the heavenly Madeira Islands, and was then caught up in the benign trade winds and borne safely to the American coast. The weather was so favorable, he stated in another letter to Lord Kaimes, that there were few days in which we could not visit from ship to ship, dining with each other and on board of the man of war, which made the time pass agreeably, much more so than when one goes in a single ship, for this was like travelling in a moving village, with all one's neighbours about one. Among the things upon which Franklin prided himself was the fact that he shaved himself, and in one of his letters to Lord Kaimes this trivial circumstance is brought to our notice in these wise words: "I've long been of an opinion similar to that you express, and think happiness consists more in small conveniences or pleasures that occur every day, than in great pieces of good fortune that happen but seldom to a man in the course of his life. Thus I reckon it among my felicities that I can set my own razor and shave myself perfectly well, in which I have a daily pleasure, and avoid the uneasiness one is sometimes obliged to suffer from the dirty fingers or bad breath of a slovenly barber." There was also a link of friendship between Franklin and David Hume. In a letter to Strahan, Franklin, when on his visit to Scotland in 1771, writes to him that Hume, agreeably to the precepts of the gospel, had received the stranger, and that he was then living with him at his house in the new town at Edinburgh most happily. In another letter, a week or so later, he informed Strahan, after a short excursion from Edinburgh, that he was well and again under the hospitable roof of the Good Samaritan. Hume was too much of a bigoted Tory not to snarl a little at Franklin's factious spirit when the Revolution was coming on, but when Franklin was leaving England in 1762, he paid him this handsome compliment: I'm very sorry that you intend soon to leave our hemisphere. America has sent us many good things, gold, silver, sugar, indigo, etc., but you are the first philosopher, and indeed the first great man of letters, for whom we are beholden to her. It is our own fault that we have not kept him, whence it appears that we do not agree with Solomon, that wisdom is above gold, for we take care never to send back an ounce of the latter, which we once lay our fingers upon. It was a dangerous thing to enter into a competition of compliments with Franklin, as his reply to this letter showed. Your compliment of gold and wisdom, he said, is very obliging to me, but a little injurious to your country. The various value of everything in every part of this world arises, you know, from the various proportions of the quantity to the demand. We are told that gold and silver in Solomon's time were so plenty as to be of no more value in his country than the stones in the street. You have here at present just such a plenty of wisdom. Your people are, therefore, not to be censured for desiring no more among them than they have, and if I have any, I should certainly carry it where, from its scarcity, it may probably come to a better market. This was certainly a ponderous compliment, but it does not seem quite so much so when read after the alleviating story which immediately preceded it, referring to a ridiculous dispute mentioned by his correspondent. He said, "Judges in their decisions often use precedents. I have somewhere met with one that is what the lawyers call a case in point. The church people and the Puritans in a country town had once a bitter contention concerning the erecting of a maypole, which the former desired and the latter opposed. Each party endeavored to strengthen itself by obtaining the authority of the mayor, directing or forbidding a maypole. He heard their altercation with great patience, and then gravely determined thus: You that are for having no maypole shall have no maypole, and you that are for having a maypole shall have a maypole. Get about your business, and let me hear no more of this quarrel." Other Scotch friends of Franklin were William Alexander, a connection of Lord Stirling, and his two daughters, one of whom, Mary Ann, became the wife of Franklin's nephew, Jonathan Williams. A letter from Alexander to Franklin has its value because of the knowledge that it affords to us of the personal bearing of Arthur Lee, who, as we shall see, jealous, haughty, and sensitive enough to curdle even the sweet milk of Franklin's amiable nature. "I see," wrote Alexander, "you have made my old friend Lee a minister at Madrid. I think he has very much the manners of a Spaniard when he is not angry." It was Alexander also whose careful mercantile habits impelled him to write to Franklin, when he observed the disorder in which the latter kept his papers at Passy, this word of caution: "Will you forgive me, my dear sir, for noticing that your papers seem to me to lie a little loosely about your hands? You are to consider yourself as surrounded by spies, and amongst people who can make a cable from a thread. Would not a spare half-hour per day enable your son to arrange all your papers, useless or not, so that you could come at them sooner, and not one be visible to a prying eye?" The only intimate friend we believe that Franklin had in Ireland was Sir Edward Newenham, a member of the Irish Parliament, whose sympathy with the American cause was so extreme that he appeared in his seat in deep mourning when the news of General Montgomery's death reached Ireland. Unfortunately, of the many letters that Franklin wrote to him, only 2 or 3 of comparatively meagre interest survive. But of Ireland itself we have some graphic details in his letters to other persons. In one to Thomas Cushing he says of the Irish, after a tour of the island with his friend Richard Jackson: "There are many brave spirits among them. The gentry are very sensible, polite, friendly, and handsome people. Their parliament makes a most respectable figure, with a number of very good speakers in both parties, and able men of business." He then tells Cushing, in modest terms, how when he was on his way to the gallery in the Parliament House at Dublin, the whole assembly, upon being informed by the Speaker that there was in town an American gentleman of distinguished character and merit, who was a member of, or delegate of some of the parliaments in America, by a loud, unanimous expression of its will, voted to admit him to the privileges of the floor. Whereupon 2 members came to him without the bar, where he was standing, led him in, and placed him very honorably. Other friends of Franklin there were whom it is difficult to classify either as Englishmen or Americans, such as General Horatio Gates and General Charles Lee, who were born in England but became celebrated in America, and Benjamin West, the painter, who was born in America but passed his mature life in England. That Franklin was on very friendly relations with Gates there can be no doubt, for in one of his letters to him he calls him his dear old friend, and that was a term never applied by him to any but his intimates. Nor can there be much doubt as to what it was that brought and kept Franklin and Gates together as friends. It was the game to which Franklin was so much addicted that he even expounded its morals in an essay, Chess. When he wrote to Gates from Passy, "Shall we meet again in cheerful converse, talk over our adventures, and finish with a quiet game of chess?" And on the same day that he addressed to Washington the noble letter declaring that if the latter were to come to Europe, he would know and enjoy what posterity would say of Washington, he wrote to Gates, "May God give us soon a good peace, and bring you and I together again over a chessboard, where we may have battles without bloodshed." How an eccentric and perfidious man like General Charles Lee, whose temper alone was so repugnant to Franklin's dislike of disputation as to win for him the nickname of Boiling Water from the Indians, could ever have passed himself off with Franklin as genuine coin, is hard to understand, but he appears to have done so. "Yours most affectionately" is the manner in which one of Franklin's letters to him ends. In another letter to Lee, Franklin gravely sums up in formal numerical sequence his reasons for thinking that bows and arrows were good weapons, not wisely laid aside. The idea is one so little in harmony with his practical turn of mind, and is reasoned out so elaborately, that we form a shrewd suspicion as we read that this was after all but his humorous way of replying to his erratic friend's suggestion that the use of pikes by the American army might not be a bad thing. A very different kind of friend was Benjamin West. It was he that Franklin had in mind when he wrote to Polly Stephenson in 1763, "After the first cares of the necessaries of life are over, we shall come to think of the embellishments. Already some of our young geniuses begin to lisp attempts at painting, poetry, and music. We have a young painter now studying at Rome. 20 years later, the lisping attempts of America at painting had become so distinctly articulate, and the young painter who was studying at Rome had become so famous that Franklin could write to Jan Ingenhouts, in England at present the best history painter West, the best portrait painter Copley, and the best landscape painter Taylor at Bath are all Americans." Benjamin West and his wife, as Elizabeth Schuyler, were friends of Franklin and Deborah before West left his native Pennsylvania for Europe, and the friendship between the artist and his wife and Franklin was kept alive by affectionate intercourse in England. For one of West's sons, Franklin became godfather. "It gave me great pleasure," he said in a letter to West, referring to a letter from West to him, "as it informed me of the welfare of a family I so much esteem and love, and that my godson is a promising boy." The letter concludes with loving words for the godson and Raphael, West's oldest son, and Betsy, West's wife. We have by no means taken a complete census of Franklin's American and British friends. For instance, in a letter to Dr. Cooper from London, he refers to a Mr. Meade, first commissioner of the customs in England, whom we have not mentioned, as a particular and intimate friend of his, to say nothing of other persons with whom his intercourse was very friendly, but either too colourless to arrest our attention in reading his correspondence, or to even bring them up in his correspondence at all. But we have marshalled quite enough of these friends before the eye of the reader. We are sure to satisfy him that few human beings ever had such a wealth of affection heaped on them as Franklin. End of section 29.